In 2019, we got the 50-mile world record. Well, this year, sights are focused on that 100K mark. Hi, everybody. I'm Tony Rivers, joined by Olympian Carrie Tollefson.
Let's face it, this is a big undertaking. You know, running a world record or an American record takes a lot of preparation.
There is the horn that sets them on their way. So close. The second fastest 100 kilometers ever run.
One of the toughest guys you're ever going to see run, right there in the history of the sport.
This is the point in the race when the muscle fatigue is definitely hitting.
Oh, he's happy. Look at that.
Audrey Tanguy.
There's that smile. We've seen it every time she's come by. Hurts so good.
It's a little bittersweet. Came up just a little short today of a world record, but pretty amazing day. We'll have to try it again.
He's finished Havel in 2018. I remember him from Lake Sonoma a couple of years ago. He's the Chief Technology Officer at Place down in San Diego. Big shout out to his wife Riley, his son Kellen, and his parents Karen and Steve, and his crew Mike, Rob, Christian, Brandon, Steve, and Travis. As you can see, it takes a village to get a runner through Western States. And he is going to break 20 hours. Always a stellar accomplishment at this race, especially on hot day. With number 250 from San Diego, California, Richard England.
Welcome.
Can we bring it out? Can we just bring it out? No, I don't actually need a chair. Oh, it's okay. I'm actually not going to use it. Thank you so much. You want to tell? Hold down? Oh, Mikey's having fun, I promise.
Yeah, it's like a sport. Even better at mile 100.2. Yeah, better right.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. This is the first time I've actually stayed here. I didn't make it here. I guess
For the coat.
Thank Thank you so much. You guys are being way too nice. You're so nice. Hey, you are only. I'm sorry. You're special.
I'd say we're like the Texaco meeting, but you're
Is this the only full service station on the route?
To everyone.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay.
1.5. Going up?
You so much. Really, really nice.
You're awesome.
You're awesome. Well, I don't really care, but thank you. I'm literally moving like a mile an hour. Okay, thank you very much for the help.
That's all right. Hey, Claire, you only have one. How is that?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Get it done. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I will.
All right.
Guys, she don't want it. She's got the. She gets one coat. We'll be in good shape. Yeah, we're good. Okay.
All right. Godspeed, man.
Thanks. sock or the shoe? Yeah, the shoe sock. Did you make it up in heel blister? Put more tape on it? That's okay. Just leave it and go. How bad is it friction? Walk out of here. Pain.
Yeah, just not next.
Yes. Want me to take that? Here's
Somebody
put them in the too. No thanks.
And
Okay.
water or
Here, put this back on.
oh, we don't have a cup.
We got water. Water. Chips. You need it in that.
If it's at all of interest, Claire said she can't really run anymore, so she's just hiking. Yeah.
Water bottle or one? Okay. Salt? You taking salt? Okay. How you doing on caffeine? Yeah. Don't want the split? You want these potato chips? Body glide? Yeah. You want these? Try to eat this.
Yeah.
Is that the new one? Yeah, she's gonna take this. How are your arms? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So that's we had 2 pretty hard climbs the last like 45 minutes. But otherwise, alright, ready to just go. You want maple or two or anything? Swedish fish? You want to take a Coke with us? Yeah, take a Coke. We need a cup. We need a cup.
We have you want it open?
I don't know. 1, 2, 3. Where's pretty good. Six. Hell yeah, bring it on home.
Go get him.
Blood is in the water. Good.
And on the track from Portage, Michigan, this is Michelle Magana. She's a veterinarian in Portage, Michigan. She loves birding and rock collecting. And she has seen a Kirtland's warbler and a snowy owl. How about a Pell's fishing owl? Her nemesis is the whooping crane. Yet to see that one. She really likes dairy cows, trampolines, hot dogs, and she thinks that the best Oreo flavor is s'mores. Hard to argue with that. Played golf in high school and college. And before that, she was a competitive jump roper. She was 10th in the National Jump Rope Championships for double Dutch in middle school. Hardly anybody else in this field can say that. Shout out to her parents, Kathy and Lou, and her crew and pacers, Holly, Corey, Chris, and Brian. She's won a lot of races in the upper Midwest, and now she's a Western States finisher. From Portage, Michigan, Mrs. Michelle Magana.
Okay, for me. Nope. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Here, yeah, I'll think of projector. Holy cow. Put down the neck. Yeah. No, that's it's working now. It's hard out there.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I was happy I didn't know fast enough.
Awesome, thank you. I'm just struggling away.
Very good. I thought it was
No, I'll go to the finish. I think Preston was debating on whether we win or not. Jacob.
All right, all right.
Water. Nice water, please.
Nice water.
Thank you. What is it? Ice water.
Nice.
Good job, guys. Woo! Cold water on you? Yeah, that'll be wonderful. Thank you. If you're dead. Oh, I do. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah. You know what? No, you can just
I think it's just good. You don't have more time to it out. I think you get it.
warm out there.
Sorry for the bright light.
Yep, yep. I think that's it.
That's it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, like 5.5 miles.
Claire's not that far ahead and she's not moving fast.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's mostly walking. Claire, she's mostly walking.
Alright, way to go, way to go. Bring it on home, looking great.
Alright.
Enjoy the last of it.
Is this where the shuttle picks us up?
Yeah, it's just, you gotta go down a hill, across the bridge, and up another hill.
5 miles or so? Yeah.
Yeah. Godspeed, guys.
Thanks, man.
max lumens, something like, ooh, we're on. Something like 4 to 6 hours, which is not bad, which is enough for most times.
Yeah.
We are on the stream now. Feel free to wave if you'd like. All right. Hey man, I don't want to beam you a little bit. You're on the stream. Feel free to give a wave if you want. Hey friends, you're on the stream if you want to wave. You know, I'm sorry for the bright light. There's not much I can do. I can't get the shot without it.
Good morning.
Yeah. This is the appropriate time for the young men among us to say, I love you, Mom. Or, you know, if that's not true, say something else. All right.
We all love Mom.
I love a mom, maybe not my own. Yeah. Y'all are on the stream. Feel free to wave if you want, or, you know, don't. It's all good. Thanks, guys. Sorry, I know it's very bright.
Wow.
Yeah. Otherwise, they can't see you. You want to wave? All right. Yeah, it turns out nothing is happening at Placer right now. Yeah, you want to do a little bit of sketch comedy? All right, here it comes. You might appear derelict in your duty. Oh, there. Oh, beautiful. That was a solid take. We got it in one. All right, well done. Hey, friends, y'all are on the stream. Feel free to wave if you want. Yeah, or duck. Now's the time to duck if you're not into it. Yeah. Y'all are live on the stream. Feel free to wave if you want. Or, you know, not required. You didn't. That was not part of your volunteer duty. Just descriptions of duties, I don't think. You don't mind if I give the people a look at what's on your blanket? Yeah, I know it's a little intrusive, but all right. It's very, very comfortable. This is for the people who are up all night, you know what I mean? Yeah, thanks, man. You might think it's quiet here, but the most action.
Oh,
All right, hello everyone. We interrupt this beautiful montage of scenery. As you can see, there has been the usual carnage. It has been a heck of a day here at Western States, and we are broadcasting to you guys live again from Placer High. I am with the one and only Martin Gaffuri. Gaffuri.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you guys have followed European press, Martin is no stranger to you guys, but I thought I'd bring him on as on one hand press, but on the other hand as somebody who has supported and crewed for Ruth Croft.
And paste, yeah.
And paste
Yeah.
for something
test.
something you're probably not used to in European running culture.
Yeah, correct.
A lot of things about today that you're probably not used to in the European racing scene. So occasionally we will drop in with the occasional interview. I thought it'd be a nice way to break up the evening. I know there are a bunch of people from all over the world. Let us know where you guys are tuning in from. We have people from Europe, from Asia, of course here in the States, maybe in the East Coast where people are early risers. Maybe you haven't slept at all and you're your eyes are bloodshot like the rest of us. But we're here. It is approximately a quarter till 2 a.m. But we're going to keep this thing going and drop in the occasional guests like Martin today. So I just want to get your overall impressions of a race like Western States as somebody who's used to like the grand spectacle that is UTMB and some of these other races that you've been a part of in the past.
Well, I mean, 100 mile is 100 mile. And for those who know the scene a little bit, like Western States is kind of like the 100 mile in the US for sure, but also a race that is really fast because you can run like most, if not all of it. Even though you should not run out of the canyons if you're planning on doing that race. That's a tip from Paul Lind that actually was really useful for Ruth today.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, to go back to your question, really, it's unique. It's actually like one of the closest 100 mile in the US, I'd say, that is from the ones in Europe, because you do have a lot of people out there.
It feels that way, yeah.
Yeah.
Even though the number of actual runners are
maybe like a tenth.
Yeah, like 320, if that today. I'm sure there were some DNSs, but the people who supported, there are probably aid station volunteers that are 3-to-1, in ratio of the actual runners themselves. I'm sure you experienced it in your pacing duties, but yeah, talk about some of that and just what your overall impression was being both a pacer and a crew support person.
Yeah, it's incredible the work they put out there. It really needs to be said. I think because they were even less runners this year, I think it was 1 to 5, like 5 volunteer for every runner. It's just insane. And you can feel, as you say, you can feel it. Like I was pacing Ruth for the last 20 miles. And you get into the aid station, you get one person like specifically looking after you, and I guess also helped that at this time, like everybody's spread out. But still, yeah, and you get everything. Like, the aid stations is stocked up with so much food, drinks, and everything. Yeah, like when you're running with an elite, you don't really take the time. But man, if you're like with a meat packer or back of the pack, I'm sure you can put on weight during the race.
Well, let's talk about her day today, because I was blown away by the level of competition. I knew coming into it how deep this field was, but the field at the top end in particular, I mean, the overall top 10, we had Casey Lichtai finish under 20 hours, which I predicted when I saw the forecast, it would take them at least 22 hours, given how the previous years have trended. But to see the depth, I mean, it just spoke to the depth of competition, but also in the finishing times, especially with Beth and Ruth's time. I think any other year Ruth would have demolished the competition. But for her to run as well as she did on a day like today, just tell me what went into her day and how she was able to perform at such a high level on a day where, as I'm sure you felt, in many of those canyons, in those aid stations,
yeah,
it was hot.
It was extremely hot, but again, like this is no surprise. Like when you go into Western States, you expect
I'll be back.
Nothing but that, so you do prepare for it. So, I mean, Ruth is not really someone who leaves anything to chance. When she wants to do a race, like she puts everything into it. She prepares for it, and she does also like her homework. And so we've been on the course a lot. She's been training in the heat. We've been in Tahoe training at altitude as well, which definitely helps making a difference. But also, like, it's just like hanging out, talking to the right people, and I can definitely again
Any
quote, like,
updates on your runner?
Colin, who's been super helpful. Just like sharing like some of his knowledge with
Yeah.
with her, and yeah, turned
Nice.
out to be like really, really helpful, helping to set out her strategy for the whole race. It, I gotta say, then what was impressive is that she could not only apply the strategy but stick to it, and
Solid.
it unfolded perfectly. Like today, Beth Pascal was the best, hands down. So there was
You
no
sure he
tagging
hasn't finished
her.
already?
But like in terms of
No, just kidding.
bringing the best out of what she could do on the day, I think she was
Jesus.
close to 100%.
All right.
And so for a first
Motivation.
100 miler, I guess it's pretty satisfying. I mean, I'm stoked for her, and I think when she'll get up from the field, she'll be pretty stoked too.
Did she experience any lows? Were there any particular low points where you had to do a little more nudging, whether as a crew member or as a pacer?
I mean, for everybody who knows her, like she's a super easy person. So for the whole crowing part was super easy actually. And it was, yeah, in the last stages, like she started to like get tired and yeah, she got shitty at me. I'm like, that's part of the deal. I can't blame her for that.
Cranky ultra runners.
Yeah. I mean, you've been out there for so long, you're hurting, and it's like, yeah, it's only fair to feel a little bit like angry. I had her run scared for the last like 5Ks up to the road and then up to Auburn because I didn't want to have to like finish and sprint. And I've had certainly heard the story between like Claire and Brittany, and you're like, you do not want that to happen. So I kind of like had run her scared a little bit, and yeah, it was also really good to have like Alex and David show up at the start, so we can all run the last like K and a half all together.
Yeah.
It was good. Yeah, it was a really good day.
So more running scared and less trying to catch Beth. Was that ever? I mean, I'm sure that was the case at some point, but Beth seems like she locked in on her aggressive pace and continued all the way through the end.
Yeah, so she put in a lot of time at the start, and we are like, oh, is that going to hold? We didn't know. And so, yeah, when I picked Ruth up, I was like, all right, what's game on? We still have 30 plus Ks. Anything can happen. And over 8.5 Ks, we caught up just under 4 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, fuck, it is actually possible. But no, because it cost some to Ruth to run at this pace, and we slowed down a little bit afterwards. And then next thing we knew, Beth had regained that time, and so then it stayed. They both ran about the same pace because the difference between Green Gate and between them at the finish was exactly like 19 or 20 minutes. So they ran the same pace, but Beth had just made the move earlier. And she had enough in the tank to be able to make that aggressive move and keep it going. So yeah, no, congrats. That was, yeah.
One of the just all-time female performances on any other day, like I mentioned, would have been a cougar that you would have packed into your carry-on. But it wasn't meant to be. There was another woman who just had that much of a perfect dominant performance, and hats off to her.
Oh, totally. Like she had an amazing race, and it is impressive as well because it was a completely different strategy, like confident and just go hard from the start, and it takes guts to do it. So yeah, no, she executed well as well. But like I said earlier, like I don't think there's any disappointment to be had about Ruth's performance because other people in the ranking you can't control. But what you can control is like how good your race, and like I said, I think she gave her 100%. Like she ran really, really smart. And yeah, but like we were going up the last hill, and she was like, "I think this is gonna be me retiring from 100 miles."
All right. Well, we will definitely cut to some of the We still have some amazing athletes out there. I know I saw in the comments that Magda is at Pointed Rocks. I saw an earlier clip of, is that Magda?
No, that's going out of Green Gate.
Okay, yeah, and I saw an earlier shot of Claire Gallagher struggling mightily at one of the aid stations, but it seemed like she was able to rally. And of course, all the mid-packers, back of the packers, my people, as I like to say, they are still out there fighting tooth and nail. So we will definitely cut to them on occasion. And occasionally we will come back out of those montages and bring on a guest like Martin. But yeah, for now, I'm sure there are many Europeans who are up, just getting their day started. If you want to say something in French to sign us off for this conversation, please, the camera's yours.
Même si vous pouviez pas forcément venir pour cette course pour les US, parce que avec le Covid c'est un peu difficile, c'est vraiment une course qui vaut le coup, et je pense que l'année prochaine ça réouvrira, et donc ça va. Si vous avez la chance de, au moins participer à la loterie pour essayer, c'est une course qui est vraiment différente par rapport à l'Europe, donc n'hésitez pas. En tout cas, on s'est bien éclaté. Bonsoir.
You want to sum that up for me?
Just like inviting them to get involved, because it's a very different experience from Europe, but totally worth it.
All right. Thanks a lot, you guys. We will come back with another guest a little bit later. For now, on behalf of Martin and I, signing off from Placer High. Back to the footage.
Thank you.
Moving good right now. It's been okay. I think it's fast for that. Back and forth. But I, got on a climb. Yeah, I can climb. That's good. Yeah, I can't run downhill to save my skin, but.
Yeah, keep your G ready. You're on the stream. It's fine.
I'm aware of the last time. That's nice. 30 minutes ahead of 30 hours. Nice. So we're still running. Yeah. We came in the couch to like 8 That's awesome. Yeah. Just chugging along. Definitely. Onward, my friend. You know what, actually? I want to put this in there. Good. Yeah. That's great. That's done. Bring it home, man. Grind to the finish. We're going to push you even after that. I'm going to do it in an hour. We need to grab. Quick. All right. Good to see you guys. Ryan, you want any like a wet towel or anything? Are you good?
A wet towel on?
I want to play. I'm trying to. Okay, I'll let her know. I'm trying to kind of like yeah, it's strong. Yeah, keep it up. Awesome. Right, yeah, you guys got it. Have fun, man. This is the fun part. I can just down to.
Godspeed, guys. Thanks for tolerating the camera. I'm gonna shadow you for a minute.
Yeah. Thanks.
Right. Oh, really?
Yeah. Or you guys have one? Do you want an ice cold one or? I like this. Yeah. Yeah. What do you need?
Oh, I'm so sorry. No, 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 really, I'm in your way.
I'll let her know. Oh wait, sorry. What is it? Wet towel? Oh, shit, wet towel. Yeah. I wanted that all day. I literally keep going into places and 4 miles to get a wet towel. I know. Oh yeah. Did you really in your head or arms and legs? Woo! Woo! Yahoo! Need anything else? That's great. Woo! 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 So much.
And on the backstretch, our buddy Eric Senseman from Flagstaff, Arizona. This is his second Western States finish. And if he makes it around the next couple of minutes here, it's going to be about 21 hours, a couple hours faster than last time.
Bring it on home.
He's a strategist and a coach. Shout out to his suffering spouse, Jackie, and his mom, Jean, Stephanie, his sister, Patrick, his brother-in-law, Pacers, Justin, Houck, and Chris Brown, and the crew of Eric, Vince, Andre, Claire, Alex, and Ali. Eric Senseman from Flagstaff coming into the final turn. He'll end up being third Cowboy today to finish. Won a golden ticket at Black Canyon. This is Eric Senseman of Flagstaff, Arizona.
Can we get ice in both of these? Water and an electrolyte iced tea. Water. 4.6 miles to the next one. And you're 5.6 to the finish line. Look at that, you're like almost done, buddy. And that's when he says, it is almost done. Yeah. Actually, you might get something both. Do you want to sit down? No. Okay.
Shows another one. Yeah.
Do you guys have?
Last time I sat down, I threw up all of it. Yep.
Rice, broth, like 4 different types of Okay. This one's caffeinated. These two are not.
I already have like 5 of these.
Oh,
Yeah.
you need more.
Okay.
Take 2.
Okay.
You can take him home in a doggy bag.
Electrolyte is on that side, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I have been watching your back for a couple hours. Literally, I'm watching your back. Thank you. Do you need anything to eat, like a potato chip or 2 or something?
Nice raw taters.
Yeah, that sounds good. All right. Thank you guys. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
What did I say? 4.6 miles? 206. 206. We got it. 24 hours until 3:30. You're way below that. Yeah, thank you.
Godspeed, guys. I'm gonna shadow you for a minute. Nah, it's I mean, these things are dynamic. Just pretend I'm not here. Be easier if I was quiet.
All good. He wants to hear a voice other than mine.
Let's circle back around to the aid station. There's a lot of voices there. Nah. Yeah, man. The next most salient sound you'll hear will be the sound of a silver buckle being stamped with your credentials on it. All right, y'all. You good? You know, it's not unheard of.
You're going to be at the finish line before you know it. You do it.
AUNTS on.
I'll take care of that. Don't worry about it. And just kind of move it and have a great day.
You got it, man. Then it'll be your turn, right? 49? Nice. Just let me know if a runner's coming behind me.
How far do we have to go next?
Great, man. Keep it up. Bring it on home.
I'm gonna shadow y'all a minute for the live stream if that's all right, guys. Let's see the spread real quick, guys. On what are the runners feasting?
We have lovely vegetable broth.
Vegetable broth?
Chicken broth.
Oh, look at that.
We have ready to go.
Oh, sweet.
We forgot that white rice.
Got it. Oh, right. Yeah. Fruit spread. Oh, and jello. Perfect. Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you. This is the best tour I could hope for. Lots of classics. Some modern classics. Oh, beautiful. Oh, yeah. All right.
Then we got the
Good products. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't mean to me. Alright, and then we have the sort of offhand medical, yeah, self-repair station. Yeah, alright. And then, alright. Thanks for the tour. Everyone got to watch it on the stream? What's the best food that's located here, do you think? Yeah? Red Vines? Perennial favorite? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I need that a lot. No. Good at the end. I don't know. You bend down. Yeah, I want that. Yep. Oh, take off my gaiters off my shoes. No, stand. I plan to do a good amount of power walking. Good idea. You want to guys for your battery? Yeah. What am I looking at? You got 5 to go. Yeah, that's right. Fine. I want to get done. It's a good plan.
We like that.
Feeling good?
You need another headlamp. You can
Okay, that's a word.
we'll just pour you down.
You stand up. You get a bath. Where do you want it to be? My back from back. Right. All right. Proud of it.
Okay.
We'll see you in a few hours. Okay.
Awesome job, guys. Godspeed.
Hi. Go right here.
I don't have my phone.
Oh, I have my watch.
Yeah, I'm on the live stream. No. Yeah, just straight stalking you in the night.
What's up, everybody? Let's go get that silver belt buckle.
Yeah, man. Well, hey, do your part too, all right? See you at the finish. Yeah.
think I'm good now.
We're good. He just took one. Do you want any chews or spring?
No,
Put
no
it-
sugar.
Okay. You want any springs?
Alright, have we got anything I can stir this with? A stick will do.
Hold it.
That half, I reckon. And
This
then
has got a hole in it.
cold water in there.
This has got a hole. Yeah, where's your water? That's what
And let's do the filter.
you
Let's
want
do
any
the
ice?
filter bottle in the back. Don't need ice. Can you grab this, Jeff? This one? You feel that one?
Here's this tea with some waters. Where do you want the water? This guy? Where's your lid?
In that one, I've got the lid.
You have it. Here.
Stir that.
Hey, so my phone either fell out of my pocket in the river up there or was in my chair. Okay. Okay. I can use it. I haven't had my phone the whole time.
No, you're an ETA. I already did. Yeah. And can you make, because I think Belinda and Eva may want to go?
Yeah, I gave him ETA.
Okay.
So they're up, and I might have to do mine too.
That's enough of that.
You're my fucking hero.
Well, I'm not done yet, so let's wait until the hay has been, whatever we're going to do, consumed.
This is Sarah Pies. Sarah Pies from Saranac Lake, New York. Finished this race in 2017 and has a press classic in Washington State in 2016. She's an athlete and coach and a registered nurse. She has a dog named Mocha. And she says she eats pizza 6 days a week, but waffles are her favorite food. A big shout out to the #1 in the ultra of life, Aaron Newell, crew chief, and extremely handsome helper Brendan Madigan. Prime time here, Sarah Pies. Here she comes to the finish line. Sarah Pies of Saranac Lake, New York, is the Western States finisher for the first time.
Anything else? 50-50.
Water?
And this is Shannon Howell from Simpsonville, South Carolina. Most recently, she was the first female at the Georgia Jewel 100. Has top 10 finishes at the Leadville 100 and the Bighorn 100. And she won the 2018 Rhinestone 100 in Virginia. She says she's a wife and a mom and a Spanish teacher, not necessarily in that order.
Lived in California in her childhood, and now she's back finishing Western States. Big shout out to her husband Ken and her two boys Jackson and Jeffrey. I think the boys may be up past their bedtime tonight. Her crew and pacers Sergio Balboa and Alex Ball. With her here as she comes down the final stretch to complete her first Western States in a fine time. Shannon Howell of Simpsonville, South Carolina. And so after an hour and 45 minutes where only 3 runners finished, we now have 3 runners back to back to back. This is Cody Draper of Smithfield, Utah. He's done the Bear 5 times, Wasatch, Zion. He was 4th at the Bear in 2015 and 4th at Zion and 5th at Wasatch once. He's a product manager who spends all day on his computer. Cody has 3 amazing kids who are all smarter than him. And if you don't believe it, they'll tell you that. Special thanks to his wonderful wife, Bethany, who is crewing even with multiple brain tumors. She is amazing and deserves a belt buckle way more than he. Pacer of the Year goes to Jake Sanderson and Preston Wood. Thanks, guys. This is Cody Draper of Smithfield, Utah, finishing Western States. And on the back stretch, this is Chris McBride of Golden, Colorado. And if I'm not mistaken, he is our first 50-year-old today. He's 51 years old. He's run Bighorn, Run Rabbit Run, Pine to Palm, Bryce, and Mogollon. He's a process control leader. If you want to know about thermoplastic composites, he's your guy. Spent 9 months on a road trip through Africa. And when his 2 boys, Henry and George, were 5 and 8, amazing time visiting 8 countries, driving 24,000 kilometers, spending 100 nights in the bush. He was a member of Washington State University's Pac-10 track and field championship team in 1991, where he placed 2nd in the 800 meters and 4th in the 4x400 relay. Shout out to his pacers, George McBride and Henry McBride, and Roberta and Rhonda McBride. Robert is his big brother and oldest of 5 boys and a girl. This is Chris McBride from Golden, Utah, finishing Western States for the first time. And he also wants to thank his wife, Kelly. Don't forget Kelly.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we are back live here at the finish line of Placer High in the waning hours of Sunday morning now. I am here with fourth place finisher, Miss Brittany Peterson.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
I am feeling good. I'm just happy to be done and waddling around and bringing in some runners.
Well, this race was billed as super deep, and it certainly did not disappoint.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me what it was like out there. Who were you kind of keying off of? Who were you working with? And ultimately, like, who were you battling against towards the end?
I think like there's a big pack of us women like Katie Asmuth, Emily Hoggood, Ruth Croft. Ragna held back a little bit, and then she took off at one point. But I would say, and then it kind of progressed, like right leading into Roby Point. Ruth Keeley and I were together, and we were together for, I guess, from Robinson essentially to Dusty Corners, and then it kind of spread out. But then we started catching other people. So I think the main thing in my experience was Ruth and I ran quite a bit together and just would almost like self-check each other. Well, more so me self-check with her. Like, she was like, I think, we were only 7 minutes off course record pace. Lions Ridge or Red Star Ridge, one of those pretty early. Like, all right, we need to back off. Or like just, I was worried about quads, just no snow up high, which still got me at the end. But so it was super cool because Ruth and I were together quite a bit. I was, especially like from Robinson, going down like good runnable section. I was noticing my quads more. And I think, haven't talked to Ruth about it, but I think she probably wasn't because she made it through the first canyon. And then she climbed up to Devil's Thumb. We were together. And then she just took off. Whereas like she just made her move and just got stronger and stronger from what I heard. Which was super awesome to just be able to share with her and like see her be really patient, because she had talked about that in her pre-race interviews of patience will be key, and she just executed super well. And then towards the end, I knew Katie we had flip-flopped a little bit, and then I knew she was chasing hard. So I was just trying to hold on to 4th place by then, but just running by myself, which after 2 years ago, I was kind of happy to be doing.
Yeah, so how does it feel compared to 2 years ago? Obviously, the weather was such a huge part of the plot line today. And for whatever reason, it seemed to have impacted the men's side more than it did the women's side. Top 10, under 20 hours, absolutely insane. Some really, just the performances on the top 3 alone blew me away and would win second place, third place, would win any other year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was thinking in the earlier parts, like, wow, they went out fast and were relatively aggressive, but obviously in control. Like Beth Pascal just ran a phenomenal race. Every time I would get an update on her, it was like, she's having a hell of a day. And like, she looks super solid. She's not going anywhere. Which is just incredible, where for me, like being in 4th, I kept getting updates too. Like Ruth was 12 minutes, and then I'm sure it just kept getting further and further, where I was like, that's super awesome. And it just shows executing well, running within your means, but then being aggressive on top of it, just like Beth said. So I'm just super proud of all of them, especially, thinking about like Ragna and Ruth being their first 100-mile ever. They just did a phenomenal job.
Well, other than focusing on other women,
sure,
you had something else in the back of your mind, or maybe in the front of mind, who knows, and your life partner, Cody Lind, was also out there racing his butt off and coincidentally finished 4th. Tell me what you guys discussed about his performance and how you feel, and how much was he on your mind as you were racing out there, battling the heat and the other women?
I think, my crew was giving me updates, so especially, as you could have crew access more frequently, I was getting, because in the beginning I wasn't really getting updates because I think things were spread out or just a little chaotic or whatever. I was spending more time at aid stations later. So, I was getting the play-by-play of like, Cody's in 9th, he's looking super strong, and they're working to get him and Drew are working together, and then, like he's chasing for the podium and things like that. So it's just, hearing that helped me a ton, just channel energy. Obviously just super proud for him. I know like Cody feels the pressure, and there's just a lot of kind kind of hype with their story and like family and pressure for him, like in his first 100, and not to mention like first 100 at Western States, where I'm just so ecstatic that he performed to what I know he can, and just executed masterfully, which he generally does. But it's a little sketchy. Like in a 100-mile race, you never know what can happen.
Fantastic job. I mean, Cody ran a textbook patient race, and it paid off in the end. There were a lot of guys up front who ended up blowing up, and you know, it was exciting at the beginning, but you know, the patience generally wins out on a day like today, or sometimes being aggressive. Who knows? So somebody here in the chat asked, "Are you happy with your performance today?" I mean, I guess, you know, I don't want to put words in your mouth considering the competition, but why don't you tell the audience?
Yeah, I mean, I knew going in, like, super competitive race, you know, getting seconds, like, there's a lot more places below than above to get as far as improving or whatever. And then this race was just so different than 2 years ago. I mean, really, I wasn't running much slower, but just placement, like, I was climbing through the pack all day. Like, I knew that I would probably be, like, in the earlier stages, maybe top 10, maybe not. So it's just, I'm super happy. I mean, I think I rolled with the punches that this year gave, and a hot year and no snow in the high country. I did know going in, like, I like that technical aspect. I used that 2 years ago. Plus the side of like the snow, like you're glissading on it, so it's easier on the quads. And I mean, just totally different race. So, and then totally different competition. So 4th place, I am super happy. And it felt so much harder, but I'm sure my viewpoint is skewed, of course, but it felt really hard. So a 4th place was a battle won for sure.
We have one more question here in the chat. Brittany, what was the toughest part of your journey today? What was the best part of your journey besides the finish line? And that's from Colin Farrington.
Awesome. Good question. Toughest part, I had a pretty decent rally out of Forest Hill. Like, just energy was high. My pacer was awesome. But I feel like the last 20 miles was just fighting a bonk the entire time. And I struggle with that anyway. Like, those 5-mile stretches feel like forever to get to ALT, to get to the quarry, and then all the climbing at the end. So I would say after the river, I had some good sections in there, but definitely not as strong. I was not chasing this year. Best part, I just think, I mean, just running with Ruth and Keeley for so long. Obviously, you know, getting on Placer Track and like hugging Cody at the end and just celebrating that experience with him. I mean, and then maybe that goes into the start line also. Like, Paul pulled Cody, me, and his other athlete, Emily, together, and like, I'll blow his cover, but he was crying. And just, I mean, just meaningful words where you know how special that is. And all 3 of us had great days today. So, I mean, just what more could you ask for?
Well, I can't help but notice in the shot there, Magdalena Boulet over at, I'm pretty sure that's Roby Point, as she's taking her victory lap. Probably not the day that she had anticipated or wanted, but she gritted out a tough finish, and I am one of Magda's biggest fans, so I am so happy to see her. We're about to greet her in a few minutes here in the track. Brittany, I noticed that it has been about 4 hours since you finished. Who are you waiting for here?
Claire. I'm super happy Magda's here too. I want to see her. I think it was just more so of like, couldn't eat, was in the drug testing area for a long time, and then just maybe have been dreading like going up these stairs to actually get to my van. And I'm not gonna be able to sleep anyway. But then like, I want to say like these ladies that, or I mean everyone, Patrick Reagan, like people that had the day they weren't hoping for, Eric Sensman. I mean, like, to see all of these guys continue on, and gals continue on, when Camille Herron, I mean, she's still out there. Like, that means a lot. And I think those are some badass people out there that are pushing through despite probably rather not having wanting to. So I want to be there to cheer them in.
As do I.
Yes.
Okay, guys, thanks for your questions. I know we didn't get to a couple others, but Magda is due in any second now, so let's cheer her in. And cut over to the live feed. Miss Brittany, congratulations. Thank you very much. Congratulations. You killed it today.
Thank you so much. I
All
appreciate
right.
it.
So this is Magda Boulay and Abby Hall. It's a horse race here for sure. Magda Boulay and Abby Hall, we'll talk about them after this race is over. This is like the 1,500 meter finals in the Olympic trials. Oh, sorry, that was a pacer. That's Abby Hall. And this is Magda. Magdalena Boulay. We'll talk about Abby in a minute. Sorry, Abby, there was a little too much excitement here at the end. We just woke up here in the booth. This is Magda Boulay, a Western States board member. She won this race in 2015. She also won Leadville and was 17th at UTMB and 5th at UTMB. She works full-time for GU Energy Labs as a Vice President of Innovation, Research, and Development. Big shout out to her pacer, Topher Gaylord and Andy Cochran, her crew, Alice Baker, and the GU Energy Labs family, and the Boulay family. Magda Boulay finishing Western States for the third time, Magda. And just in front of her was Abby Hall of Boulder, Colorado, who finished Leadville a couple of times. She's an athlete for Adidas Terex. No one but you gets to decide how far you can go, and Abby went 100.2 miles today, thanking her husband Cordis for crewing, pacing, and supporting her not just in this race, but in all the hours of training leading up to it. And also Sabrina Stanley for pushing her to go deeper, and Sabrina was here pacing today. And to Dave Daly for spending the weekend crewing. And also her thanks to our coach Jason Coop and to the Adidas Terex for supporting her to be here and live her dream. Her parents are back in Boulder. Hopefully they stayed up to watch this on the live feed. Good luck with that. It's 4:15 a.m. in Boulder. Abby Hall and Magda Boulay finishing 29th and 30th overall, and 14th and 15th woman. And we do have something of an amazing anomaly here at Western States this year, how well the women have performed in this hot day. After 30 finishers, Magda was the 30th finisher here so far today. 15 of the first 30 finishers are women.
Hi, Sarah. Thanks for being here. So late.
So you can ride around with me next year.
Yes.
I think it's technically early. Diana had fun.
No, that was my goal. Like, please get there before sunrise. Yeah, you want to take this? Yeah. We're gonna have to wait for there.
How is she?
Like, I do. You're incredible. Oh my God. You are so good. She ran fast as well, so it's insane. She just kept running. But thanks for all the like compliments. Really good. Yeah. How's the team? How was it since I last?
That's the best game.
Like in Colorado. It was all good. Oh, I forgot there was a second. Oh, after Mission Blood?
After. There's the first one, and then there's Eldorado, and then the first one's Eldorado. I was like, wow, you're so cute.
Yeah.
And then they were like, nice, back down the river. I was like, yeah, but I'm going to Mission Blood. Nice.
I was still doing that. So now I can really say I had
So you haven't had a golden hour finish yet?
Oh, I mean,
I got to experience it in 2017. It was special. My neighborhood and the next morning.
Yeah, he's gonna win.
Pretty good.
I was thinking something like this. I'm now joining my friends who have all given their everything to chase you. In fact, the two were in one race when Kat was chasing you, and then Sabrina was chasing you. Oh, yeah. But she did chase you first. Get that.
Oh, Casey.
Yeah,
Top
10.
10.
10. Yeah. She was awesome. All top 10 women were under 20 hours.
Yeah.
In a hot year.
In a hot year.
It's insane.
I predicted 22 for 10.
The ladies showed up.
The ladies.
So awesome.
Because that was the first time
You're just feeling.
I dropped a few things, but I mostly didn't say like you guys were looking up your stuff.
Wow. That's rumor on the street.
Can we go picture in picture with with this finisher here too? Sorry to direct on camera. Let's give this guy his due. It's the best part, Magda. That lap around Placer High.
Whew.
Well,
It is the best lap. It's not quite a lap.
well,
Thank goodness.
new Western States board member, also a part of this live stream committee, was an instrumental part of putting all of this together. So thank you very much for that, Magda. I overheard you say, just like I'm overhearing TJ right now, that you have now officially experienced every kind of race here at Western States. Expand upon that for the viewing audience right now.
Well, I would say that today's race was one of the toughest. I've been very fortunate to cross the finish line first. Second, I had a DNF, and today was the first time where I spent a lot of time at aid stations, like sitting down and trying to get my stomach to work. It was disheartening, but I was determined to cross this finish line, even if it took me 22 hours or longer.
Well, let's talk about that. Where did that determination come from? What were you thinking about that motivated you to, despite maybe knowing at some point or accepting that you were out of the top 10, that you're still going to finish?
Yeah. It was, I'm in one piece. I'm not broken. I just needed to, back off on pace and take care of, my stomach. Pretty much every race, you want to drop out, right? But I was pretty determined to finish this year because just leading up to the race, it's been a rough year, just altogether. And I kind of just needed that finish, so much more than finishing in top 10.
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah, I'm totally with you. The finish line, it just feels better when you know that you completed the task, albeit maybe a few hours slower than you would have liked. Really quickly, we've been talking about the competition all day. We're talking about almost record heat. Tons of carnage out there. What was it like out there for you? And just talk about the level of just bringing it today that these top 10 women and beyond brought today. And as we are talking about this, we're waiting for Claire.
Right.
And who's still going and who's still determined to get that finish line. So just talk about all of that, the spirit, the fighting spirit, but also just the level of competition. I feel like the bar keeps getting raised year in and year out, especially by the European ladies today.
Yeah, I think the women showed up today and
big time.
Just delivered.
Big time.
In a year where it was really hot, the conditions were not favorable. To see top 10 women finish in top 20. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's mind blowing. Totally. And for Beth to come and finish 7th, I was getting updates, when I was out there, and just so impressive. Like you said, the bar is, set a lot higher. And I'm just looking forward to see what we can do on the women's side when the weather is great here and more favorable. I mean, that's, the race record is definitely, it's going to come down soon.
Yes, every year. Iron sharpening iron. Magda, I mean, there's so many adjectives I can bring up to describe you, and just seeing you actually enter the track brought a whole bunch of memories and a whole bunch of feelings. I know you're dealt with an exceptionally difficult year, and you and I have talked about that. So to put all of that into context and to see you achieve this thing today was just is just jaw dropping and super inspiring, as you always have been. You know,
Those finishes, is what really, what really is going to stand out years from now, and it's probably going to end up being, for me, it's going to be probably the most meaningful finish of all. um,
So you love this race. I love this race.
Yes.
To the point that we've dedicated tons and tons of time doing both, broadcast work, DEI work. Tell me what this means this year as a board member. Maybe it feels a little bit different. And do you think you'll do the Western States again?
Ooh, that's a tough question. Well, I think when I was sitting at Hal's aid station, I looked at him and I said, I'm not doing this race again. But I really want to work all the aid stations and I want to be here and really contribute in a very different way than I have in the past. Again, there's like so much that you can do for this race, and it does not need to be racing. At this point, I'm not sure when. Hopefully I'll do it again, but not anytime soon. I think I'm ready to contribute in different ways.
I am wondering if that is Claire. No, that's not quite Claire yet. Okay.
Not yet.
All right, so we are waiting for Claire Gallagher. I want to give her a big old sweaty hug for toughing it out. And speaking of being tough, you definitely displayed that today on a day that brought some serious uppercut, left, right, like just every which way. But you made it to the finish line, and that in of itself is a huge feat on a day like today. So, Magda, you're my hero. You always inspire me. And you
Proud
have
of
a
this
medal
medal.
and a belt buckle in a few hours to receive as a result. Thank you guys for tuning in, and thank you, Magda, for another amazing, gritty performance out there.
Thank you. Let's go see Claire.
Peter Fain and Adam Kimball are his pacers. His crew, his amazing wife and all-around badass Amber Weibel and Kelly Fitch. Shout out to his children Enzo and Zoe. Don't know if Enzo and Zoe are up at this ungodly hour, but perhaps they are. And again, a huge thank you to Amber for her support and for being his partner in this crazy adventure of life. Oh, the children are up at this ungodly hour. It looks like that must be Enzo. Wave your hand, Enzo. Congratulate your dad. He's finishing Western States. This is Ryan Weibel from South Lake Tahoe, finishing Western States in 22:32.
All right, we are back live here at Placer High. I am joined by my new friend here. Introduce yourself. Where are you from?
My name is Chris Johnston. I'm from Warren, New Jersey.
All right. As you can see, he finished not too long ago, 22 hours and some change. And what did you say? You just said you had hoped you could finish before your birthday. Is that what you said?
Yeah, so I was hoping to finish Saturday before my birthday, but alas, finished Sunday. It's my birthday today, so.
Well, excellent. Happy birthday, man.
Yep.
So tell us about the day. I know it was some really insane conditions. We all knew it going into it. Tell me how it actually played out there, and were you ready?
I was ready as best as I could. I live on the East Coast, so a lot of the climbing we just don't get out there, and mostly the descending we don't get. I was finding myself going slower on the downhills than actually on the uphills, and my heat management was okay, except for Michigan Bluff into Forest Hill. Probably took an hour laid out in the concrete there in Forest Hill, shivering and just not potentially going on, and rallied and finished.
How long were you laid out in Forest Hill?
It was probably 45 minutes to an hour, just flat on my back.
So, I mean, I don't know how you heard about Western States, but I heard about it first time through Dean Karnazes' book, Ultra Marathon Man, and ever since then, the lore of the Western States just kept growing and growing. And then when I finally got to run it in 2015 for the first time, it was just a pinch me, I can't believe I'm here. Tearful, emotional start. I mean, experience even before the race started. I don't know how it was like for you if you hold it in this, this very magical place in your heart. But tell me about how you found out you got into Western States and what it felt like to finally be here at the start line.
I got in off the wait list this year. It was probably end of March that I got in, March or April. I'm not sure when that went out. But I was actually doing yard work and looked at my phone and had a Ultra sign up email, and I was like texting my friend. I was like, I think I just got into Western States, and he's like freaking out for me.
Did your phone blow up with a bunch of texts?
Yeah, it's a pretty cool experience. My pacer out here, he put up his hand right away to come out and pace, so that was cool. It's definitely a special place, and even being from the East Coast, removed from Tahoe area, it's epic out there, and today didn't disappoint. From getting to the top of the escarpment and just having people everywhere, drones up, like so cool, to just even the heat and the climbing. Like, as much as in the time it was brutal, it's like what Western States is.
Yeah,
and it's really cool.
Yeah, and that the media just seems to get bigger and bigger year in and year out. I guess that's just a part of a growing sport and a growing community. But man, 22 hours, like I said, and some change. That's a phenomenal time. I don't know what your A goal was, B goal was, but where does today stand?
Get to the finish line under 24. Not necessarily what I was targeting, but played it smart. Probably one of the first races I've actually played smart, and pulled it off. My buddy said that the finishing place was pretty high for a day like today. Just got lucky for that, but persevered through a lot, and I think that's a lot of what Ultra is just pure problem solving from mile one. Something's going to go wrong right away.
All right, well, you said you live in the East Coast. Maybe there's people who are just waking up or haven't gone to bed yet. Is there anybody you want to shout out before we sign off?
Shout out my wife who's here and my daughter, Sarah and Hadley, and I don't know, Miles Fennon. He's East Coast guy, but he's actually the one that got me into all this nonsense. So.
Well, fantastic, buddy. I can't wait until you get your silver buckle in a few hours at the award ceremony. That is a beautiful piece of hardware. It's definitely well deserved. So congratulations, my man. Awesome. I'm very happy for you.
Thank you very much.
I apologize for not warning you, but I guess here we are. No, this is This is good streaming. The folks at home want to see the sausage get made, you know? Yeah. Put on your best, I'm on YouTube face.
Making the bacon. That's bacon in the West.
Well, it smells amazing. This is on the live stream right now. The world is watching this bacon get made.
Sure, y'all. You're certainly welcome to have some. Yeah, pancakes will be coming in a little while. Pancakes in a little bit. Got some eggs. We got some eggs. We got some hash browns.
Man. The people just have to see it. A lot of times they don't cut to our audio. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because it's not always stream appropriate.
Oh well. Okay, look.
Yeah. No, you're fine. You're fine. It's it's often runners and pitches. Yeah. No, it's all good. Yeah, bacon cam.
All right.
Thanks for tolerating this close scrutiny.
Fun, you know, when you be on TV, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the world can see it right now.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, and then take a selfie of yourself eating a pizza.
You know, I gotta keep myself off camera. It would be unethical to use this for self-promotion purposes. I'm into it. Oh, perfect. Is it person? Got it, guys.
Yeah, Claire Bear.
I call your attention to the back of the track where we have Claire Gallagher of Boulder, Colorado. Claire is our defending champion, a Princeton University grad where she ran track and cross country. She is an environmental advocate and climate change activist. Has done a lot of good work in that area. After her win last year at Western States and well before that. She won Leadville in 2016, the CCC 100K in the Alps in 2017, and Western States in 2019, running 17:23, which at the time was the second fastest time ever. Now it's third after today's results. Claire was running very well for the first two-thirds of the race, started to struggle and hung in there gamely, showing the true grit of a champion. And on the backstretch from Pasadena, California, we have Maria Vargas. This is her first 100-mile run. She's done a couple of 100Ks. And 3 Ultra Sky Race Adventure 50Ks. She worked in the applied behavior analysis field with children who have autism. This is Maria Vargas of Pasadena. Thanks to her husband and pacer, Rene Durantes, for his unconditional love and support. And to her good friend, Nelva Vallardas, for her friendship. This is Claire Gallagher now, showing what great champions do. They get it done. Congratulations, Claire. I know how hard that was to do. And this is Mark Bain coming in from Cleveland Heights, Ohio. Mark Bain is a cerebrovascular neurosurgeon at the Cleveland Clinic. He enjoys boating with his family, skiing. Thanks to his wife, Roxanne, his pacer, his brother, Andy, his children, Tyler, Ella, and crew leader and ultra guy, Richard Schlenk, along with Carrie, Jack, Maddie, and Reese, and Mason. Mark Bain of Cleveland Heights, Ohio. He's done the Ohio races, Burning River and Mohican several times each, but this is his first Western States, finishing in 22:48. Mark Bain of Cleveland Heights, Ohio.
My shot, Larry. We'll clear the pitch, pal. I heard your name. I said, KP Box. I know you can do it always.
I think you burned it.
So Dylan Kern they signed off around 12:31. I can't remember. They signed off when I was coming in, when I was hiking in, and then they kind of nobody, but Billy's doing some finish line interviews with folks who are coming in. So like Brittany Peterson, Magda Boulet. I'd be.
All right, we're going to do the staircase. Come on, we got it funny.
Yeah. Okay. Did you meet before today, or was it random happenstance that you all care for the same person? That's great. Do you know how far off your runner is?
Big effort today. Big effort. Big effort. We should talk about big team effort. Especially Mikey. 7 hours walking.
We ran a good 10. Have more women finish than men?
It's like, I think it's like equal.
Yeah.
It's 50-50, yeah. Hey, you're like 14. Crushed it. Crushed it. Guys, we'll see you tomorrow.
That's it? Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. Hey, great job.
Hey, where's your bib?
Not here.
All right.
Got to change.
Got it. Hi, friends. Sorry to intrude. Your person coming soon? Okay. Okay, good, good. An hour's not all that long. Not on a day this long. Like a bad penny, I'm back again. Look at that. Sounds like it. So maybe that's just wishful thinking.
They're just down the hill, front first. Okay.
Yeah. Most of the time, we'll kind of. I'm not sure. I'll say the number that you did.
The cheetah is on the backstretch. This is Tim Cristoni from La Crescenta, California. This is the first time he's gotten here. We asked him about previous finishes, and he said, hey, come on, man, it took me 5 lotteries and a year of COVID rollover to get here the first time. He has done UTMB, Mohican, Catalina, Angeles Crest, a couple, 3 times in San Diego.
Craig.
He's planning to be semi-retired from endurance racing after this finish. We've heard that one before. Thanks to his wife and crew, Helen. Also a multiple 100-mile race finisher, his pacer, David LaPagna, his crew, Lauren LaPagna, and his brother and getaway driver, Mark Clark. This is Tim the Cheetah Cristoni from La Crescenta, California, finishing Western States in 23:03. And a technology consultant from Mill Valley, California, this is Steve Robery. He has done Rio del Lago, Tahoe Trail, and Kodiak. Originally from the UK, moved to California in 2006 after living in Japan for 4 years. He's married to an Aussie who he met on a safari in Africa. So this guy gets around. He's also spent a few years living in Melbourne before heading back to London. Her 14-year-old daughter was born in San Francisco, so they're a little bit internationally confused. Dedicating this race to his brother-in-law, Richie, who's in London, currently undergoing chemotherapy for pancreatic cancer. And to his wife, my sister Ruth. Huge thanks to Belinda, his wife, his daughter Eva, and to his awesome pacers, Jeff Reifers and Alex Gumensky. This is Steve Robery of Mill Valley, California, finishing Western States for the first time in 23:05.
Not far now.
Oh man, my feet are cramped, but I can't stop. Fuck out, it's a record. Have water. And then you have like those tabs of food. It's just the your water. You also have the baking, you have roll-on lines. You have the tabs at the bottom.
You got 6 hours of this race.
I don't think it'll take all of that. It's going to take more than mile an hour.
So Steve?
Hang on, the race director should be in the shot. No. I got it.
It's my mouth.
The only guy who took it was an old guy, right? Your age or older? I can
Half a tab in each, right? Yes. Oh, this is a live stream?
You are actually on the live stream right now, yeah.
Can I have some water? One of the other aid station guys at the aid station volunteer said, "Oh, I really wish I could trade places with you." I almost punched him.
Yeah, they might not have meant it.
I told him we could switch.
Why don't you drop your flashlights, your turnless weight in your pouch?
Back pocket? No.
And on the backstretch, the pride of Santa Rosa, Jorma Gates. This is his first Western States and his fifth 100-mile run. He has completed Burning River, Cascade Crest, Tahoe Rim Trail, and Rocky Raccoon. He describes himself as a sometimes apprentice cobbler at the Healdsburg Running Company. He's a travel junkie along with his wife. His pacers are longtime buddy Bob Shebest, crew captains Heather, his wife, and Janet, his mother, and his support crew are Frank, Dory, and Kevin. Super mega huge thank you to his wife Heather for enduring and supporting him through 18 straight months of training for this race. This is Jorma Gates of Santa Rosa, California. Sonoma Strong, Jorma Gates.
Yeah. He turned really hard. He executed great.
Right. Yeah.
So is this going to be on YouTube, like, so I could watch it later?
I mean, it's on the live stream right now. I'm not sure what recording availability will be like in the future, but yeah.
Thank you.
You bet. I might shadow you for a minute.
Sure.
I don't know if any of our audio got picked up or if it's just video, but either way, the world got to see you roll through.
Well, I'm sure that there's commentators who are analyzing my every step.
Yeah, you know, the up at 4 a.m. crowd, probably real forgiving.
The East Coast is where I'm from.
Okay. That's true. Well, man, I hope your people got to see you if they were swift enough. All right, well, Godspeed. It's all downhill from here until it's uphill again. All right, again. I'll shadow you for a moment for the live stream, if that's all right. Yeah, no worries. I'll leave off. Yeah, go get after it. You got it.
We have two runners on the track. David Aguayo from San Luis Obispo and Luke Bateman from Dallas, Texas. So this is first David Aguayo
And he has done Angeles Crest, San Diego 3 times, Tahoe Rim, the Tahoe 200, and the Moab 240. He's going to do the Triple Crown of 200s this year. He's the weights and measures inspector. San Luis Obispo's David Aguayo. Making it look easy. I know it wasn't, but he made it look easy.
I'm the owner of the vibe from this guy.
And at the head of the track, this is Luke Bateman. He's done Dinosaur Valley Endurance Run, Bighorn and Wasatch. He's an investment professional in Dallas, Texas. Played rugby at Harvard. His wife Lauren and he are expecting their second child in October. Big shout out to his crew, Mark and Kathy, his parents, Cullen Rogers, his best man, and his pacer, Chris Barnwell. We already mentioned his spouse. Her birthday was last Thursday, and children, Cassidy, 2.5 years old, and one more on the way. And to a big shout out to our longtime friend, Libby Jones at the Active Joe. This is Luke Bateman of Dallas, finishing Western States, 23:19, well done. And right behind him is Sarah Bunting Lamos. This is her first Western States. She finished Leadville in 2017, and she is looking strong. Vice President of Consumer Success at Flyreel, an InsurTech startup in Denver. She is from Thornton, Colorado, has 2 kids, Sky, who is 9, and Cleveland, who is 8. Her husband, Nathan, her pacer, Raquel Harper, and her crew, Bridget and Ben Hamilton. Sarah Bunting Lamos from Thornton, Colorado.
We're going to be doing the...
I'm going to do it right now.
Is the warm ready?
No. I just got it out, so.
Okay, so I know I I kind of shocked you and surprised you, but you had just finished 23 hours, 20 seconds. Miss Sarah Bunting, how do you feel?
So relieved. It's been a long day, but I've been so grateful to be here. It's been an amazing race. The volunteers have been incredible, and all the participants, all the elite racers were so kind on the trails, and just had a rough day, but was just loving all of it.
So this is your first Western States?
Yeah.
Congratulations, you absolutely knocked it out of the park. I don't know if 23:20 and change falls under A-Goal, B-Goal, but it's a phenomenal time. You got a silver belt buckle to show for it. What was, tell me about today, because obviously the heat is the overarching story of today, but was there anything else that made today an exceptionally difficult or challenging day for you? Let me get this a little bit closer. There you go.
So the heat was rough, and I couldn't hold food down after mile 30. And then my electrolytes were off, so I started cramping going into the canyons, which was really fun. But managed to pull it together enough. And just, again, closed well when the sun went down and it got a little cooler. Everything got easier. So finally I could run. That was really fun.
How did you get into Western States?
I got in from the wait list. I had qualifiers, and interestingly enough, I ran the Canyons 100K 2 years ago. My IT band blew out, and I ended up hiking back the last 16 to 20 miles, and I'm so glad I did, because that got me my qualifier for this race, and I got in. I think they cleared the wait list this year, so
yeah,
a lot of luck.
International, obviously what happened this year. When did Western States first capture your imagination and your desire to run it?
Probably 4 years ago, I started my first ultras. I did Leadville. That's my only 100-miler before this one. And once I got into it, I just started, fangirling all the amazing runners who were, vying to get into Western States. And then, just got the bug, and it was on the bucket list. And so happy I've been able to be here.
So I saw that you had quite the support system. Tell me about who you brought, who might be watching you back at home.
My husband and my amazing crew, Ben and Bridget Hamilton. And then my amazing pacer, who was so fantastic to keep me going, Raquel Harper. And probably I have two little ones at home. I don't know that they're up, although I guess it's early, so they might be up. Sky and Kulin, 8 and 9, and my family, my parents and in-laws and everybody. So
all right.
Hopefully with them following along.
Well, Sarah, I mean, seriously, especially considering the conditions, an amazing, amazing time. I hope you're proud of yourself. I hope you're proud of your effort, and I hope you wear that silver belt buckle proudly.
Thank you, Billy. I will.
Sarah Bunting, everyone.
I'll shadow you for a moment, if you don't mind, for the live stream. I mean, if you said no, I guess I'd need to stop. Do you know what's up ahead? Yeah, it's like 3 1/3 down to no hands. Yeah, that's about 1.2, 1.3 for no hands to road point. And then just a little bump and then stall downhill. Yeah, go get it. See at the finish line.
job. Good job.
So we just been having a little trouble with our timing mat, and we missed Jeremy Green from Arlington, Washington, who is a two-time I'm Tough finisher, Pine de Palm, Orcas Island, Lone Star 100. Jeremy Green, 46 years old, from Arlington, Washington, earning a silver buckle at Western State. Sorry about that, Jeremy.
All right, we are back live again from Placer High as we are counting down towards 24 hours here at the Western States 100. I am joined today by a recent finisher, my bud from Southern California, Tim Cristoni. Congratulations, first of all.
Thanks, Billy.
What a day, especially given the conditions. How do you feel, my friend?
Unbelievable. I feel like broken and excited and happy, and I mean, just all the emotions you can possibly think of.
I don't know if you know this consciously, but you had a little Scotty Mills lean going. Did you know about this?
Well, they told me after Larry Gassan told me that I was leaning afterwards, and I leaned like that after I did my sub 24 at AC 100 as well. So I guess at the end of the race, that's leaving it all out there.
Yeah, and considering Scotty Mills is the first name that come to mind, I was like, well, that's not bad company. Scotty Mills is the legend.
I love Scotty Mills.
So tell me about the day. Tell me about what it was like to run Western States, especially in a year where we are just, after the pandemic, and in a year where the temperatures, I'm sure, got well into the triple digits in the canyons.
Yep.
What was it like? What was it actually like out there?
It was pretty brutal. My wife, it was kind of funny. She thought that I was taking spring electroride, and she thought that I said on my race plan to put 3 in the water, in the 20-ounce 3 packets in there, and I said on the thing to put them inside so I could mix them later. So I ended up with like these supercharged, triple.
Very concentrated.
Concentrated, but the actual heat was pretty brutal. I think that the saving grace was the ice cap that I wore. I don't know if you've ever seen those ice cap with the.
Is that the Corny Dewalter thing where it's almost like
it has a drawstring cinch
Yes.
on top, and then it like opens up and you just dump ice into it, and then you cinch it back down. Game changer. And then the cool bandana that you can put ice into and flip it around and put it on your neck. Those are the only things I think that help just get me through the grind of that part of the day. That and I did a lot of heat. Well, I did as much heat training as I could leading up to the race, running in the afternoons down in LA in the mountains and trying to run those exposed sections of Beaudry or Mount Lukens or whatever, whatever I could find to find some heat. And that helped a lot.
Tell me about the day that you found out that you got into Western States.
Well, so my birthday weekend happens to be the first weekend of December. My wife and I were coming up to the lottery to sit front and center, and I think it was the second one. And she tells me, babe, I said, babe, we don't have to come up here anymore. If we don't get drawn. She says, no, we're coming up here every year until you get drawn. The next year, I was front and center, and I got called, and I was like number 85 or something like that.
Phone blow up?
Oh, my goodness, yeah. Like, it's like, statesman. It's like, everybody's watching. Everybody's excited for you, especially, 5 years in the lottery. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter, but, I mean, some people go longer than that. But 5 years is a long time in ultra running, especially on your body. And back before the rule change, you had to requalify every year. So getting the name drawn with 16 tickets was pretty cool. And then COVID happened, so it ended up being 6 and change to get actually in the race.
Well, was it everything that you thought it would be and more?
And more. I mean, it was just so surreal. Like starting up there in Olympic Valley with all those amazing runners and just, all the crews and all the people. Just such a cool experience to just look around and see all these rock star runners. And it's like, whoa. And then, to go up the escarpment and all those people at the top just sitting up there cheering you on. And it just, I did take a second to turn around and take some video up there at the top. I just had to pause and experience that. I gave myself like 20 seconds. And then it was on. And the first 30 miles, I've been coming to these training camps my wife and I did like 4 years of the Western States training camps on Memorial Day weekend. So we knew the last 70 miles of the course. We'd never run the first 30. So all that was new to me. And it was a lot rockier than I thought. It kind of reminded me of San Diego 100. There's a lot of rocks down there and a little bit more technical than I thought. So my feet got a little bit beat up at first, but it was beautiful. I mean, just gorgeous, stunning, beautiful. And it was up there. It was cooler than I thought it was going to be because I was watching the temperatures thinking like the sun's going to come up and just burn us. But as you started coming down, it really didn't start getting hot until, I don't know, till the canyons.
All right. Well, I am hearing TJ's voice go off quite often. I definitely want to show the especially the people who are chasing sub 24 hours, some love. And if you have friends out there, we will try to keep the cameras rolling and keep it live, especially as we near 24 hours and see if there's any drama that unfolds there. But one person who definitely got well under 24 hours is my man right next to me, Tim Cristoni, lean and all. He did it, 23 hours and change. Congratulations, my man.
Thanks, Bill. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Pacers Tomas Peralta and Gerard Dean, who introduced me to ultra running, to his inspiring and supportive parents, and his training partner, Dagmar the dog. Getting a silver buckle in his first try at Western States, that's pretty awesome stuff. From Chico, California. This is Nick Affleck.
Congratulations, my man.
And on the back stretch, Jorge Maravilla. He was 8th here in 2012, 30th overall in 2013, 27th in 2014. He's also done the Tahoe Rim Trail, which he won in 2011. Co-founder of the San Francisco Running Company, entrepreneur, motivational speaker, climate change advocate, spokesman for the underserved, and occasionally a bilingual janitor. Happiest guy in Marin County, happiest guy in our sport, Jorge Maravilla. Big shout out to his partner Stephanie Howe, his sons Julian and Joaquin, his crew and pacer Travis Weller, along with all members of our community that make up the threads of our beautiful cloth. A hard day for Jorge, but he got it done, and he got it done on time. Well done, amigo. Jorge Maravilla from San Rafael, California.
Guys, I'll probably interview him, so I'm probably gonna set my phone down in the corner somewhere so you can. Gabriel Sylvester Wildberger from Zurich, Switzerland is on the track. He has done the Swiss Peaks 2020 race, and he says he's a professional unicorn hunter. Passionate cyclist, climber, ski tourer, and surfer. So let me know at the finish line where in California I have to surf for the next 7 days before flying home. Let's send him out to Mavericks with his silver buckle. Shout out to his family who was unaware of him doing such races until he completed them. And also Henrik Westerlund and Morin Schmidt for entertaining me when the night is pitch black. And to Jim for dragging him to the finish line. This, I believe, is our first Swiss finisher of the day and our first unicorn hunter. Gabriel Sylvester Wildberger from Zurich, Switzerland. And this is Takuji Sasaki from Hayama in Kanagawa, Japan. This is his first Western States. He has done Rio del Lago and the Senganyama 100-miler in Japan. He is in marketing at Patagonia, Japan. Once traveled 10,000 miles by bicycle from Portugal to Singapore. He loves to travel, has been to 90 countries so far. Shout outs to his pacers, Jiro, his crew, the Kazu, his family,
his wife Eureka, his kids Hall and Hannah.
Streaming live, baby. Let's go.
This is Takuji Sasaki from Hayama, Japan, finishing Western States with a silver buckle. And just behind him from Mill Valley, California is Phil Sanderson. Finished this race a bunch of times. He's going for his 5th straight Grand Slam this year. He's a venture capitalist, good friend of the race, Phil Sanderson of Mill Valley. And this is Kat Drew from Vancouver, BC. She finished 8th woman here last year. She's an event producer and a running coach. She's getting married to her long-suffering spouse in September, Jeremy. And also thanks to Mac, Larry, Chris, Cassie, Vasily, and Anna, and David Roach, the most amazing coach ever. Catherine Drew from Vancouver, BC. We're getting down to it for the silver buckles. We're now at 23:46. So if you're out there on Agard Street and you can hear my voice, it's time to get a move on. On the back stretch over here is Andy Mangold from Brooklyn, New York. He has finished Mohican, Javelina, and Burning River. He's a photographer and a running coach and a drummer for a punk rock band called Manana Couch. He's also an author who wrote and photographed the plant-based cookbook, Cooking on the Run. Shout outs to Avinash Patil, Karmi Chan, and Kwang Ton, his pacer Grant Lipman, and also Kwang Ton's pacing him. This is Zandy Mangold of Brooklyn, New York. Zandy Mangold of Brooklyn, finishing Western States.
I'll send her the video. Get it. Stop, Zandy.
Oh, thanks.
All right.
On the back stretch is Will Briggs from Hawaii, California. This is his first Western States. He's run Vermont and Rio del Lago. He's a judge advocate in the U.S. Marine Corps, captain in the Marine Corps, currently stationed at Marine Corps Air Station in Miramar. Big shout out to his wife Natalie, who's due in August with their second son, and his son Ray, who is 18 months old. This is Will Briggs of Poway, finishing Western States and earning a silver buckle in his first try. Nicely done.
All right, way to do it.
This is Neil Johnson of Golden Valley, Minnesota. His first Western States. He's done Superior 3 times and Rio del Lago once. He's the Chief Financial Officer, works for a small business, specializes in demilitarizing projectiles and bombs for the U.S. government. As in his work and running, the objective is to avoid blowing up. Big shout out to his wife, Sue, and a big round of applause. She was unable to pace him this weekend as she's been diligently rehabbing a traumatic leg injury. Also his daughters Adele and Josie. And finally, big thanks to Neil's crew and pacers, Lucas, Joe, Jana, Nora, and Charlotte. Couldn't have done it all without you. This is Neil Johnson. Neil Johnson of Golden Valley, Minnesota. And you can see that Sue is hobbling in with him. Nicely done. Neil Johnson.
That's it. Good.
I need to post up on
Probably get this gal to work at the aid station.
Okay, everyone, this is Billy Yang coming to you back live from Placer High School, where you are seeing the valiant effort of all these people who have been fighting since Olympic Valley to get here under 24 hours. As you guys probably know, they receive a very special silver belt buckle by doing so. So we're going to focus on the sub 24-hour finishers, show them some love as they fight to get here under 24 hours. As you can see, there are people in Roby Point already. I believe that's Roby Point. Yes, it is. And they are hauling you know what to get here under 24 hours. And my hope is that we get a few of these people coming in under 24 hours before 5 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Here comes one group right now. Let's go. They are they'll probably make it with about 5 minutes to spare. This is exciting, folks. This is something worth fighting for, worth coveting, because they are beautiful, beautiful belt buckles. Something I definitely want in my collection one of these days, but these guys have definitely earned it.
This is Nathan Stroh entering the stadium from Klamath Falls, Oregon.
There we go, you guys. This is your victory lap. This is your literal victory lap as you can celebrate with all the people who have been in your corner, your significant others, your friends who you've shared many, many mountain miles with. This is your time to shine and to celebrate. Olympic Valley to Placer High in Auburn, California, battling the heat, battling dehydration, battling the downhills. What a finish. This is what it's all about right here.
His father and his wife Amy have been since he started over 7 years ago.
You can probably see on his body language, I mean, that is somebody who has definitely earned every bit of this.
Yes.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. And as I mentioned in the chat earlier, be sure you do not want to miss the Epic Golden Hour, hours 29 through 30, as we have a bunch of people who are going to fight cutoffs to get the official Western States finish. But here we go. 23 hours, 54 minutes, and 53 seconds. Unofficial for our man. Look at that. 5 minutes to spare. That is one heck of a mullet on his head. Wow, that is epic. Look at that.
Real quick before another runner comes in. Oh my gosh.
Okay, we will keep paying attention to see if there is another runner making their way up Roby Point.
Hey, you're on the live stream now? Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm not 100% positive where we're getting that shot, but
they're probably, I hear Billy.
Oof, 4 minutes to
hanging out here,
go.
so I think he hears us, which is good. They won't hear me.
That is in fact
wheezing.
the trail up to Roby Point. Chances are they probably will not
Doing
make it
great.
unless they have some
doing
Usain
great.
Bolt-like speed. Nonetheless, it doesn't make it any less significant.
Yeah, you know.
My finish here in 2015 was just under 26
Back in a
hours.
moment, but
And let me
looks
tell you
like you
something,
got
as a
this one
guy
hand.
who was
Great job.
chasing some, just a random silver belt buckle, just getting here, especially considering the journey I had, was 100% worth it. Wow. 5 minutes to spare. It does look like, unless something happens and we're missing a camera shot, that will be our final sub 24-hour finisher. Maybe we can bring
I'm
this
gonna try it for a
gentleman
little bit
up
for the live stream,
to share his mullet secrets and also what the final, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 10 miles were like as he no doubtedly was chasing this time.
All right, go get him, y'all. Godspeed.
Wow, what a feeling. Once again, these are my people. These are the weekend warrior types, the people who work 9 to 5, 40 hours, 40 plus hours a week. Maybe they have family. They're not pro athletes. They're not sponsored athletes, but they, on this 4th Saturday of June, give it their all to get to Placer High in under 24 hours or under 30 hours. And it's a special feeling. There's nothing like the final mile here in Roby Point to Placer High as you get to celebrate with whomever is part of your entourage. It's just a very, very special feeling. I don't know if you guys caught it, but we also had our lone finisher from Japan. I see some Japanese on our chat. He was ecstatic. I mean, obviously this is a race known worldwide and rightfully so. Any other year we have a huge international contingent. Obviously with COVID and the pandemic, definitely did not nearly get as many as we normally would. That being the case, we got a lot of people who were waitlisted that got bumped up and got a chance to run Western States. There we go, folks. We have about 1.5 minutes remaining. All right, I gotta find out who my mullet buddy is, and maybe we can get him up here and he can regale us with some war stories from out on the course. That being said, I want to continually thank Hoka One One and Buff USA for supporting this coverage. It was made possible through them. We were able to hire this amazing production crew from 637 down in Hermosa Beach, California. Dylan Bowman, Corinne Malcolm volunteered their time. I knew they would knock it out of the park, and boy, did they do so and even exceed expectations. They were fantastic. Camille Herron, I see somebody in the chat asking about her. I am pretty certain she dropped. I know she's not officially listed under the DNF section, but the word on the street anyway, and this is not official, is that she dropped. And there we go, 24 hours officially surpassed. Our buddy with the mullet will be our final sub 24-hour finisher, the recipient of the beautiful silver belt buckle given out to a select few.
54 silver buckles in 2006, I believe.
And with that build up, let me see if I can grab my man to join me on the platform. One moment, please.
Mr. Sizzle a little Jizzle. The Sisters of Twins of Arkansas. Will welcome Andy Jones to the final.
Charlie? Good. Good, but not. Yes. So what's your black line?
Okay, we are back live from Placer High, where I am with the last final sub 24-hour finisher. I didn't get your name, I didn't get where you're from, but tell my audience, and maybe some folks back home will be watching this and wanna get some love from you.
All right. My name's Nathan Stroh. I'm from Klamath Falls, Oregon. So.
Okay, so it was a case of mistaken identity. His buddy, the pacer, was the one sporting the mullet. Which, by the way, let's get you on screen. We have to share this awesome. There you go.
Ricky Bobby.
Look at this amazing thing. So tell me what it was like for you guys chasing, you know that sub 24-hour finish was in your sights. What were those final miles like for you?
Well, we weren't going for it at first because my kidneys kind of locked up at mile 90. And
let me get this up closer. There you go. Go ahead.
So my kidneys kind of locked up at mile 90, so we weren't going to go for it. We're just kind of pushing and walking as best we can. And then
you picked him up from Green Gate?
Yeah, and my son was there yelling at us and told us we need to go for it. And so.
Well, when did it become when did it go from just a possibility to, this might actually happen?
I think my son at 95 was at the aid station.
Where's your son? Let's show him some love.
Austin, where are you at?
Austin. So Austin was pacing you at the time, or he was at the cruise station?
Well, he paced me too.
Okay. Yeah.
So he came around and, well.
And you guys started pushing?
Yeah, we started pushing.
Okay. How were your kidneys at that point?
They hurt like crazy. They still hurt like crazy. Yeah, so. Yeah.
Come on in here, Austin. Show your dad some love.
He kept crying, saying, hey, you got to show me your beast mode. You never showed me your beast mode. So I dropped him.
Yeah.
And Richter's had to kick in.
Well, let's talk about Western States first and foremost. I assume this is your first one?
It is, yes.
Okay. Tell me about the day that you found out that you got in.
It was 2019.
2019,
yeah,
right?
And
Okay.
COVID. I put in for 7 years and finally got drawn.
Tell me about that day in December.
My wife, she did a surprise lottery thing, so I really didn't want to go because, the chances of me ever getting in were pretty slim. So,
How many tickets are we talking?
I think I had 6 years of tickets, 6-7 years.
Okay.
So, we were supposed to, she said she was taking me to Reno to spend the weekend for our anniversary, and she takes me to that instead, the lottery drawing. And so we were at the stage when it got pulled at. So I think I got pulled at 255 out of 265. And my number came up.
And you were the Price is Right contestant.
Oh yeah. I didn't even. I was kind of
surreal.
Yeah, I looked kind of stupid because it was surreal. So I had no expression or anything. I was just like, holy crap.
Yeah, so obviously there was the year pause because of the pandemic. Did that derail your training or did that derail your motivation at all?
It did completely, yeah. Yeah, I actually I took 4 months off and I was just done, devastated for, we sacrifice a lot of time and I have grandkids now and kids and, so it's a lot of sacrifice out there training all the time for 7-8 years and I've done like 10 100-milers and qualifiers and I'm pretty much tired of giving up that time, so.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about your support system. There's a lot of eyeballs that people can't see that are looking at you. Your buddy and your son back here. Tell me about your family and your support system and your son.
This is probably the first time all my kids have been together in 7 years.
Who else do we have out there?
I have my daughter Lexi and her husband Tyler and my grandson Jace. He's 4 years old.
Okay.
And then my other son Warren and my grandma, grandpa, my dad. Yeah.
Beautiful family.
And a bunch of friends from town that I run with. So, yeah.
So talk about your wife in particular.
I can't talk about. I'll cry.
But we're talking hours away on weekends, sometimes on the back-to-backs.
Constantly, yeah. I run probably more than I should. I probably put in 70, 80 to 100 miles a week. And
a lot of miles with this guy?
Used to, yeah. Quite a few, yeah. We've been around, so. Yeah. So, yeah. A lot of miles, a lot of training time, and a lot of sacrifice on her part. So.
Well, I'm sure the final few miles were a little stressful, probably a little more so than you would have liked, but
it just hurt.
Yeah.
Kidneys hurt.
You are the official final 24-hour finisher of 2021.
That was awesome.
The race where we can all gather as a community again, and so I'm just blown away. I get emotional about this. I get emotional about the sub 30 at the Golden Hour. Hopefully you'll be back for that. But I want all of you guys to cheer for this guy when he picks up his belt buckle, well earned, and to his wife who sacrificed a lot of time to support him on weekends. There you go.
On my anniversary today.
On your anniversary today. Okay, congratulations. I'm sure it's a story many of us out there can relate to, especially those with wives, husbands, children, but
I can bet. Yeah.
Congratulations, my man.
Thank you.
Well deserved.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
So they can't even make it to, they didn't even make it to Red Star. I said, okay, you gotta help us get everything I said, not just one trip, got to get back up there and get more stuff. Mr. President, here's my phone to call anybody who wants it. I'll call him John. Okay, come on, John. You gotta all the ones that
over here, get all this other stuff. After dinner, after pie, and after ice cream, that's
Now on the track, our first bronze buckle winner, Scott Sambucci from Davis, California. Scott, welcome to Placer High School. This is Scott's first Western States after previous finishes at the Zion 100, Bryce Canyon 100, the Tarawera 100, the Tahoe 200 twice. Scott is a sales coach for tech startups, and his favorite color is purple. He and his family are the proud owners of 6 chickens, 2 cats, a dog, and a goat. Giving a huge shout out to Dan Garcia and his wife for support, Kelly and Katie for being running buddies, and Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning, for his coaching. Scott Sambucci, congratulations. You are now a Western States finisher. Scott Sambucci, our first bronze buckle winner. Good morning, Placer High School. It's Andy Jones-Wilkins here, sitting in for John Medinger while he rests his voice for what will likely be a massive rush in the later hours. Looks like the sun is rising. Gonna warm up. The year of the woman. Those of you just coming back to the track, 57 silver buckles this year. Second lowest number we can remember in recent memory. Only 2006, a notorious hot year, and fewer than that.
Okay, everyone, welcome back from Placer High. We are currently at 24 hours, 51 minutes, and some change. We are going to try to get a couple more aid station volunteer cameras up live for you guys to follow. We will have the entire staff with us probably in the next couple of hours and in time for the golden hour at 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. As of now, let's see. We have had record low number of silver buckles issued. That was told to us by AJW at the announcer's booth where he has taken over. And there's been a pretty big gap between, let's see, the last 24-hour finisher finished around 23:55 and change. And the next finisher, the first bronze medal finisher, or the first belt buckle finisher, did not come through until 24:38. So I feel like we're kind of feeling the sub or the below 300 number of starters that towed the line this fine morning, or I guess yesterday morning. And yeah, we're trying to go round the clock. I am here. I've been talking to some of the middle of the packers who have finished, and we will jump in with some interviews once people start trickling back in. Maybe we'll talk to some recent finishers. Maybe we'll talk to some of the elite finishers that finished yesterday. And yeah, just jump back in with continual footage and coverage from areas like Pointed Rock, Roby Point, and here at the finish line. So that's the 3-minute update from what's going on. I haven't slept a wink yet, but I am too excited about being here, about having events again, about being around my community. So this is exactly where I want to be in the absence of an entire crew. So let me know what you guys want to see in the chat. I'll try my best to accommodate you. If you have a finisher that's about to finish anytime soon, give me the heads up and I will drag them in and talk to them right here next to me. Let me see if I have any questions. What's in my cup? Ooh, yeah. This is like 3-hour-old coffee from just back there. There's a makeshift espresso bar. It's yeah. I think it's kind of the lull in Western States weekend. There's not a whole lot of activity going on right now. People are either passed out on the track. Just about 20 yards ahead of me is the Queen herself. Megan, formerly Arbogast, formerly Laws, now Canfield. I think Jamil is passed out somewhere in the middle of the field, as are a handful of media people. And there's volunteers around here. I know Craig Thornley went to take his customary 2-hour nap, as has Tropical John Medinger, who has been replaced by Annie Jones Wilkins. Yeah, not a whole lot going on right now, but we will cut to the live cameras as soon as they become available, when we can show some people coming through, trying to get under the 30-hour mark. We will have the full staff, as I mentioned, coming through right around 8 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Sorry, I'm slurring over my words because I'm a little sleep deprived, but it's nothing like it. Seeing Jim finish got me emotional. Seeing the crowd gather again, up in the bleachers, down on the field, just hearing some of his words, seeing Beth Pascal, how emotional she got. It's just nothing like it. And I hope one day next year in 2022, you guys can experience it yourself. Or if you're in town, definitely swing by for the golden hour. It is not to be missed. Thank you, everyone, for your kind words. Yeah, I mean, this was 103 Fahrenheit. Yes, it was exceptionally hot yesterday. That accounts for the low number of silver buckles that were issued. But it doesn't really explain, or maybe it does. It shows the extra grit that some of these women displayed. But to have top 10 females, we have somebody who just entered the track. To have top 10 female all finish under 20 hours is really unheard of for as hot as it got. So I am just blown away by that. All right. Jenny Fox is entered the track. Unfortunately, we do not have a dedicated volunteer here at the track to get her finished. That was me earlier. So hopefully this wide shot will suffice if you are a friend or family of Jenny.
Shout outs to her amazing pacers, Angie and Amanda, as well as a wonderful crew chief.
Okay, Tracy Giles. I will keep an eye out for Kristen.
All her family and friends for the
Golden Hour runner. I love it.
miles shared during training.
All right, looks like Ellen knows Jenny. She will come in just under 25 hours. Way to go, Jenny.
For the heat of the second day.
As somebody who finished right around this time, actually about an hour later, these are my people. And I can relate to their journey certainly a lot more than someone like Jim Walmsley. But here she is, Jenny Fox.
There we go. Jenny Fox, congratulations. You are now a Western States finisher.
All right, unofficially 24 hours, 57 minutes and 30 seconds. Way to go.
And now on the track from Ona,
All right.
Virginia, Isaac Waite.
We have a gentleman and his pacer or significant other running inside the track now.
Finishes at UTMB.
Stride looks amazing. I don't know if you can see him on the far end of the track in that wide shot.
A finish here at Western States in 2015.
Man still has some legs. Look at him go.
Professor at Marshall University, has a talent, among others, of eating a quart of ice cream in a single sitting. Well, you've earned that, Isaac. Might want to bump up to a half gallon this morning.
This is just the personal touch added when these runners sign up for the Western States 100. Little anecdotes, personal preference in ice cream flavors, anything they want to add. Tropical John or Andy Jones Wilkins will blast it over the loudspeakers here. But here he is.
Finish number 2 for Isaac Waite from West Virginia.
Way to go, Isaac from West Virginia. 24 hours, 58 minutes, and 45 seconds unofficially. Way to go. Yes, somebody in the chat is asking me if I saw Rivs. I did on a couple of occasions. Had a very meaningful conversation with him, more so the second time around here at the track at Placer High. Probably one of the most emotional moments of this past weekend, seeing him. I mean, he looked fantastic. He looked fantastic. We definitely, just to be able to catch up and see him in his current state. Yeah, it was, considering his journey, it was very emotional. So cheers to Rivs for being amongst his people again. Okay. We have Selena Nordberg, okay, a local LAer. We'll definitely keep an eye out for her. As soon as I get at least one more volunteer, I will send them out to the track to get their finish. Actually, I had my phone perched up against a box earlier, but I am low on battery, so that is being charged. I'm a one-man crew here, save for my buddy Cole over at Mission Control in the RV up at the parking lot. Where did all my volunteers go? I don't know. There's at least a couple of them out on the course somewhere. We'll try to cut to them as soon as footage comes through. Would love to see Tommy Rivers in the booth with you. Any chance that could happen? I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't see Tommy here at the track anymore. And something tells me he's probably exhausted after a very full weekend. But like I said, it's really cool to see him out and about amongst us. Thank you guys for the love. Yeah, so we're running with a very lean skeleton crew right now. Unless Andres over there, beyond the cameras, wants to volunteer to film people coming through We are 25 hours and 1 minute now. So we have less than 5 hours to go before the official cutoff of the Western States 100, which is 30 hours. Any finish after that is not considered an official finish, although we will treat you just like family here, as a finisher would, but you do not get the official finisher title in your rankings. I need some more coffee. These words are not coming out easy. How you doing, Andres? Okay. Roby points. We have a shot of Roby. All right, to Cole, as soon as we get the Pointed Rocks footage up and running, we'd appreciate that as well. Thank you guys so much for supporting this coverage. Again, could not happen without the support, the generous support of Hoka One and Buff USA. Thank you guys so much for making this happen. To Dylan and Corinne for your exceptional coverage, especially when we've had more than our fair share of curveballs thrown at us yesterday, especially with the triple-digit heat here, internet outages and whatnot. They were true pros and champs and just rolled with it. So thanks to them. Thanks to the awesome crew at 637. Here we go. Here is a couple of Roby Point finishers. It's about a mile out from Placer High School. And this is where you can have 1, 0, or as many of your crew to either walk or run you in the final mile. This is the de facto celebration lap before the actual celebration lap here inside Placer High School. All right, so Ryan has a question. Who was the surprise top 10 men and women finisher for you this year? That's a good question. I didn't have any surprises. It's not. Yeah, I think every person in there was deserving. I know that's a bit of a cop-out answer, but it's true. I will say, I'm looking amongst the list. I will say there is and my personal bias is showing here, a local by the name of Katie Asmuth, and I'm claiming her. By local, I mean LA. She is now a Mammoth Lakes resident, but she was from Southern California, and she is a past winner of the Angeles Crest 100. We interviewed Katie in advance of this weekend. I believe it played in the live broadcast, and she is somebody that was a bit of a dark horse pick for me. And to see her finish in the top 5 females against a stellar list of women was, yeah, I knew she could do it. And shout out to Katie, a mom of 2 boys, nurse practitioner, wonderful just approach to running, to life. Hell of a human being and an exceptional runner. So kudos to you, Katie. She was probably the most giddy at the finish line. If you missed her finish line interview with Dylan and Corinne, be sure to rewind and check that out. But yeah, no other real surprises among the top 4. I mean, the top 10, rather. Somebody asked how many miles did I get from filming. Unfortunately, I was not out there. I was mostly, if I got miles, it was up and down bleachers as I went back and forth from the RV to the announcing booth here. All right, John Truelove. Is that who is... Oh, okay, no. That is not who is on screen. He has 15 miles left with 5 hours to go. We're definitely rooting for him. Hopefully he will make it to the track before 30 hours. Thank you, Liz. Yes, that is exactly why I need coffee, although there's no coffee strong enough to keep me fully awake, but I'm doing my best. Or a Bloody Mary. All right, somebody's asking me if I can confirm there's a Canadian flag on top of the finish line. I see an Australian flag. I see an Italian, French, Greek. I don't know, but I'm also looking through some mesh. I would assume there's a Canadian flag, but I don't see one immediately behind me. I'm sorry. Can't confirm nor deny. Luciano, I will not be doing a documentary on Western States. I am sorry. Too much going on behind the scenes here. Oh, my internet is running a little slow right now, so let me try to reboot that. But yeah, these are the monsters who have been added for 24, 25, approaching 26 hours on the course. That grueling journey from Olympic Valley to Placer High here in Auburn, California, where temperatures reached triple digits, and no doubt in the deeper parts of the canyons, and certainly here in Auburn, it was flirting with triple digits Fahrenheit. It got toasty, but it made us, okay, here we have, I believe we're still at Roby Point. Yes, this is the final dirt climb before you hit pavement at Roby Point. Thank you, Liz, for the excellent continual coverage. If you recognize that gentleman. Noel? All right. Do we have a last name for Noel? Okay. Thank you. I'm communicating with people back in the RV, specifically to Cole. Cole, what is your role officially? Technical director. Cole has been crushing it. Him, Kevin Yamada, and the rest of the 637 crew. And Alex, our audio engineer. Shout out to all three of them, in addition to our DP camera person. They crushed. I have to, if you guys only knew what was going on behind the scenes, especially when our internet went out, when, God, what didn't go wrong at certain points of the day, especially when we had record heat like we did here at Placer High School. But man, everyone rolled with the punches, everyone problem solved together, and this was a heck of a team. All right, our man here on camera right now has less than a mile to go. Let me look. If anybody got his number, let me know and let's look him up. But he is marching with authority. It should crest in a few yards and into more runnable terrain. Okay, we have 258. And my internet, of course, there we go. They are breaking out into a run now. And back to a power hike. It's what it's all about. Finishing it up with the friends I got you there that supported you, that drove for 2-3 hours in the canyons to give you a little Coke, replace your bottle, jump back into the car, do that drive back to the next aid station, stare down at the same section of trail, waiting for any movement, waiting for any glimpse of a warm body to emerge. They make it happen. All right, we got confirmation of his name. Thank you guys for helping me aggregate this information. Suit here, Mare Manda, 258. My man is marching up the climb up Roby with purpose, flanked by his two buddies. I'm assuming pacer / crew. I see a little glimpse of a smile. This is confirmation that you have made it. You have 1 mile to go. I basically cried halfway, if not more. I love that smile. Look at that smile, everyone. You did the damn thing, Suit here. Look at that. All right, folks, if you still have a runner that you know out there, shout them out. Let's get them some love on the chat. I'm sure the chat will continue to build and grow as we approach the golden hour. I'm guessing we'll have our largest audience in that final hour. I mean, it is worth it. I cry every single time. Just seeing all the blood, sweat, and tears. Yeah, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Be sure to tune in. Share the link with a friend. Have them tune in. We're going to get Corinne Malcolm back on the broadcast. And we're going to have some very special guests as well. Kombucha King, you and I both. I was a sobbing mess at this point too. Again, although it ends on a climb, once it crests, you know you are at the home stretch. You can relax. Or not if you're somebody like Gunhild Swanson and you're still fighting to finish under 30 hours. But the hay is in the barn. The work has been done. You can celebrate with your crew members, your pacers, and either walk or run in that final mile. And the lovely people of Auburn will usually line the streets, bring out their families. I've been handed a beer. It is a wonderful celebration. My man Suit here is... Look at him move. There we go. Okay, so we are at Pointed Rocks, aid station. Let me see. The cutoff time I just missed. Let's see there. It's okay, so the cutoff is at 9:40. We still have 3 hours and 25 minutes to go. I hope I did that math right in my sleep-deprived state, but there we go. Suit here and that incredible smile again. Way to go, my man. Alex is asking, do you think they will allow polls? Congrats on being on the board. Thank you, by the way. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. It is a net downhill, but there are definitely some punchy climbs. I can think about the climb up to Robinson, the escarpment, obviously, Devil's Thumb. I'm sure many could use it at Roby Point. This section that Suit here is going up as well, but as of now and for the foreseeable future, polls are not allowed. I see my man Mark in the chat. Camille dropped. I think that is something we basically confirmed or assumed a few hours ago, given that there was no movement. Sometimes it takes a while for that information to come through. Sometimes they genuinely could be rethinking race and life choices at an aid station a little bit longer than the rest of us. Interesting. Kombucha King is saying, I think she's back in. If so, that is news to me. Let me double check.
Morning. How we doing? Looking good.
There we go. So the runner is in the white bib.
Hard work's done.
The pacer is in the yellow bib.
There we go.
He's definitely looking like his quads have taken a thrashing, but my man is still moving. The good people at the Pointed Rocks aid station working well into the night and now into the early morning. And look at that, Sud here breaking out to a bit of a jog. Looks like the hard part of the climb is over with. He is doing his celebratory lap, following the painted footsteps of the Western States Endurance Course. And in his final mile, with his two buddies, bringing it home. 100.2 miles, I believe, is the official distance from Olympic Valley to Auburn, California, specifically Placer High School here, where he takes a 3/4 turn and into the finish line, where more and more people are gathering behind me, as I can see. It was a wonderful sight here. There we go. We have somebody into the track.
From Flagstaff, Arizona, Kelly Teesling. A recent transplant.
Kelly Teeslick.
Flagstaff from Iowa. She moved there in January just in time to start ramping up for this wonderful finish at Western States. Has finishes at other hundreds, Superior, No Business, Kettle Moraine.
It's fine, Cole.
Burning River. Gives tirelessly to the sport as the council director for Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona. Appropriate this year, especially as we've seen incredible performances from the women competitors this year. Huge shout outs to her long-suffering spouse and crew chief for life, Ross Kilgore, as well as Julie Moffitt, Christy Trow, Dykstra, Roni Bolton, pronounced Robbie, Natalie
All right,
Swan,
we're going to try to get a camera to the finish line.
and Karen Teesling.
There we go.
From Iowa, now Flagstaff, Arizona.
Let's go, Kelly.
Her first Western States. Just a few minutes over 25 hours. Kelly Teesling.
Kelly Teesling. 28 hours, 18 minutes, 30 seconds unofficially. Hugs our president, Diana Fitzpatrick. What a feeling. That is our president of the Western States Board to your right, Kelly Teesling to your left. Congratulations, Kelly. You are a Western States finisher.
Colby, Chris, Owen, Gavin, Alden, Jackson, Kellen, and Hazel. Would not be as I am without you. Also, Mike, Phil,
And we cut back to Liz's shot of Sud here, taking his victory lap towards Placer High. As you can see, there's some people on the street celebrating, cheering our boy in.
Justin Kinner.
It might be a tad early for most. It is 6:19 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time here. There we go, at the finish line. Fantastic.
Yeah, brother.
You good?
That look says it all.
You were done.
100 miles in probably equally 100-degree weather for a good chunk of yesterday. To arrive here at Auburn, what a feeling. All the blood, sweat, and tears, all the early mornings, waking up, training when you didn't want to, doing that second long run on weekends when everything in your legs said, no, I'd rather chill out and watch some football. maybe sleep an
Fucking A, man.
extra
Nicely done.
hour or two.
Appreciate you.
There he is, showing some love back to his crew, who sacrificed basically their entire weekend to support his journey. Now we cut back to Sud here. There you go. You saw a quick glimpse of the blue footsteps now, Western States footsteps. If you arrive here at the endurance capital of the world, which is Auburn, California, there you go again. They recently repainted the footsteps that lead you to Placer High School. I don't know why, but it's hard not to get a little choked up when I see yeah. I think it hits me extra hard when I think about everything everything we've endured for the past 16 months. As somebody who cares so deeply about this race, about this community, I never thought this day would come. There was a point where it all seemed impossible. Races were getting canceled left and right.
Morning.
And
Looking
to not
good.
only see races come back, but to see it thrive in the way that it had this past weekend has me emotional.
Yes, live. All right. Looking strong. All right, we'll see you at the end.
Again, I know these guys aren't the Jim Walmsleys of the world running 14 hours like it was just a jog in the park, but these are your friends, these are your family members, this is me, this is you, and it takes a little extra something to get it done, and get it done they did, although Sud here just missed his turn. There we go, back on the track. Thank you so much. Okay, that is actually not Liz, that is a different volunteer, but thank you nonetheless.
Previous finishes at Javelina, I Am Tough, Rio del Lago.
There we go. You can hear Andy Jones Wilkins' voice in the background. He's also the voice I heard when I finished between the hours of 5 and 7 a.m. It is currently 6:24 a.m. We have 36 more minutes before Tropical John and his deep baritone voice will come back on the mic. But for now, AJW is in Command Central. Sud here. Enjoy, buddy. You've earned it.
And he pretty much thinks his life is a Bollywood movie. Huge shout out to Stephen Kent, Lance Baker.
I'd be remiss in not thanking my volunteers. I could thank them at the top of every minute of every hour because this coverage is not possible without the equally, if not more so, passionate people who made this coverage possible. I'm talking, let's have Sudhir have his moment.
Western States finisher.
Gotta love it. Once again, being greeted by Diana Fitzpatrick, our Madam President of the board.
Nicely done, man. Volunteers, they were so amazing. I was dying at mile 25, and this lady at That was last question. She gave me pickle juice, and I kid you not, my big turned around. Oh my god. She's like, you gotta try this. See how this goes.
I'm overhearing Sudhir saying he was dying at mile 25, but somehow found it in him to run an extra 75 miles.
Yeah, buddy. Nice, man.
Way to go. I'll see if I can get him on the camera. Cole, if you will cue us up if he does, but I will try to wave him over. Once again, we are getting live shots of Pointed Rock's aid station, mile 94. Hundreds, literally hundreds, if not, I believe we see 1,000 volunteers here in total. People who are generously giving their time, money, equipment, resources, just to make sure you have everything you need to complete your journey to Placer High from Olympic Valley. Okay, I'm looking back at Sudhir. He's getting a photo under the arch with his buddies, as he rightfully should. There you go.
I'll get a couple. If you don't mind? One more. Great. Hey, thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you all for being here. Yeah. Great job. Very
Thank you, Chuck, for that shout out. Appreciate you. All right, guys, once again, let me... Sudhir! Sudhir! You got 5 minutes for me? Have a seat. Yeah, well, so have everyone else. All right, introduce yourself, because we've been following you for the past mile or so. We had a volunteer track your finish from Roby Point. I saw a little smile once you realized that, yes, I am finishing this thing. Tell me about your day. First of all, introduce yourself to the audience that are on live right now. Tell us your name, where you're from, and yeah, just about your day here at Western States in extraordinary circumstances.
Yeah, Sudhir Miramonda, originally from the other side of the world, currently from Bellevue, Washington. Stoked to be here with my crew, Steven and Lance and John. My day started great. I was going to start slow and sort of deal with the heat, and then sort of, hopefully turn it on towards the end of the day, if you will. But by mile 25, I started cramping, which is very unusual for me. I usually don't. And I think it's because I was losing a ton of salt. And man, just...
Let's get the mic away from you just a little bit. No, too much. It's like right there. Yeah, there we go.
Honestly, like without the aid station volunteers and a couple of folks on the, a couple other runners who gave me pickle juice and salt tabs, I would not be here.
This is at Duncan Canyon that you were having this.
This was at Last Chance. My cramping started at just before Last Chance, and the lady over there sat me down and she gave me pickle juice and a bunch of other stuff. And really like 15 minutes later, I was a totally different person. So
yeah. So we were just talking about our volunteers, how this race cannot happen without them. Yeah. But I mean, dude, what was it like in the canyons for those of us who didn't have the pleasure of traversing those deep canyons where I'm sure the air was hot, humid, and frankly, pretty miserable, I would imagine.
Miserable is a great word. It's kind of like running in an oven. It's or a sauna, I guess. Because I mean, there's no escaping the heat. But the stuff that the streams at the bottom, they're fantastic. I totally recommend people in the future to sort of sit in the streams and sort of cool down and bring that core temperature down.
Yeah. Tell us about your crew, your pacers, and how they help you complete the journey here to Placer High.
Yeah. So Lance in the middle, Steven over there on the right, and then John over there on the left. So Lance made a playlist for me, and he even sang a bunch of songs. Even had a bunch of dad jokes for me. I'm not much of a talker when I'm running. And Steven, again, had a playlist for me and had a bunch of stories. So I wouldn't be here without them. And of course, John. John is our crew chief. He's sort of the driver. He's a little injured right now, so he couldn't run with me. But I'm glad he's here. And yeah, great to have you guys over here.
Was this your first Western States?
First Western.
Was it everything you thought it would be?
Absolutely, yeah. That's a lot of downhill. That's a lot of downhill, which I'm just not used to, I guess. I mean, I knew the course was net downhill, but just a different sort of a feel when you actually, experience it.
Yeah, same experience. Same experience. I underestimated the downhills, beat up my quads, but got to the finish line, much like yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, Sudhir from Bellevue, Washington, got it done. You are a Western States finisher. How does that sound?
Fantastic. I'm happy. I'm going to go home and take a nap and go out and get some food and some beer and stuff. So it's going to be a great day.
Eat all the food, drink all the beer.
Yeah.
Well, the beer in moderation. But once again, congratulations, my man.
Thank you much.
Really,
Thanks for
really
having me.
proud of you.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. We have another finisher. 25 hours, 33 minutes, 13 seconds unofficially. Look at that joy on that man's face. Wow. And as you heard, we are slowly but surely building up a crowd of spectators here, as I'm sure it will only get bigger once or as we approach the golden hour here. All right, guys, thanks for showing Sudhir some love. I'm sure this man is telling Diana about, oh, there was this moment, and I came out of that moment, and I'm here. The end. All right, let's check in at Pointed Rocks here. If you recognize the runner, let us know in the chat. Ernie Claire Gallagher walked it in from Roby Point, basically. She may have walked in even before that, but she did finish, and she did finish under 24 hours. Dan Spearin is what I'm hearing. Here we go. Oh, no way. Okay, so 3:58. This is. We have Ethan Vosberg, who has been instrumental in our coverage. Well, maybe I won't even out his age, but he is. I call him the boy wonder. This is his father, who we knew would be out here running. I'm not sure it comes through in the video footage here, but he is a tall drink of water, as is his son. Looks like he is taking a bit of ooh, okay, so he's definitely taking a nice little soak. Scott Vosberg from, I believe, Rockland, California, or Roseville. I always mix the two up.
They're talking about you, Scott.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well,
The world's watching you get a little bath.
Gonna make your way down to Roby? No hands?
With the last
Tell
folks, I'm going to run the rest of the way in. So
tell Scott.
yeah, with the
Billy
last one.
says
So.
thank you for Ethan, his son. This stream would not have been possible without him.
No, Ethan's awesome.
Yeah,
I mean, he is just awesome. Oh my God, it's awesome. I mean, he's done such a great job. Him and Billy and Kevin are just they're killing it. So
Okay, but also tell him to get moving. This is not the
so
Scott
Billy's saying
Fosberg
get
show.
moving.
There you go. There you go. I mean, I know these aid stations can feel like a picnic, but you are out here to run. And look at that. Look at that little pep in his step. So that is Scott Fosberg of, let's say, Rockland or Roseville, California. And here we have, if we can get a bib number here. Wow, they're moving well. Look at them. Not exactly sure who the pacer and the pacee is, but they're both moving well. Yeah, if you guys in the chat can help aggregate and point out if somebody looks familiar, if that's somebody you know, but it's hard to tell who's wearing the yellow bib or the white bib, but either way, they'll be entering the track here, and I will be able to ID them with my own eyes. There they go. Okay, so looks like the person in the front is the runner.
Now entering the track.
Bring them home, AJ.
13th time.
13th finisher. I'm sorry, I don't have.
Ran by his house. Dan Barger.
All right.
Auburn, California, and Steamboat Springs,
A local
Colorado.
here. Look at that. 13th finish and still just as emotional.
13th Western States
Wow.
finish.
Way to
And
go.
that's if you don't count the Western States 200 he did just for fun last year.
The man did a Western States 200. I'm assuming in an out and back.
By his count, has something on the order of 225 plus ultras. He's a retired sports marketing, construction, and energy professional. Huge shout out to his wife Kim, Kent and Deborah Hoxie, and somebody who might be one of the most legendary runners here at Western States from back in the day, Jim Howard.
All
I think
right.
that's Jim by Dan's side right now. It's always great to see Jim back at Western States.
Thank you, Andres, for the finish line shot. I'm getting a little more support here now.
From Auburn, California, Dan Barger. Dan, congratulations. I suspect we'll see you here next year. Dan Barger, everybody.
Dan Barger. 25 hours, 39 minutes, and some change. Originally from Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Now a local here, Auburn resident. 13 finishes, my word. I just found who I want to be when I grow up. You're looking at him right in the main screen. Okay, let's go back. We are looking in the lower corner, back at Pointed Rocks aid station. This guy's got a little bit of the Anton spirit in him, rocking the plaid shirt with shorts. There we go. That's a great thing about our sport. Give us your weird, You're strange. We will accept you. Kristen is asking me if I have any info on Camille. I'm sorry, I do not, but as soon as I hear something, I will report it back to you guys. Oh, Danny's saying Camille Herron arrived at Point of Rocks 20 minutes ago. Wow. Wow. Let me just see if I can. Yeah, sure enough. Showing her on course. Point of Rocks was the last checkpoint at 25 hours, 21 minutes. Wow. Camille Herron. Making sure she gets to the finish line no matter what. Reminiscent of the Claire Gallaghers of today and a handful of other athletes who, when plan A, plan B goes out the window, there's always plan C, get to the finish line. There you have it, folks. I'm sure it's a mix of volunteers, crew members waiting for their runners. Roby Point is where the party is right now. My thanks again to Liz McCutcheon for this camera angle. To Andres working the finish line camera. Point of Rocks, I believe that's Joey. Joey, give me a thumbs up on the camera if that's you. Actually, we don't. There we go. There's Joey's and his thumb. All right. We got some movers here. Climbing up. Roby Point. Runner and his pacer. Okay, these guys keep looking back like they're either paranoid about being chased or they're actually engaging in conversation because we do not have audio. Either way, these guys are moving. They're moving well, and they should be right here at Placer High in a matter of minutes. Right now, we are at 25 hours and 44 minutes. The energy here is starting to definitely collect after a bit of a lull when people are passed out on the field or back in their respective hotels or in their cars. I have not yet slept, but again, how many times can I do Western States? I am soaking it all in after a year away, actually 2 years away. 2019, I wasn't even here. I was in Austria. So it is definitely good to be back. Marcus asking about the Hawaiian shirt, the broadcasting outfit. You know what's strange? Quite frankly, I don't know. I don't know whose original idea it was, but somehow we got talked into the Magnum PI look, and here we are. Magnum PI for the older generation, we'll say Trader Joe's employee for the younger. Hope I can pull it off. Camille's damn impressive. Yes, Barbara, I am impressed by her fortitude, her willingness to get this thing done, to be an official Western States finisher. I'm impressed. How many hours did Dylan and Corinne stay live for yesterday? They basically started from 4:30 a.m. Saturday morning, went all the way through the the 10th and final female finished, Casey Lichtai. And that was just before, I believe, 1 a.m.
I'm biased, but the most exciting morning of the
Dylan
year.
Bowman has hard rock training to look forward to, so we wanted to make sure he got to that.
And of course, tips are appreciated, both there and with the breakfast.
Corinne, as I mentioned, will be back on the broadcast for the final 2 hours. Final hour, of course, being the golden hour, the most special hour of the Western States experience. If you're in the area, I highly recommend you come on by. You do not want to miss the drama unfold. It is the best hour around, period, bar none. MF Stone, you are already my favorite person in the chat. Thank you for saying so, even though I am sure each bag under my eye would say otherwise. Can we please see Jeff Lysiak? Tell me where he is. Is that him at 397, Jeff? Let me double check and look. You guys are making me do work. Nope, that is Steve Holmes Jr. from West Olive. MI is Michigan, not Mississippi. Yes, Casey pulled the top 10. She was the 10th finisher, and she will be back, no doubt. Billy, joining Hard Rock, either running or covering it. I'm definitely not running it. I am almost certainly thinking about covering it. Either way, I will be there for Camp Hard Rock. But right now, we are in Placer High. There's no place I'd rather be than right here, right now, for the final 4 hours and 11 minutes and change of Western States, after which we'll actually have an award ceremony that we will also stream live. But this is why I couldn't go to bed. Just to be amongst my people again, to be back here at Placer High. We are definitely planning on making this an annual tradition of streaming the event live. Hopefully, year in and year out, we will have better technology, better access to certain aid stations, different parts of the course. I thank you guys for understanding that, especially in the first 50 miles, we just flat out don't have enough bandwidth, cell signal, but we did our best. Corinne and Dylan gave us stellar commentary, stellar analysis, and they knocked it out of the park. I really could not. I'll give myself some credit. I picked Dylan and Corinne to be our broadcasting duo, and they were fantastic. The chemistry, their coverage, their ability to pivot was just outstanding. Christoph, yes, it is Billy Yang. Welcome to the chat. Dan, thank you. All right, Chris Berry, who is the Chattanooga crew? Is this your runner, 102? Let's have a look. No, Drew is El Paso, Texas. And there we go. Fix a nice little bowl dish, grab and go, eat as you move. That is, once again, Drew Bernheisel from El Paso, Texas, 29 years young, man on a mission, waving to the camera. Hopefully there are friends and family from El Paso tuning in. This is the ultra strategy here, folks. Grab your food, eat it while you move. All right, we are going back to Roby Point. No, actually, this is right outside Placer High. As they're rounding the corner, you can see the Hoka blue guiding them in. Ooh, look at him run. Look at him move.
Almost missing the turn.
There we go. He is excited to get this thing done.
Wow, he has had quite a final stretch here. From Chattanooga, Tennessee. Nick has finishes in some tough East Coast hundreds. The Cruel Jewel in 2019, Grindstone in 2017, Thunder Rock in 15 and 16. This will be his 20th Ultra finish, and of course his first Western States finish. He is a quality and engineering manager for Volkswagen.
Look at that. Look at that finishing kick.
His wife, Tanner, his son, and Dan, his crew. Interesting story about Nick Horvath. He was 50th on the wait list this year. As most people know, we exhausted the wait list this year, and
there we go. Rounding the corner.
From Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Finish line in view.
Down lane 4. Nick, congratulations. You are now a Western States finisher.
Well done, sir.
On the top of the track, from North Bend, Washington, Andrew Reif. Andrew, welcome to Placer High School. Andrew has multiple finishes at the Leadville 100, at Bighorn, at Fat Dog, and 2 Hard Rock finishes in 2015 and 2017.
Okay, back here at Placer High, I am joined by none other than Mr. Dan Barger. 13th finish. Am I understanding that correct? And you are a local. Hang on, can we pot up Dan's mic, please? Let me maybe lift that up a little bit. 13th finish. Is this any more special? Are they all the same at this point? Tell me what this finish felt like, especially considering the circumstances. Hang on, Dan, 1 second. Hey, Cole or somebody back in the RV, can we? I'm not exactly getting clear audio from Dan. I don't know if that's just me. Dan?
Yes.
Okay.
Check. 1,
okay,
2.
There we go. There we go. Okay, let's move that away from your mouth a little bit. So, yes, please. How does this finish rank among your dozen others?
This one was actually quite difficult. I don't know if it's the weather, the heat, or not, because I've run other very warm years. But we're building a house in Colorado, and so I didn't really get to do the training that I should have the last 4 or 5 months. So I was really shy on that, and the first 12 of the finishes ranged from about 17 and a half hours to sub 22. And so this one was 25, but it was one of the hardest for sure. Just the lack of training in this case, and then the extra hours out on the trail.
So it's really easy these days to find out about, you can watch a movie, you can read a book. How did you first find out about the Western States 100, and what was it specifically about it that really captured your heart and imagination?
Well, my parents owned a feed and tack store, for horses down in the Bay Area. And so I grew up, I know I don't look it, but I grew up bucking hay and so on in high school. But we did endurance riding, and my mom did it. So I first got introduced to Western States up here because
my mom and I was 15. My mom sponsored me, and we came up and rode the Tevis Cup. So since then, I've done it 2 or 3 times, I think, and that's how I got introduced to it.
How was the past year and a half for you? As somebody who probably got in 2019, I'm assuming, and had to wait like everyone else in the entrance list. Did your training suffer at all? Did your mental space suffer at all, or were you locked in on this date in June in 2021?
I mean, in 2020, I think we all kind of had our fingers crossed, hoping that it would sort itself out and we'd be able to go back to running, and but that wasn't the case. So, and we knew fairly early, obviously. So I just kind of shifted my focus and decided to do the Western States 200, and so I did a FKT attempt from here to Squaw and back to here. So that's kind of where I focused my time.
Well, so you had the downhill coming back. So you, logistically,
yeah,
that's a smart move.
I think it was harder this way. I think it'll be easier when I'm sure somebody will just crush it. But if they start up there and come back, because the delta, the hardest part is from Robinson to Squaw to Robinson. And so you do that all at once, 60 miles in the middle of starting here.
Correct.
But up there, if you were to start up there and come down and go back up, I think the delta is a lot closer together on the return trip after Robinson. Just my guess.
So you clearly have an affinity for this event. Maybe to the people not in the know who have never experienced it for themselves, who maybe have never heard of Western States and somehow stumbled into this live. What is it about this race, in your own words, that you find so special and captivating?
Well, I think that you've done a lot of interviews, and everybody says the community over and over, and that is definitely a huge part of it. It's the endurance capital of the world. The Tevis Cup's here and Western States. I think that it's about the trail and the people that put it on, and certainly the volunteers were just stellar this year. It was amazing. They were on their game. So, you put all that together, and I think it's just a really compelling event, and you get involved with it, whether you're volunteering or covering it or participating. You're hooked.
Yeah. Well, I'm right there with you, Dan. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
You battled the heat. You made it here with plenty of time to spare, and I hope I am chatting with you for after finish number 14?
I hope so. I'll certainly give it a go if I've got a chance.
All right. Thank you, Dan, again.
You're
Congratulations on an incredible finish on an incredibly difficult day.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. All right. We are back here live at Placer High School. I am joined by
Patrick Service.
All right. Where are you from, Patrick?
Palm Springs, California.
So, okay, Southern California boy like myself. So
Yep.
Palm Springs is no stranger to heat, but how did today feel in comparison to the Palm Springs heat that you get?
We don't have much in terms of convection oven canyons. So we hit 123, I want to say like 10 days ago or something, and you go out for a little trot there and you bring lots of water, you're fine. But still air and canyons that cook you is a different world.
All right, so let's talk about today. And well, first of all, let's go back a bit. I assume this is your first Western States or
first Western States.
Okay, so first Western States. Just talk about what it was like to get into a race that so many people find so difficult, and rightfully so. I mean, there's only so many spots given for the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people who want to participate in this event. When did you first find out that you got in, and what was your reaction like?
I was number 4, number 5 from the raffle. So I'm the guy that didn't have to wait 8 years and just through dumb luck and just a few raffle tickets got in. So I knew it was going to be special because, you know, I kind of hit the lottery without going through the lottery. So just really grateful. I think that was in December I found out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So expectations coming into it of yourself, of the race, the event. Tell me your thoughts leading into it and what your thoughts are now.
Before I was very mellow. I was just gonna take what the day gave me and see what my body was gonna give me. And then I got a little greedy for a while and kind of blew myself up and took 20 miles off. And I've always had the utmost respect for this race, but it deserves every bit of the respect. It was brutal at times.
Yeah, especially this year.
Yeah.
Are you somebody who gets interested in the characters and the elite athletes? Do you fanboy about the Jim Walmsleys or?
It was really cool to see, like at Olympic Village, all the sort of big names and you actually get to see the son of Zeus himself.
Son of Zeus, is that what we're
son
calling
of Zeus? Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know, like Hercules' brother or something. So, yeah, it's cool to bump into the people who are best in the world.
What about the people that are like running amongst us, the mere mortals? Did you form a particularly special relationship out there or a bond working with someone, or was it pretty much a solo act and then maybe with a pacer or two?
So I yo-yoed with a few people, got to know them pretty well, and then it just became really unpredictable. The heat was just taking people down. But I got to know them pretty well. They're incredible people. I was short on fluids and salt, and somebody was gracious enough.
Yeah, the community.
So.
All right. Patrick, is there anybody back at home in Palm Springs that you want to show a little love to?
I guess the only person not up here right now is my dad, Rick Service. So the rest of my family happens to be up here, so it's very cool that we're all in Tahoe together tonight.
Right on. Well, you survived, Patrick, with plenty of time to spare. You're here in Placer High. Looks like you're here in one piece, so congratulations to you, my good man, and hope you enjoy this one.
Thanks, Billy.
We have some exciting news for all of the Placer High School students out here. Coach Montoya has
All right, I think we just found the happiest runner out on the course. Look at her. Oh wait, that is Dreama. Dreama Walton, my friend Dreama from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Look at that joy. Wow. I had heard she was dealing with some low points, low patches, as many typically do in a race that can knock you down in so many different ways. But look at that celebration. That is 100% pure joy. Coming into the track at Placer High, she is now in full view.
Yes, now.
Take your celebration lap, Dreama Walton. You are going to be.
Colorado Springs, Colorado.
There we go. Yes, you're going the right way. Oh, and there's her beautiful, adorable daughter, Addie. The cutest thing ever. Taking the celebration lap together, the victory lap. Look at them go.
Was one of those lucky few who got in on one ticket, and she made that ticket count.
Way to go, Dreama Walton.
UTMB back in 2014.
Maybe we can get a quick word with her after she crosses the finish line, her and Addie both. But you gotta love that.
Loving mother of Addie.
Sharing her passion, sharing her joy with her little one.
She's an IT solution consultant, has traveled the world as a U.S. Air Force veteran, has been to over 33 countries. Huge shout out to Ryan Lang, crew chief and pacer. We got to know Ryan a few years back at a training camp. Chris Knott. Otherwise,
I'm not even going to try to compete with AJW right now.
Teresa, who's been a valuable crew member and a support to Addie during the race.
There we go. Just turned 26 hours, 8 minutes. As she rounds a corner, finish line arch is in view.
And lots of hard miles.
Mother-daughter combo making their way to the finish line. This is the best when you can share with your young one.
Those incline repeats have paid off. And now, Dreama, congratulations.
There she goes.
Western States finisher.
She is indeed, Andy. Thank you for that. 26 hours, 8 minutes.
From Loomis, California, right down the road.
Way to go, Dreama.
Joe coordinates all of the ham radio communications for the race. Does a lot of work on
Once again, must shout out our presenting sponsor, Hoka One One. Thank you guys so much for your generous support. And to Buff USA, thank you as well. Coverage cannot be possible without your support and all the good, fine people. This is amazing, you guys. So we have less than, we're looking at 4 hours now till the official cutoff time, 30 hours.
Oscar Mejorada. Joe's put a lot of work into the race, and today he got to enjoy running from Olympic Valley to Auburn.
What link was it?
And with all those finishes, he now is a Western States finisher.
All right, we have another person into the track, crossing approximately 26 hours and 10 minutes.
Joe Steinmetz.
Congratulations, Joe. Another Western States finisher. People, I don't think you have to have been here to appreciate the heat. We had internet, computers, things just melting, malfunctioning left and right. Somehow we got through it. Somehow these runners got through it, and here we are. Let's see if we can get Dreama and her adorable little daughter. here on stage with me. Yeah, you and every other runner, Dreama. Please have a seat. And here's Addie. Hi, Addie. All right, here we are. We have recent Western States finisher, Ms. Dreama Walton from Colorado Springs, Colorado, with her beautiful daughter, Addie. How are you, Addie? Are you proud of Mom? All right. Mom, let's talk about today. I was trying to check up on you. Rumor has it that it was not easy, as has been the case for a lot of people today. But unlike a few people who ended up dropping, you are here at Placer High.
Yeah.
Tell us what you're feeling, what you're thinking right now.
I feel really good. I originally was like executing to plan, and like my pace was on point. And then I think like the heat of the day and also the descents really tore up my feet. Like they're tore up. So it set me back quite a bit. And then, yeah, I mean, I'm just like, of course I had a couple low moments and considered dropping, but you know, I'm stubborn. And luckily I had good crew with me that helped support me and like didn't allow me to drop.
When was your lowest moment today?
In between 80 and 90 miles.
Really?
Yeah.
That far in, you said.
Yeah.
What was it? What were you going through in those moments other than your feet? Was it just everything?
Yeah, everything.
That combined with just like a sour mental.
Totally.
Space.
Yeah. Like, I mean, my feet were killing me. Like, I couldn't step without like hobbling. So that put me in like a, pretty bad like space. And you know how it goes. Like once one thing goes wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you were also, we tracked you during your celebration mile from Roby Point to the finish. You were probably the most joyous finisher we've seen thus far.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, just all the pain, all the foot issues
totally.
probably went away completely.
Yeah, as soon as I hit Roby Point.
Yeah. Just tell us about that final mile and of course, entering the track and being able to finish with your lovely, cute, adorable daughter, Addie, here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is one of the reasons we all do this, is for that like final moment of bliss. Once you achieve, once you achieve something as difficult as this was, you're on cloud 9 afterward, and you just feel amazing. And I mean, I'm so thankful that I have like all my friends and family there. Addie was here with me, supporting me along the way, which was really cool. And I feel like one of the reasons I do it is to show her like we are capable of doing hard things, and and I want to set a good example for her. So it was really wonderful to be able to share that with her. And
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. And of course, hard would be an understatement considering everything that you went through. But you are here, Dreama Walton. You are officially a Western States finisher alongside Addie. It was lovely to see and track your final mile, your final yard and victory lap around Placer High.
Totally.
I'm sure you're going to celebrate for days on end because you certainly deserve it. Congratulations, Dreama.
Thank you.
And congratulations to you, Addie. You did a great job running with Mom.
And supporting me along the way.
Yes. Congrats,
All right.
guys.
Thank you, Billy.
Oh, careful. Give me a hug, Addie. Oh. All right, guys, we're going to just keep this rolling. We have just a couple of cameras to show you, but we're also with 3 hours and less than 45 minutes left to go in the race. How many aid stations could we show you? We're not going to show you Forest Hill or Michigan Bluff. Those have been closed down by now. But we do have Pointed Rocks at least, and then we will have cameras here at the finish line. Still, is that Yassine Deboon? Yes, Portland's Yassine Deboon, an elite athlete showing love to either a friend, a mid-packer, maybe giving him a heads up of what's to come, regaling him with similar war stories, but it's always good to see some fast people. Speaking of fast, oh my God, here we have a Camille Herron sighting. Are you kidding me? She is alive, people. The Phoenix has risen. She is at Pointed Rocks aid station. I am blown away by this, folks. I am sure she never in her wildest dreams thought she would have to see a second sunrise, but here she is in great spirits, getting her bottles refilled. I'm sure aid station workers trying not to get starstruck too much and go about their duties, but here she is, everybody. Camille Herron. You see Luis Escobar, the photographer, in the background. Who would have thunk it? People were guessing she must have dropped. There was a moment, I forget if it was Forest Hill, one of the aid stations where she just was not moving, so people assumed she had dropped, but the Phoenix has risen. She is back. She's back in the game, and given by the looks of things, there's no way this woman is not reaching Placer High. Certainly well before 30 hours, given her ability as a runner. As we see a live shot of Roby Point and a runner with probably the biggest entourage I've seen to date. And we have a runner who have entered into the track. My God, there's a lot going on right now. There's a lot. I will try to bring Camille on camera when she gets here, if she's at Pointed Rocks, which is about 6 miles away. Let me see, 6 miles at 5:15 per mile pace would probably, we'll say 35 minutes, give or take an hour or so. But look at her. In all seriousness, big smiles. You got the Ziploc with ice, it looks like, down her bra as the temperatures rise back up again.
Twin girls that keep her young, Julia and Sarah. And to her crew and Pacers.
This is definitely one of the more surprising developments we're having, but a pleasant one at that, as we've had a handful of elite athletes set egos aside, set expectations aside, and say, no matter what, I am getting this thing done. We had Claire Gallagher basically walk in the final mile, but still smiling. We had Magdalena Boulay, obviously not have the day that she was expecting or looking for, but still smiles and showed a ton of grit along the way. And here we have, let me see, number 51. Oof. Definitely in rough shape, but 151, I'm sorry. Seems like somebody we should know. As we see Camille Herron, all smiles, leaving Pointed Rocks aid station. Look at her fly. Thank you, Joey, for hanging with her, giving us the excellent footage and coverage. Who would have thought we'd be talking about Camille Herron this late in the race, but here she is. Definitely among the favorites entering into the race. Probably thought she would have been done about 10 hours prior, but she is still moving. And she is definitely smiling, and she is taking off towards No Hands Bridge, up Roby Point into Placer High. And here we have Joey Montoya. Joey Montoya and quite the entourage. But they are all here because of love. They're here to support him. And we will see Joey follow the footsteps of the famous painted Western States. Foot outline, feet outline. There he goes. All right, folks, I am going to step away for 1 minute, but we'll be back. Check out Joey Montoya smiling with his family in tow as he makes his way to Placer High. And I'll be right back. All right, everyone. Billy Yang back here at Placer High live with about 3.5 hours left before we reach the end of Western States officially in 30 hours. We have identified the gentleman that is Joey Montoya. He is actually the football coach here at Placer High School. That explains the entourage. It's probably his entire football team. They are here to walk him in to the finish line, a field to a beautiful, redone, pristine football field here at the center of the track here. I'm sure it's something that Joey is very familiar with, as are his students. And as you can hear, we have Tropical John Medinger back commanding the mics. Ooh, there is Megan Canfield, formerly Megan Arbogast, Megan Laws, joining him for that final stretch. I believe that's Tim Tweedmeyer, and he is at the white fence, basically signifying that you are home. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay, I'm actually looking at the wrong footage. I'm looking at slightly delayed footage. That is our updated one. Okay, see, this is how punchy Billy is behaving without a wink of sleep. Speaking of which, I have here my friend Liz, all the way from the East Coast. Just when I talk about volunteers make this race, I mean volunteers make this race. And it's just one of the examples of the generous spirits, the generosity of her time, of her bandwidth, being away from family, just to experience Western States as a volunteer with the live stream team. Liz, I have a ton of questions. I want to hear all the stories. You went to at least 3 different spots, right? To volunteer, help capture some of the magic that we had here at Western States 2021. I turn it over to you. Tell me about your experience as a volunteer today.
Well, today was unbelievable because I'm at Roby Point, and you have people have been out there for almost 20. I got to see the last of the people finishing under 24 hours, and then everybody after that just digging so deep to do that last mile to the track. And then our friend Dreama came in, and I got to run with her all the way to the track, which was pinch me. It's like Christmas. It was so
Did
amazing.
I not tell you? Being able to run in with the runners and just getting a taste of that magic. That clearly, obviously, you didn't have the entirety of the 100-mile experience, but to just be around that aura and be around that loving spirit when you're surrounded by family and friends, and to realize that their dreams are being realized in a matter of minutes is a special, special feeling.
Well, and just so many of these people, everybody had to dig deep. The heat was so hot yesterday, and another moment was I was at No Hands yesterday, and I got to see Jim come down to finish, and I got to run with him a little bit on
Yes,
No Hands.
if you saw the footage of Jim coming down No Hands, actually looking a little bit surprised because...
Yeah, a lot of the top runners were surprised there was no aid station, which I believe they were told.
Yeah, well, it was a recent change. I believe 2021, or actually last year, it was being implemented, where we shifted some of the aid stations, Pointed Rocks and Roby Point, without an official aid station at No Hands Bridge. So if you guys were following the live stream, I believe Jim was audibly and visibly surprised and curious as to why there wasn't an aid station there.
Right.
But after that went away, he went about his business, took off like a gazelle with you in hot pursuit. What was it like to run with Jim Wamsley, even for those brief moments?
I liked the part where he was walking for a second. And then he started running. And I kept up as best I could, because even then he's still so fast. And it was an honor just to be on that bridge with him. I'll remember it forever. There's so many memories.
Okay, let me pause you there. Let's go to this shot of Joey Montoya. I mean, clearly he has a lot of people who love him. They are gathering at the finish line. The man is clearly dealt with some battles out there on the course, but he has emerged victorious, surrounded by what looks like his family, his beautiful children, as we see another runner complete the journey from Olympic Valley to Placer High. But here is the star of Elisa moment, Joey Montoya, the football coach right here at Placer High with a giant entourage walking him in from Roby Point. What a beautiful thing. The man clearly has made a lasting impact on those he has taught, interacted with. Take it all in, Joey.
He was on 24-hour pace for most of the race before succumbing to the
There you go.
And,
Joey's going to run it in with his daughter. This is, folks, this is really what it's all about. And Liz, as a parent yourself, you know how special these moments are and how quickly your kids grow up, and trying to convince them to, run around a lap after 100 miles is probably an impossibility to many parents out there, but this must be extra special to share it with your family like this.
Oh, I can't even imagine what that must be feeling like right now. I had my younger daughter at a 50K I did, and just seeing her and her seeing me what I do was amazing.
There we go, Joey Montoya. As the excitement builds, you are an official Western States finisher. 151, Joey Montoya, surrounded by his loved ones, surrounded by his chosen family beyond the barriers. He gets a hug from the race director, Craig Thornley. What a way to celebrate, Joey. Yes, and that does look like Tim Tweedmeyer, the legend, the GOAT. I think I saw Tim wipe a tear from his eye. I mean, how can you not get romantic, and how can you not love all things about Western States? It's about family, it's about community, it's about enduring, and it's all on display here at the track. Olympic Valley to Auburn, it says it right there, endurance run. Once again, our thanks to Hoka One One and to Buff for making this coverage possible. I hope you guys are with me, that when we bring back Dylan and Corinne for 2022, you'll be right here with us, sharing every minute of the journey. These guys are amazing. From the front of the pack, from the Jim Walmsleys, from the Beth Pascals, to the Golden Hour finishers. It's a very special journey. Okay, so while we wait for Joey, Liz, again, if there's one thing I wish I could do all over again, it's to experience Western States for the first time. So I have a million questions for you, and I'm sure there are plenty of people watching in this chat who have never experienced Western States, and now, next year, how can I volunteer? How can I show up? What can I do?
Totally. I mean, I got to see the athletes from the beginning. So I was 2 miles up at the start and all the way through. So to be able to see them from the start to the finish was pretty spectacular.
Yes. Oh, do you have, I'm sure you have many, but do you have a highlight that stands out to you?
Oh, running to the finish and the track with Dream Up for sure. And on the day before the race, when we did all the short sound bites with all the getting to meet all the athletes coming through, getting their numbers, was amazing.
Yes, so we got to sit with a bunch of front of the pack, back of the pack, middle of the pack athletes, and recorded their why, if you will, of why they're lining up for Western States. You saw a glimpse of it. We will play several more. I don't want you to go too far, but I would be remiss in not bringing up somebody who just completed 100 miles and allowing him to sit somewhat briefly. Joey Montoya, please join us up on stage. Please put on the headset. Please. I'm sure that's equal parts painful and a delight.
Yes.
You're finally able to sit down. 100 miles, Olympic Valley to Auburn. Tell me about the journey and what makes the finish line so special for you in particular.
Well, this is where I teach and coach football, and I also went to high school here, moved away, came back, and got the job in '07. And being around this event, I knew it was one of a kind, a special event, and became a bucket list item of mine. In 2014.
You may not be able to uncross that. Just
No, yeah,
fair warning.
I'm gonna keep my legs straight. And so, qualified 5 years in a row with running Miwok, and didn't get in via lottery the first 4 years, and luckily the Red Star Aid Station gave me a spot. So, what a journey, And then you throw COVID in on top of that, right?
Yeah.
So it's been a journey, and today was a special day, and it didn't finish the way I wanted to, but take what the day gives you, and I'm no excuses. I'm just so proud.
Well, let's talk about that day. What went wrong for you, or why wasn't it the ideal day for you?
Well, fairy tale land, my quads went, and so I walked home from ALT every step, and so I was on pace before that. But today was hard. The only time that it wasn't hard for me was climbing up Bath, because I had people bringing me food, and going through Forest Hill. Every step was hard, and between the heat and everything else that 100-mile race brings. But I didn't quit, and I stayed the course, and I had great pacers with Nick, Bazanzak, and Matt Keys, seasoned veterans, and a great crew, and I'm here.
Tim Tweedmeyer, I saw out there.
Changed my sock and shoe, and him and Bob Crowley, were helping me out all over the course, and a lot of people played a huge role in this today.
Well, you may not have had the day, but no one had a bigger entourage than you. You clearly impact dozens, if not hundreds of lives. Tell me how special those moments were. Just having that, I don't want to say entourage. Entourage sounds a little dismissive and pretentious, but you were surrounded by love. You were surrounded by people you clearly had a lasting impact on. Tell me what that final mile was like for you.
It was special. Unexpected. And just the amount of support that came here to support me in this journey. And my wife said, who I have to give a huge amount of credit to, my wife Megan, she said that's the most she's ever seen me cry. And when I saw my kids were waiting for me at Cherry Bridge, and when I wrapped my arms around them, I couldn't hold back. And special moment.
Well, speaking of special, let me pause you there, Joey. We have, I believe, Katie Trent entering the track here. To those familiar with Western States and Western States family, the Trents are an integral part. Katie Trent, daughter of John Trent, sister of Annie Trent, Jill Trent, the Trents, the Silver Striders, an indelible part of the Western States family. Wow. So if you were here in 2015, those must be your boys over there.
Yep.
We have a bunch of scary, muscular guys staring back at us, but they're clearly in awe of you. How do you tell them that you can do anything when you just finished 100 miles?
Well, the day didn't go as, we were joking around that there's going to be a lot of analogies from today that, the day didn't go as planned, but we took what the day gave us, and I finished. I didn't throw in the towel, and, to walk from ALT here, 15 miles essentially, that made it for a long night, but we just kept pecking away, and we got here. So there's a lot to learn from this, a lot to teach those guys from this.
Yes, well, I am definitely walking away inspired and felt the love for sure. That was palpable. However you're doing it, Joey, however you're impacting these kids' lives, we are looking at literally just dozens of high school boys who thought it'd be a cool thing to do at 7:40 on a Sunday morning to show up to a high school when school is ordinarily closed, and to see their high school football coach finish running 100 miles for fun.
I'm honored, and it's special, and I'm just grateful.
Well, we're grateful that you are here. Joey Montoya, again, 100 miles done. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't easy, but he got it done. And what an incredible lesson on full display of what is possible with the human spirit when, even when things go wrong. Joey Montoya, what a lesson for your kids and what a lesson for the rest of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You can set it down.
Katie Trent coming in. Hi. May I interview you? Yes. You take some time. Yes, do it. You don't have to The support is overwhelming. Oh my gosh, everybody had tears in their eyes as you finished. Tell me what that feels like. I love that. This is your first finish? What does that mean to you? Well, it's been a bucket list item of mine for a while, and finally get in the race and then to do it.
All right, back here live at Placer High School 2021. I am joined by none other than Katie Trent of the Trent family. You cannot talk about Western States without talking about the Trents and the Silver Striders. Katie, you are here.
I'm here.
You're here at the finish line.
Yep.
For your second time?
Second finish.
A little less dramatic this time around.
Oh my gosh, it was pretty nice to not worry about, hearing the horn and not making it.
Okay, so Katie,
much more relaxing.
Katie's referring to her finish in 2015, and I remember it because I was there on the track, busted up quads and feet and all, but there was Katie running with her father, John Trent, who I believe is he here?
Last I heard, he was through ALT, so I think he might be in the golden hour.
Okay, so you guys,
which is the best hour.
you guys at least started together.
We did.
Okay, so John Trent,
Yeah.
her father, former president of the Western States Board, a crucial part of why Western States is what it is. An incredible writer, a thoughtful person, just I'm going to gush about your dad. I mean, I could gush about your dad forever and ever, but JT, John Trent, is an incredible human being, and the apple certainly does not fall far from the tree.
Thank you.
Tell us about your day, Katie, and how did it go so much better than it did in 2015?
Yeah, so in 2015, it was my first 100.
Let me get that up closer.
Oh,
yeah.
It was my first 100. I think I did not have climbing legs. Yesterday, I did have climbing legs, so that made a huge difference. Going over the escarpment, like I wasn't in last place, I was like, yeah. And then it was hot, but like I managed it well. A lot of ice. Luckily in the canyons, it was only the descent side that was super hot, and then when you climb, it was shady and nice. So you kind of would get some relief.
I was just talking about it with my friend Liz over there. We were talking about the parents having an influence on their children, right? Of bringing them across the track and giving them a glimpse into the great community of endurance sports and the ultra running community. But you, your sister, your mom, I believe, are all ultra runners.
We got brainwashed.
You got brainwashed.
We got brainwashed.
How did that happen?
So I think the first Western States I went to was, oh man, probably like 1995. And it was fun. It was like, oh, we get to stay up all night, hang out with friends, like eat candy. I didn't know what my dad was doing. I didn't get it. I was like, all right, he's just out there. Like, we see him for 5 seconds and then he's gone. So I just thought it was like normal that people ran 100 miles. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll do that one day. When I was like even in middle school, I was like, yeah, whatever. And then it's funny, you hit high school and you're like, no, running's dumb. But no, it was definitely a positive influence from them. And then the Silver State Striders running group in Reno. They were all ultra runners and they brainwashed me as well. Like you're running with them and they're like, I'm training for this and this. And you're like, oh, I think I want to do that. So definitely the influence of my parents and the Striders.
And of course, your chosen family in Western States. Everyone loves you guys. I hope you felt the love.
Oh, yeah.
Making your final mile, Roby Point, and of course into Placer High with TJ calling your name.
Yeah.
What an incredible experience. I mean, how does it compare to 2015, just the overall feeling? I'm sure there was a lot more relief and it was a lot more stressful.
I could savor it. Like,
there you go.
I entered the track and I cried. And in 2015, I was like, I did it. And I was just like in total shock. Like, I didn't cry until I saw Goonhild finish. And then the tears came. But for my own finish, I was kind of like, well, I did it, whatever. And then saw Goonhild and I was like, yes. But so I savored this one more, I would say. It like hit me.
And what about when your father comes through? Because, and I'm going to use the word when, not if.
Yeah.
When he comes through.
Yeah.
Tell me what your feelings, your thoughts.
Oh, it's going to be emotional. He was getting emotional climbing up to the escarpment yesterday. So I know that, the waterworks will come. We'll be crying. It will be really cool.
Well, until we can celebrate his finish, congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, fantastic job.
Yeah, thank you.
About a 3-hour improvement from 2015.
Western States PR.
Well over 3-hour finish.
Yeah.
Or improvement, rather. Katie Trent, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well deserved.
Thank you so
Hope
much.
you get some rest, and let's cheer Dad in when he comes through.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do it.
All right. Thank you so much. I can't believe you have... Okay, back at Placer High. Katie Trent, oh my God, how can you not love her? How can you not love the Trents? I know you haven't met or experienced the whole Trent experience, but they are such an adorable family. Like I said, mother, father, 2 daughters, all just an inseparable part of the Western States family. They're incredible.
Well, her energy, just sitting here, like talking about it, she just ran 100 miles, was pretty amazing. So.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. So, yeah, we were talking about some of your highlights, some of your there's one thing to experience it in film and in other media, but to actually be here and to set foot where all these legends have set foot, which is something I always think about. I think about the Western States course as like a museum almost in nature, like you're walking in the footsteps of all these legends that came before you. You have the Scott Jerks of the world, who we talked to earlier. You have, of course, the Ann Traysons, the Tim Tweedmeyers, and to be able to be in this arena and to be able to step in the same footsteps that they stepped in, that's certainly what I thought about when I ran it, and still something I think about every time I set foot either in Auburn or in Olympic Valley. your thoughts about just being here where the magic happens.
Like, there's almost no words. Like, just being at the start of the race, knowing that others, so many others have run and started there, going to No Hands Bridge, the famous No Hands Bridge, and being there for the top runners. And then, but not only the top runners, but then being at Roby Point for the ones that are still out there 10 hours
Yes.
after Jim Walmsley, digging deep, climbing that hill up out of Roby Point to go into the last mile of the race, and then being able to finish. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to be journaling for days. Like, I mean, seriously. Like, and I don't know why, but this race means so much to me, and I've never even. This is my first time here.
Yes, yes, it has. It definitely has that effect that you definitely take with you. However little or much you've experienced it, it becomes a part of your soul. I know, as cheesy as that it may sound, it's hard to think about or experience Western States without taking a bit of it away with you. And now, as we see, look at this guy moving well in the track at Placer High. About to round the corner. He's going to come in under 27 hours.
Wow.
Moving super well, too.
That's amazing to watch, too. Like, to see them moving so well at the end.
Yeah, it's something about second win, however you want to characterize it, that numbness of pain once your adrenaline, your emotions take over. But there he is, 26 hours, 52 minutes and some change. Wow. Another person gets to wear the famous Western States buckle as a proud finisher. Liz, before I let you go, I mean, there's so many things I can geek out about Western States, but just tell me, to go back to our earlier point, what do you think you're going to take away with you the most? Is it going to be the trails? Is it going to be the runners, the community?
I would say it's all of it. It's like all of it, all the people, the amazing people, and how friendly everybody is. Just being in this community again, like,
Right.
is so energizing, inspiring. I want to run it. I don't know how I'll do that, but I would love to be able to be finishing myself. That would be pretty amazing.
Yeah. Well, much like the race, if it was easy, probably wouldn't be as special or worth it.
Exactly.
It is hard to get into for a reason. But once you do, I hope all these people realize or appreciate that, getting in was half the battle, and the other half you are seeing on full display as these guys are fighting tooth and nail to get to the finish line. Some with smiles on their faces, some with grimaces on their faces, but they are on their way, marching the final few miles to home. I am calling this home for now because this is where our chosen family are. This is where we're all celebrating and sharing the love of just being back together. If nothing else, that is one of the biggest things that I just keep focusing on when it comes to why 2021 feels a little extra special. Not just that we get to engage in this online community with you guys and to have conversations from basically 4:30 yesterday all the way through today. And we're going to keep this thing going all the way through the golden hour and the award ceremonies, like I mentioned.
You need your coffee.
I'm definitely caffeinating myself as much as possible because I cannot sleep. It is not possible for me to sleep because there's just way too much going on. I'm just just giddy. I'm absolutely giddy, and hopefully I am not annoying you with my energy right now. But it is great to be back, folks, and I'm so grateful that you guys are here with us to share in this. If you couldn't be here in person, this is amazing.
And to hug people.
Yes, I've given out a lot of sweaty hugs
Yes.
as we see another family enter the track, about to become Western States finishers.
Oh, it's so amazing. It's
Liz.
so amazing. Thank you, Billy.
Thank you,
Thank you for this,
everything
really.
you did.
Thank you.
No. I have to thank you for all the hard work you did, for flying across the country just to
Totally worth it.
hold a gimbal and share stories.
I got to work
of-
on my skills. That's what I'm going to do for next year. I'm going to go train so I can do a little bit better next year.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Billy.
Thank you, Liz. All right, thank you once again to Hoka One One and to Buff for making this coverage possible. Back at Placer High as we count towards the 30-hour mark and golden hour. We are just over 27 hours. I was talking about chosen family, but we are actually dealing with family. We have two brothers with us who finished the Western States 100. Did you guys finish together? I actually missed this.
No.
You guys were brought up together.
We started together for sure.
But two brothers who ran the race today. Tell me about how this happened and what your days were like.
So it's been a long process. So Tim started the lottery in 2013, and I started the lottery in 2015, and I was actually selected in the lottery in 2019, and he was on the wait list.
47th on the wait list.
So we were like, oh my gosh, what horrible luck.
So where do you want to pace me? Basically?
Right,
Yeah, I was getting ready to pace him, and I was excited because I would get to come and see the race.
But as we know, COVID, while mostly unfortunate, there were some, I guess, good things to come out of it, and one of them being you get bumped up the wait list because a lot of international runners deferred. Once you found out, what was the conversation like? Were you guys talking about who's going to beat whom? Were you talking about
Threw a
are
wrench
we going to
into
run this thing
everything.
together?
I think I found out about 3 months ago, and then it has to change all the plans. So he had to go find different pacers, and I had to put all my travel plans together and my training plan. Find out 3 months before, and so that kind of made it interesting. But luckily, we have really supportive friends from our hometowns.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to give a shout out to our families because
Please.
our families, we come from a running family. Our dad,
Where are you guys from, by the way?
We grew up in southwestern Ohio.
Okay.
And so our dad kind of lit the fire. And if he's out watching today, we love you, Dad. He just had a heart attack recently, and so we wanted to, give him a shout out. And our families, we both have small children, and our families have really been really understanding with us over the course of this preparation.
Yeah.
It is no joke.
Yeah.
It is a lot of time.
That's been a continual theme about all the sacrifices people make, which is what makes the victory lap, as I've been calling it, or celebration lap, that much more special, especially when you're surrounded by people who did sacrifice so much and give so much so that you guys could realize a dream. Speaking of realizing the dream, let's talk about your experiences. I don't know if you had a chance to thoroughly exchange war stories, but were your days similar? Were they different? How were your days out there in this insane day?
Yeah, I had a couple. I don't think you can run 100 miles and not have something go wrong. So I think I was at mile 87 and had my headlight die. And luckily I had my pacer, Matt, was there with his headlight, and we got through to an aid station where we could get a different headlight. And then that headlight died just a couple miles later. So that was certainly threw a wrench in everything and trying to figure out, okay, what do we do now? How do we go from here? And we were right on the cusp of 24. And I'm like, I know we got to hang on here and get a 24. So we were running with one dimly lit headlamp for many, many dark miles. But that made it so awesome. And I'll tell you that story in more detail later.
Yeah, we're going to have to do a big debrief. So I had an issue at Devil's Thumb. I think a lot of people did, but it almost knocked me out. And I knew that my crew was at 55. I knew that they were going to be there and they were waiting for me. And I was like, I have to get to them. Like, I can't, inconvenience all these people for this weekend and not show up.
Spoken like a true
Michigan
Midwesterner.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, this is not okay.
Let me think about them. I don't want to put them out.
Yeah, I was like, people spent money to fly up here and do all
more
this
than
stuff.
that. There's one shot at this.
And you just get one shot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but here you guys are. Hopefully, their sacrifices, your sacrifices have paid off. Doing this for your first time, I'm sure. Let's talk about that really quick before we sign off. How did it play out versus what you had expected Western States first time to be like?
It was a lot harder.
A lot harder, yeah.
But we did get that I knew it
Yeah.
was going to be hot.
Yeah, you
at
guys picked a
Western
hell of a
States.
year.
we definitely got that experience, but that made it way harder. So we had to definitely go back and look at the priorities during the day and reprioritize where we wanted to see ourselves. And I know that just getting the finish line is an incredible accomplishment this year for all the runners.
Yeah, I think it's easy to set a goal for yourself and then try to blindly follow that goal and dig yourself in a hole. I mean, I had to make an adjustment at about mile 45 or so that just sub 24 was just not going to be happening today.
Yes,
it's just not in the cards today, and I'm just gonna I'm gonna take what the course gives and try to hold back. And with any race like this, it's I think we both did the homework. So it's like, if we did the homework, then we should be able to finish at least. So.
And finish you did. Let's thank some of those people. Let's shout out the people back at home. Who do you want to thank who might be watching this? You mentioned your father. Like, is there anybody else back at home that you want to shout out?
So I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to my two kids, Tristan and Hadley. Tristan, I hope you're watching, and I love you, buddy. And to my wife, Erica, who has spent a lot of time watching the kids on the weekends while I'm doing these back-to-back long runs to get ready for this bad boy.
Yeah, same thing. Just want to thank my wife, Christy, and she's my running partner and life partner and wife, and has been there for me this whole time, and taking care of our two boys, George and Edison. And whenever I found myself in a down part of the race, I just thought about them and thought about everything that they did they're doing to get me here. So that brought me through, and I can't wait to go home and see them.
All right, boys.
Thanks, Billy.
You earned it.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I agree with the comments, guys. Let's throw it to the big screen for the finishers. Show them some love. I'm gonna readjust, and then I'll just get back on the mic until Corinne shows up or something.
Finisher of the Superior 100 and has also finished the Badger 100. He is a paper mill worker and enjoys hunting and spending time with his family. Big shout out to his wife Deanna and his girls for putting up with his running schedule, and also wanted to thank Deanna, Bill, and Sam for helping crew and pace. From Barnum, Minnesota, this is Brandon Johnson.
All right, back live here at Placer High School. I am joined by my friend, my comrade in the board, a mentor, if I can call you that, just an all-around great guy, Topher Gaylord. How are you, buddy? Did you get some rest?
Right on, Billy. It's been an amazing day, and so fired up that Western States is back and rolling. And yesterday was a reminder for all the runners that this course is just brutal and fulfilling at the same time. So yeah, we're making it happen, and it's just so cool to have everyone here now being able to experience the race online and just feel the energy that we feel here in Auburn and all along the trail. But it was an incredible day.
The energy here is absolutely incredible, and you're right, Toph. The community being back together has been probably my favorite thing about this entire weekend. But there's also a lot of incredible storylines that we've been tracking, that Dylan and Corinne have been tracking. I don't know if you saw Camille Herron. I've been calling her the Phoenix. She was stuck at an aid station. I believe it was Fort Sill. People in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong. For the longest time, to the point that people thought she dropped or that the DNF list was not being updated. Next thing you know, Pointed Rocks, there she emerges. Big smile, moving well. I don't know what happened to her. I'm dying to find out. But she was there as a matter of a few minutes ago. Guys, if you can have the finish line either in the small, let's have them in the big screen when they come through. But yeah, Camille Herron, I don't know what's going on with her, but that's one of the many storylines that we have going on right now.
Well, Billy, it's so cool. I think Camille, by the way, that's new news to me, which is awesome. But I think it speaks to, I call it the champion's mindset at 100-mile racing. And, Camille has more incredible results than just about any of the females here from the standpoint of just raw speed. This course has been extremely difficult for her. I think this is her third attempt at Western States, and she's going to get it done. And I think that's a champion's mindset. I mean, that's a good example. She went out hard. I think she was the first or second gal over the top of the escarpment yesterday morning. She took it out hard. She was all in. And then the race didn't go her way. Like, she probably had a plan A, which was go out hard, drive it. And it was a tough day for her. But the champion's mindset, I think, recalibrates and reshifts to a new way of thinking. And I saw it with Sensman yesterday. I was running down with Magda to the river, pacing her. And Sensman he was there in one of the aid stations, Cal 2. And he goes, man, I haven't been able to figure this race out. I said, well, it's another great learning experience for you. He goes, oh, does that mean I got to come back? I go, yeah. But he said, hey, I'm going to get it done. And I love that attitude, especially for these incredibly fast and talented runners like Camille, like Eric. And there are a number of other people that had blowouts on the course, and they just kept going. It reminds me of Hal Kroner when he ran I think he had a Western States win, a Hard Rock win, and then he went to UTMB,
yeah.
And he had a 42-hour finish and walked it in with Rock Horton. And it was like, wow. And so that it's just such a great mentality, I think. I obviously don't think people should be doing material, injury to yourself, but that mindset of, hey, I'm never going to give up. I'm just never going to yield to the course, even if I'm having a bad day. And I love the fact that Camille is going to get it done here today. It's really cool.
Really cool. And you were talking about the championship mindset, and you brought up Magda, and I can't help but, so you wore a lot of different hats all throughout this weekend as a board member, as a former president, as a speaker, and you paced Magda. And you saw first row seats to seeing her struggle. I know she had some stomach issues, had a hard time keeping things down. But to your point, Magda threw Beagle out the window and said, I'm getting this done. And it was super inspiring to, somebody who was already built up pretty high on my list as a hero.
Magda's amazing. I mean, you talk about hats to wear. She was wearing a lot of hats this weekend as well. You know, she's the head of innovation for GU Energy Labs.
Yes.
She wears even a couple hats at GU Energy Lab. That's just one of her many hats she's got. And they had an incredible activation here as one of the West States partners. And then she is absolutely so full throttle for work, full throttle for training, and she's a board member here, so she's got a lot of board activity and work as well. And she knew, you know, I think, and it'd be interesting to have her on and share her thoughts with her, both as a board member now but also as a runner from start to finish. She knew exactly what she had in her on the day. And she's a consummate pro. She's an amazing champion.
No excuses.
Yeah, no excuses, but also like she's set into her gear all day long. And what I was blown away with, we ran the Cal Street Loop, which is mile 62 to the river at mile 78. And she was like a metronome. I mean, we just set one pace and she ran. And I knew she wasn't feeling awesome. You know, a lot of times people just get a little bit quiet, and but she, not a single complaint, just head down, driving in that all-day pace she knew she had, and she had an incredible finish. I mean, she finished just over 22 hours, and just set it in and got it done. And I really do admire these past champions that sort of, when their day doesn't go the way they want it. I mean, it'd be interesting to hear Claire Gallagher as well.
Yes.
I know she didn't have probably the day she was looking to have, but man, she got it done too. And I love that. I love that mindset. And it is important because, you know, at Western States, you always have this game plan at the start. And one thing is nearly 100% guaranteed, is that game plan will get thrown out the window at some point, and you've got to come up with a new plan, and you've got to meld your mind to the conditions and the situation you're in that moment. And that can be the difference between a silver buckle, a bronze buckle, or a DNF. And I think that was a great example with Camille, with Claire, and with Magda, just digging deep and getting things done.
Yeah, to the broadcast team, let's go ahead and anytime somebody enters the track, let's show them the love. Andres working the camera here at the finish line. He's another incredible volunteer who's dedicated so much of his time. Let's show these runners their proper due and their proper love. Another runner crossing the finish line, 27 hours, 20 minutes and change, surrounded by loved ones.
Right on.
Look at that. That is pure joy.
You know, it's just it's such a moment of elation crossing the Western States finish line. I mean, this isn't about just the 27 hours in the case of this runner that he took to complete the course. It's the 2 years and perhaps more of preparation, in dedication, in sacrifice that went into crossing that finish line. Not just by this runner, but it's the family, it's friends, it's pacers, it's your crew that all share in that moment with you. And that's why it's such a powerful, emotional moment. You're physically totally drained, but emotionally, it's one of the most clarifying moments you can ever have in your life. And I think every runner that runs from Olympic Valley to Auburn is changed forever. Somehow the day changes you, and that experience is just awesome to witness.
Well, let's zoom out a little bit and talk about this weekend. Besides the obvious, there were a lot of storylines that have been, frankly, talked to death. We can definitely revisit them because the headlines are the headlines. But were there any less obvious storylines from this weekend to you that really stood out, Toph?
Well, I mean, maybe they've already been talked about. Even as someone who's just been gorging on our live feed content when I'm in cell range, I missed some because it's just unbelievable. But I think one of the most exciting stories is the fact, for the first time ever, we've got we've just gotten incredibly. We had 3 women in the top 10, so that's the first time in Western States history. We had the second fastest time by a woman in Western States history with Beth Pascal. I think that's an incredible story, given the fact that it was over 100 degrees. I think it was 106 degrees at the river, and so I think that the talent in our women's field and the strength in our women's field is certainly one of the most incredible stories. I was looking at the drop list this morning, and I didn't refresh it yet. I'm still working on getting connected here, but we had 101 drops, which is considerable, right? That's a higher. It's not the highest, but it is high for Western State standards. We'll have to go back and look at the numbers, but I think that's higher for Western State standards. And I think that speaks to the difficulty of the day, perhaps the difficulty of the year. I mean, there's no question that training for Western States through all of what the world has been throwing at humanity has been difficult, and I think that showed up in the run. And also, I think we had I'll again have to look at the numbers, but I think we had 57 silver buckle winners in this year's run, which is not dramatically low, but it's on the lower side of our percentages, and so I think that those are very interesting stories, and I do think, that high drop rate. I think we had more attrition at the front of the pack. I think, both the men and the women took it out so hard. And a lot of folks went with it, and they paid dearly. And Western States, it really is. It's a race around having a mindset of going through a process. It's not an arrival. It's a journey, and I think that process is about not racing to the top of the escarpment, racing to the top of Devil's Thumb or through the canyons. It's about getting to Auburn in one piece and laying it all out there, but making sure you get to Auburn.
Yeah, I'm always conflicted on that, because on one hand, it's the excitement, right? When you have the Jim Walmsleys of 2017, when you have the Zach Millers, take the North Face 50 for instance, sometimes it rewards the people who are daring to do great things and as a result risk great things. And when you are kind of towing that fine line of greatness and potential blow up, it's exciting. There's no doubt exciting. 2017, seeing Jim Walmsley chase after the course record, trying to dare and do great things was exciting until it blew up. And then we have what happened in 2017, the Ryan Sands, on the other side of the spectrum, where patience really, or the Western States can reward the patient, the people who are willing to allow people at the front to remove ego, to allow them to do what they will, and you stay within yourself and you run your own race. On the men's side, you saw it rewarded in the Tyler Greens, the Drew Holman. I mean, I go back and forth, certainly. So if, say, Jim Walmsley were to have blown up today, you would have had not a pedestrian time, but certainly a slower winning time along the likes of Ryan Sands. But you saw it pay out in both instances in Jim Walmsley and Tyler Green. I mean, hey,
I love the spirit of racing, and certainly Western States has gotten that way on the sharp end, where in all 100-mile and ultra racing has really been pushing the boundaries of human potential through the way people are racing now. So I love that all-in
Toph, I hate to cut you off, but we have Camille Herron.
Here she comes.
Here she is.
Right on.
the Phoenix herself rising from the ashes, left for dead. People assumed a DNF, and there she is, charging hard from Pointed Rocks, maybe even before that, onto the finish. Clear race favorite somehow coming through in the 27th hour, but look at her run. My God.
What a feeling for her. You know, I think this is her third go at Western States, and to get to the track and get it done. I mean, I just absolutely love her grit and determination and commitment. You know, I mean, you know, we'll sort of talk about that going for it mentality, but this is what I love. If her race didn't go her way, and she's coming in over 27 hours, but she's going to be a Western States finisher. And that's something she could never say before. And This is just fantastic. Look at him, high five. She's fired up. She's fired up. Yes.
Yeah, talk about flying close to the sun, daring to do great things. When it works, it works in spades. When it doesn't, it leads to DNFs. But today, Camille battled some demons, battled the heat, and look at her officially, for the very first time, a Western States finisher. Congratulations,
Right on.
Camille Herron.
Right on, Camille.
I cannot wait to have her on here to unpack the entirety of her day, just exactly what happened in 3/4 of the way in when she was stopped, dead halt, and what it was that allowed her to finish and get here and have this moment. Unbelievable.
Yeah, just it really is so cool, and look at her. She's completely fired up. I mean, I tell you, she probably will have learned more on this run about what she's made of, her character, than perhaps any of her other champion accomplishments. And I think that's what Western States does. I mean, it's the ultimate learning experience. Even when your day doesn't go the way you want it, look at her. She's shaking it out with her legs. She feels good. It's just awesome.
There she is, giving Craig Thornley, our race director, a hug. Do we have another finisher? Yes, we do, just behind Camille. Again, there's people who talk about running 100 miles yourself. I am definitely on the other camp of I love sharing that journey with pacers, with as many crew members as I can possibly allow into a car. We have another finisher come one right after another. Surrounded by his family, I'm assuming. This is just great. Just great. Again, we probably have a lower number of overall finishers given the relatively low number of starts, given that we are on the heels of a pandemic year. But man, they are coming in one after another. We have another runner entering the track. Again, surrounded by family. These days, you usually see a GoPro in tow. Let's capture the moment. Let's create the next great Western States film.
Right on. Yeah, he's still, I mean, rolling in, I tell you, you hit that track, and it's just such a moment of elation, relief, extreme pain in some cases. But you made it, and that's just such an amazing feeling.
Another runner has entered the track, and I see yet another runner and her entourage right on the heels of them. So we're
starting to get into our golden-ish hour. This is where obviously we've got time. Another 2.5 hours that the course remains open. I love it here too. I see Tim Tweetmeyer running across the field to pick up another runner. And this is 25-time finisher, 5-time champion, Western States board member and prior Western States champion or president. And he's backtracking the course to run a runner in. And that's the community. That's the community. I think Cody Lind and Paul and Dr. Bob Lind is an amazing story of 3 generations. I think it just speaks to the relationships that are cultivated at Western States through the generations, and I think that we never want to lose, and I think that's just embedded in the sport.
Once you are a Western States finisher, you are family. Look at her run in, surrounded by her loved ones. The little girls, the young daughters, that's my favorite thing to see. Hopefully inspiring future generations of female trail runners and ultra runners. That is what we need more of. We need female heroes. We need moms. Speaking of female heroes, look who we have.
All right. Wow. Let's we can
if we can cut. Yeah, let's cut the sound. We're going to set up, and we have a very special guest. You may be able to guess who she is, but we will cut to her in a couple of minutes.
Impact Fund founder, mother of 5 kids. Private pilot, qualified for the Boston Marathon in Western States 8 months after having her 5th child. Shout out to her husband Adam and her kids Olive, Daphne, Whitney, Hazel, and Cameron. And Mandy Holmes Paster, Jacqueline Ferrugi of Truckee. And in the final turn, doing some high fives out there in lane 8, this is Kevin Smilor from Denver, Colorado. He has run Tahoe Rim Trail, Javelina, Arkansas Traveler.
Okay, everyone, we are back
good.
live at Placer High, and look who decided to join us, a recent finisher of and now officially a Western States finisher.
Congratulations.
One Miss Camille Herron. Camille Herron, what the heck happened out there?
Oh my gosh, I feel like I was a movie zombie out there that just, you couldn't kill me. I kept coming back from the dead, and just had, all I was thinking about was getting to the finish line.
Well, take us from the top. We did see you charge out hard, as you're perfectly capable of doing.
Yeah.
When did things start to unravel in your day?
Yeah, I never felt good the entire race, and I've had like extreme lethargy, like maybe the past year, and I've gotten blood work done, and it's kind of shown some things. So I think I need to just keep trying to troubleshoot my health, because I just hit a point like 30 to 40 miles in the race where I feel like I want to take a nap.
Wow. Well, I mean, we would have never known that the way you commanded that charge up to the escarpment. I think you hammered that quickly, and then, how was it across the high country for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was probably my best that I've done in the high country. I've really been practicing my technical, and I feel like coming back here this time that I was more comfortable with knowing I needed to go at my own pace.
And it's okay if the top women got ahead of me because I know that eventually the later parts of the course would favor me. So that was kind of my mindset that I had, that I had to be okay with that. You know, I'm somebody that likes to lead the race the entire time, but I have to prepare myself that, okay, there's other women that are really strong in the technical stuff, but I really practice so that I could be better and stay upright for that part.
When did you feel like you went from the race you were planning to run to a different day for you? Like when did that click for you?
Yeah, I felt like it was climbing Devil's Thumb.
Okay.
And like that was kind of that point where I get to a point in a race where it's like 30 to 40 miles or 50 miles. I just feel extreme lethargy, and I literally wanted to in fact I did. I tried to lay down on the ground, and I was covered in dirt. And
on the climb up Devil's Thumb.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like I like wanted to lay down and take a nap. And so I was trying to get to the top, and I laid down when I finally got to the aid station, and they were taking care of me. But yeah, it was literally like every aid station after that was like that. I had like a 30-minute to 3.5 hour rest breaks every aid station.
Wow. So you're running well in between.
Yeah.
And then it was just like you're gassed and
yeah.
And did you ever have like in your mind, were you ever thinking, "Hey, I think I'm going to drop," or were you always committed to the finish?
Yeah, I think my husband was more concerned about me. He like when I got to Rucky Chucky and I had that 3.5 hour nap.
3.5 hours at Rucky Chuck.
Yeah. So I took a nap, like I laid down, and they had a blanket on me. I took a nap, and my husband was worried about me getting up, and I think it was like another 16 miles to get to the next crude aid station. So he was worried about me being able to get out there again, and him, be able to see me again, because I might end up stuck at another aid station. So
I think 3.5 hours is almost in that Mason-Dixon line of nap or like an actual, like full-on sleep.
Yeah, were you able to sleep at all?
Yeah.
Were you actually properly sleeping?
I guess you could say it was like a nap or something. Like it was like a really long nap.
And then you had a cold refresh because you have to cross the river after the aid station.
Yeah, and that felt really great. Like I felt like that just chilled my legs, and I was able to get going again after that.
Right on.
So Camille, I can't help but notice. I know you are dirty because you laid in the dirt to nap.
I did.
But I couldn't help but notice. It also looks like you wrestled a cougar or a bobcat out in the woods. Where did the scratches come from on your legs?
I don't remember. I think it was some point. I fell twice, like in the high country, but it really wasn't that bad. It was like I just kind of slipped backwards.
Yeah.
And then I think I fell another time and like kind of fell over sideways. But yeah, I mean, I felt like I kept myself together, which I've had injuries the past 2 times, and this time I wasn't injured. I was healthy, and
so your body felt good, like physically. All day.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is your 3rd running at Western States, right? In your first Western States finish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what did it feel like? We were totally inspired watching you run around the track here. Yeah, I mean, you looked fired up. Tell us what it felt like and what it feels like to be a West States finisher.
Yeah, I don't know how to put it into words, because I mean it's been a really long journey for me to get here, and I feel like I had to get that monkey off my back. In fact, my husband told me that the Rucky Chuck, he's like, just get this monkey off your back, and so I was just really determined to get here.
Well, it's really inspiring. We were talking about it as you were coming in from Roby Point, and just the champion's mindset that you have, and how impressive it is when the day doesn't go perhaps what your original plan was, that you were able to reset your mind and actually get yourself to the finish line. And it's a really, really great reminder to all of us that every race is a learning process, and that your champion's mindset to reset your mind, I mean, that's your ability to flex your mind to the moment you're in, and I think we can all learn from that. So thank you for your finish, because it helps us realize that you can get through some of the even the toughest days, and
Totally.
you showed that to us and
Thank
to
you.
everyone.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I think the only negative about today is that your ultra sign-up score may have taken a hit.
Oh!
But outside of that, you showed
I
no,
never
in
even
all
thought about that.
in all seriousness, your resiliency, even as a top-end elite athlete who probably can, on her best day, could probably do this 10 hours, at least 10 hours faster. But to show that you had the stick-to-itiveness to get to the finish line eliminates excuse for anybody else out there. You can always do more than you think you can, and it definitely feels a lot better to just get it done.
Totally.
Maybe not to the best of your
Yeah.
ability, but get that sucker done. And as Connor said, just get that monkey off your back.
Yeah,
Yes.
totally, and yeah, I mean, I gotta give a shout out to my crew. I had my world record crew, my 2-person man crew that I use for my world records. They were here,
Right on.
so they know me and they know how to just keep me motivated and inspired to keep going. And so I felt like that was a difference.
I think that's a really cool comment, Camille, because your crew has a lot to do with helping you maintain that mindset or
Yeah.
get yourself that mindset. And a crew that is able to know you,
Mhm.
but also know how to support you even when things aren't going great. And obviously you've got an amazing team around you. I think that's part of how you're able to accomplish so many great races, and yesterday and today is no exception. It's really,
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah, and I feel like it really helps that I'm a 24-hour runner, because it's all about problem shooting, to keep going and go as far as I can. I feel like that's really helped me prepare to do better for 100 miles, because I know if I can't hold the 100-mile pace because it's too hot or things aren't going right, I can shift to a 24-hour mindset.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great feedback. Now tell me this: have you run anything beyond 24 hours?
Today was the
Okay,
longest.
so you had to have a 27-hour mindset today.
27-hour mindset, exactly.
Well, great.
Yes.
That's it's just fantastic. We're so happy you're able to dig deep and get that finish. And
Yeah, me too.
I think it's a really good lesson for people to just never give up. And,
Absolutely.
and you got the battle scars to prove it too.
Yeah.
You got true Western State spirit with you.
Camille, yeah, I think I speak on behalf of a lot of people out there. Just super inspiring performance. I think we could all learn a lot from this, and just way to get it done. We're all in all.
Savor it.
I will, for
Thanks.
sure. I'll put the belt buckle beside my comrade's gold medal.
Exactly. I like that.
That's a flex, people. That's
Yeah.
what you kids call a flex.
Right on. Right on.
Thank you so much, Camille.
Thanks,
you.
Camille. We loved having you on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
This is Todd Yerkes from St. George, Utah. He is finishing his first Western States. He has done Tahoe Rim Trail several times, Rio del Lago, and the Dreadmill 100. District Sales Manager for Continental Tire in St. George. He thinks ultra running is a selfish sport, but he couldn't have pursued it without his wife's support. Talking about his wife, Rebecca. They have 4 children, 2.5 grandchildren. Shout out to his family, Rebecca, his wife, Laura, and his daughters, crew and pacers, Clint, Earl, May, Mitch, Jeff, Karen, and David Sanderson, and a bunch of others. This is Todd Yerkes from St. George, Utah. At the same time, with Todd Yerkes was Joey Cohen, kind of got lost in the wash there. Sorry, Joey. Shaker Heights, Ohio. His first Western States. Looks like he's finished about 7 previous hundreds. He is a compliance attorney. Shout out to his wife, Sarah, and his nephews, Noah, Elliot, Dylan, Spencer, Teddy, and Benjamin. Joey Cohen of Shaker Heights, Ohio.
Let us know if you need any help. It's so good to see you again. Yes. And see if you feel like you need, like IV or and it's dehydrated. Get one satisfied when the hand goes into the ground. Okay. I'm gonna let you get some rest.
At the head of the track from Oakland is Ram Sabarium. Ram is a battery scientist and a loyal Cleveland sports fan, so he knows all there is to know about disappointment and hope. Shout out to Sean Woody and Jamie Farley. Ram Subaraman from Oakland. And he is finished Pine to Palms in 2019, and this is his first Western States. Good job, Ram. Welcome to the finish line. This is Brian Pickett of Kingsport, Tennessee. That way, Brian, start together. He has done a bunch of hundreds, including Hard Rock and UTMB, Pinhoti, Zion, Black Mountain, Grindstone, Thunder Rock, a lot of stuff. He's a physical therapist. He was voted the sexiest ultramarathoner east of the Mississippi. West of the Mississippi, he's kind of an also ran. 4 shoulder surgery, 3 knee surgeries, 2 femur surgeries, and still going somewhat strong. He had an ACL reconstruction.
All right, guys, we are back. 2021 Western States, live from Placer High. Look who we have here. We have a special guest, Corinne Malcolm, I believe is her
Corinne,
name.
did you get any sleep last night?
I got a tiny bit of sleep last night, and I'm excited to be back.
Corinne had to run off. They normally don't hand off Peabody Awards or whatever award they give off to wonderful journalism, but they rushed one over. She had to go and accept, but she is back to join us for the final 2 hours in time for the golden hour. Corinne Malcolm, how do you feel? Are you recharged? Are you excited and pumped to cheer these people in?
100%. I think that this is oftentimes the best part of the race. These are the stories that, sometimes go overlooked in the initial 24 hours with the elite men and the elite women, but these folks have been out there for 28, 29, 30 hours in the heat. They've seen a second sunrise. They are tired. Their crews are tired. So watching them get to the track and then make their way around the final 300 meters, I think is just such a special experience. I will definitely be in tears at some point watching the final finishers come through.
I think it's already happened with me, and that was like at the 26-hour mark. So
but
watch out, 29 to 30.
Is that because you have not slept at all?
No, my eyeballs are dry, generally. So
no tears.
Yeah, it produced that much more tears in my eyes. Topher, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I mean, we were just talking about some of the, sort of the remarkable statistics. I think one of the ones that just keeps coming back, I think, is clearly how the women's field was just so strong and so dominant in the overall race. I think we had, in our top 30, we had 15 men and 15 women in our top 30 finishers. And we had, I think, 3 women in the top 10, 4 women in the top 11, and the second fastest female time ever. We just had Camille Herron on. She just finished, and we were just talking about, it's so awesome, this sort of champion's mindset of when the day isn't going your way, the ability to reset and actually finish the race instead of taking a drop, I think is incredible. And, I think Camille had that kind of day. I think Eric Sensman, if we probably had him on, would sort of say he had that kind of day.
I saw him coming in. I ran into him and his pacer and his team coming in from Roby Point on my way to go sleep last night, and ran with him for a little bit, and he was just, chugging away. His crew did at one point have to push him back, I think, out onto the trail because he wanted to be done.
Yeah.
But he was getting it done, and it was so cool to see him work like running. He said, "Hey, Corinne, this is a 15-minute mile," as I joined him, and he was just chugging like he was having the best time I've ever seen someone suffering through the last mile of this race.
It's so cool. I mean, we were just talking with Camille, and you feel the energy. I mean, she is truly emotionally excited about having a Western States finish. And I just think it's a real. I mean, this is a person who's got so many incredible world records, and this was, as she said, she had to get the monkey off her back and get the finish done. And I was running down with Magda to the river, and we came across Sensman, and he goes, "Man, I just can't figure this thing out." I go, "Well." But he goes, "I'm going to get it done." And that was, it's just that ability to shift your mind is so powerful in 100-mile running. And I love those stories throughout the race.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I honestly didn't know that Camille was still running. When I went to bed last night, I thought that she had dropped out.
A lot of people did. A lot of people did.
Shock and awe. And so I ran into Megan Canfield, the queen, actually, just outside the gates of the track. And she said, "Did you just see Camille finish?" And I said, "No, what?"
I thought the same thing.
And I think that, oh my goodness,
Look at
they're
this.
carrying the kids in.
You are coming with us whether you want to or not.
Oh
We are
my
making an ultra
Family
runner
affair.
out of you. How adorable is this? I mean, this is what it's all about, people.
Skip and jump your way to the Western States finish. But I just think I love these finishes because it's a reminder that, you know, you run every step under your own power, but you're never alone. And this is just an example of that. You know, I think this is such a great example of it is a total team. Look, oh, no way.
Carrying the
Wow.
wife and kid
Carrying-
across the finish line.
He's carrying his wife, his daughter. Yes.
That deserves a hand clap. My God.
David Smith.
He looks too good to be just coming in at the 28-hour mark like that. That is exceptional. Well, she did the heavy lifting yesterday, taking care of him out there, I'm sure, taking care of their kids. And so he had to do some heavy lifting at the finish line, it looks like.
Yeah, just a final note on the elite female performance. I think it cannot be overstated just how incredible, not to dismiss any of the top 10 finishes, but in Ruth and Beth's performance in of itself, what they did with these conditions would be, I mean, they would have challenged Ellie's course record without a doubt had it been 8 degrees cooler. I mean, they just ran a virtually perfect race. Ruth, I know she definitely suffered at times, but oh my God, if somebody can make suffering look cool and look good doing it, it's definitely Ruth Croft. She looked like a track runner in her final mile. I was able to share that with her, filming her to the finish line. Ruth is a freaking animal. Beth is an animal. And those two, without a doubt, I think you said it, Dylan said it, somebody at the finish line said it. Beth's performance was the performance of the day. Ruth was not that far behind.
Yeah, I mean, the women's field in general, if we look at it, we had, for the first time ever, we had 3 women in the top 10. The last time we had 2 women in the top 10 overall was in 2006. The last time we had a single female in the top 10 overall was 2013 with Pam Smith. So to have 3 women in the top 10, a first time ever, is phenomenal. And then also, if we look at historic times, obviously 2012 was a very fast year where Ellie Greenwood set the current course record. And in that year, the 10th place female ran a 1945. Casey Lichtag yesterday rounded out our top 10 this year with a 1947. So overall, once again, the next crop of super talented ultra runners is here.
Yes.
And they ran an exceptionally fast day, exceptionally fast times on an exceptionally hot day.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this day, I was here in 2012, and Ellie had a special day that day. I think she'd acknowledged she had near perfect conditions. I mean, it was a cold, windy morning. We had snow, light snow, and even rain in the high country. And I remember that year, Rory Bozio came into dusty corners with mittens on, dusty corners. And so it was an incredibly cool day, but I also think it speaks to the talent of the women's field and how the sport has evolved at the highest, sharpest end for women in ultra running. You and Dylan talked a lot yesterday about racehorses, workhorses. I think it's a great metaphor, a really good example. And if you really think about, you know, the Ruth Crofts and the Tyler Greens, those are exceptional workhorse work. I mean, they weren't off the back, but they ran their race. And you guys did so much work in the pre-race interviews that we had talking with all these runners. And, you know, a lot of them talk about running within themselves and running that race. And, you know, Tim Tollefson sort of joked about it because he goes, yeah, I'm going to run within myself until the gun starts and then I'm going to race. And I think, you know, Billy and I were talking earlier about, hey, how about those people that really go for that, you know, should you reward the people that risk it all and blow up, or the ones that perhaps run within themselves but left a little on the trail? And I think obviously the goal is to weave that fine line and be right on the edge. And Tyler Green and you know, Cody Lind and even Drew Holman were all good examples of workhorse mentality everybody not being unsettled with the start. And on the women's side, I think Ruth was a great example of that as well. There was carnage.
Yeah, there was a ton of carnage. There was carnage in both fields. I think there was, not to say there was more carnage in the men's field, but I do think the women in general, I think that's why we saw 3 women in the top 10 overalls, that they held together, particularly later and longer in the race. Tyler and Drew obviously made late moves in the race, which I think is phenomenal, as Hayden kind of cratered a little bit. I was surprised to see Hayden finish. I thought that, I was like, maybe he's dropped at this point. The chat was like, where is Hayden? Is he lost? And we're like, we don't think he's lost. He is out there. So all of a sudden to see him come in, Alex Nichols, I don't think realized that he was 10th male until he finished.
Did what?
I don't think Alex Nichols realized that he was 10th male until he finished, potentially.
Right.
Just because he definitely did not have the day that he wanted.
Right.
And had come, he had worked his way all the way up to second, and then had to come all the way back to M10. And when he finished, you could tell it was hard. It wasn't the day that he had planned on. And so for him to have that much carnage, to have a very unperfect day, and still get that 10th place bib to come back next year, I think just speaks volumes for how much carnage took place over 20 hours yesterday.
Yeah, it really is. I think being able to mentally shift your mind with someone like an Alex Nichols, or when you've got your A plan and you start feeling it just go away from you, and people sort of passing you. You've got to really get your head back in it, because it can be self-defeating. And one of the things we talked to Camille about was just having the right crew, having the right team around you to help you with that, flex your mind when you need to.
I think a lot of people stuck out bad days yesterday. Claire Gallagher stuck out a bad day yesterday. Magda Boulay stuck out a bad, days that they were not hoping for. To watch them, Eric Sensman again, to watch them all end up finishing on this track, even after their days went sideways, I think speaks volumes of personal character. Obviously, I'm not a death before DNF person. I think that there are appropriate times to DNF, but I was really thrilled to see that people that were hurting but not hurt kept plugging away.
We're getting a mass of finishers. There's, of course, Portland's own Yassine Daboon. Love all the crew support, the pacer support. Everyone gets to take the victory lap with the runner. This is when they get to celebrate all their hard work, all their effort, all the blood, sweat, and tears that they poured out on the trail. And that final lap at Placer High, none of it matters. You don't feel any of the pain. All you have is elation. Look at this. Even a little hop.
He's going to keep running.
Way to go, one and all. So here we are. We are counting down. We have less than an hour before the golden hour, although every person obviously is very special. Every person is working super hard to get to where they are right now.
Yeah, we're going to continue to see runners trickling onto the track with their crew. It's going to be a pretty steady flow, honestly, from this point to the 30-hour mark of runners. When things get quiet around the 30-hour mark, I think we all get nervous, because you know that it's going to be the last few runners who are going to finally make it through to the finish line.
Yes, we're into our final hour and 54 minutes.
That's Debbie Booth of Auburn,
This
California.
is our extended golden hour coverage now. I mean, this is where, and it's again just a reminder. Man, these guys have been out there nearly double the time now that Jim ran, and it just shows the grit and determination and resolve. As you said, Corinne, they've seen a sunrise, they've seen a full night, and they've seen another sunrise, and they're coming in for the finish here. It's just great.
So an interesting thing that someone just brought up in the chat that I think is really pertinent, and I'm sure the race organizers will do this at awards, but I do think that Ragnar DeBot's got the 40 to 49-year-old
Did she? Is
She
that
was-
the record?
I think the record was 18:17, and she ran a 17:41. If that's accurate, I'll need to double check that. But
That is a massive
that's
record.
a huge record if
Yeah.
that is the case, and I believe it is of Ann Treason, who had that record previously. So we'll double check that. But I do think that it's very possible that Ragnar DeBots yesterday, your third place female, who I believe is 42, if that's correct. I should know this. I think that she might have set a age group masters record yesterday on course. Yep, Ragnar's 42. Let's see if that's the age group record. Yes, we can officially confirm that Ragnar DeBots beat Ann Treason's overall Masters record from 2002. Ann Treason ran a phenomenal 18:16:26 that year. And Ragnar DeBots, your third place finisher again, 42-year-old from the Netherlands, based out of Spain right now, ran an astounding 17:41 yesterday.
That is an amazing record to claim, and to claim it from, a massively accomplished Ann Treason. What's sort of fascinating too, your top three women, all international runners. And I think that's a first for us when we had sort of a sweep of the podium, if you will, of international female runners. I also think it speaks to, it's sort of interesting. I mean, you've got, the women's fields are growing in North America. There's still, a much smaller subset of the total pool of runners. But the U.S. is far more far larger women's fields as a percentage than most international races.
Yeah.
So it's sort of interesting. I think it speaks to the fact that in internationally, it's really elite women that are running for the most part, and I think there's a bit more of a lifestyle or a culture of ultra running that sort of transcends just elites in North America, and I hope that this inspires more women in some of these other countries to just get engaged in ultra running, in trail running, and of course 100-mile racing as well.
We're going to have so many people coming in. So I'm looking at the Roby point splits, for example. So that's just a little over a mile from here. And we have in the spread of, let's go from the 9 a.m. mark. So people who just came through there 10 minutes ago, so they're going to be slowly making their way to the track. In the last 10 minutes, we've had 11 runners come through in 6 minutes through Roby Point.
And that's only going to build, right?
That's only going to build.
I mean, that's only going to build. I think I had a stat here that 50% of the runners at 27 hours will come in the last 3 hours of the race. And, Western States we've always, it's always been a 30-hour time limit. It's a tough time limit for a lot of racing, and for a lot of 100-mile racing, and so everyone's got to be moving to get a Western States finish.
Yep, everyone had. I think we said this yesterday. I think Tim Tolson said it in his interview. Yes, the fastest average pace wins races, but what we told a lot of runners out there too, sitting at aid stations trying to get them down the course, was that a 20-minute mile, a 30-minute mile is way faster than a 0-minute mile. So, we're getting footage from Pointed Rocks primarily as our last aid station as runners are trying to make it through there, because that's really, if they're through there now, they can hustle their way in here. They've got a climb ahead of them, which is not an easy climb at this point in the race and this point in their day. But they're going to make it in if they can get through Pointed Rocks at this point. So we're seeing a lot of pacers trying to get their runners out of Pointed Rocks to get them here to the track successfully.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, Pointed Rocks, more or less a 10K to the finish. But as you mentioned, I mean, there's a pretty technical, rocky downhill. You cross No Hands Bridge, which is sort of this, that's really when you taste the barn. But there's a sting in the tail of this race. You know, there's that climb up to Roby Point. It's a rhythm breaker, but you're tasting the finish. But now for the runners that are out there, I don't know what the cutoff is. I didn't see what the cutoff is for Pointed Rocks, but it is touch and go. I think now for people hustling out of Pointed Rocks, and to your point, you got to move to get here for that finish at 11 a.m. or 30 hours.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say 9:40.
Yep, 9:40 is the cutoff time.
Wow, hour and 20 minutes.
But that also assumes that they're moving pretty well, because technically a very even 30-hour pace puts them through there about 9:15. So that's like right now.
Exactly. So we give about a 20-minute buffer that if they can bring some superpower at the end, which makes it difficult. You know, we always look at the cutoffs. We want to give everyone the opportunity to finish, and so we make the cutoff a little longer, but it means that sometimes there's heartbreak on the track, and that's why the final the final hour is one of elation, but sometimes heartbreak too.
Yep, 100%. I know there will be people that they want to finish this thing. They've made it through the cutoff, but all of a sudden they're going to miss the 30-hour mark. But they're not going to get that official buckle. They're not going to get that official sub 30-hour finish. But there will be people that we see that are going to continue to trickle onto the track, kind of as we even start to break down things here, because they're gonna walk their way around the track to finish.
Yeah, I mean there's absolutely accomplishment in finishing the 100-mile distance, and no one can ever take that away from you.
All right, guys. So what we're going to do is cut briefly to a series of interviews that we conducted pre-race, just to get to know some of the cast of characters that are rolling through: fathers, mothers, husbands, wives. I mean, it was just like way too many characters and people to cover of over 300 entrants, but we wanted to get at least some faces to names to numbers, so wanted to roll that out for you while we watch the rest of the runners trickle in alongside their support crews.
My name is CJ Bush. I'm from Orangevale, California, and I'm super stoked to be here and honored. My first 100, and I have a great crew that'll get me to the finish.
Kelly Barber, Woodland, California. Just excited for the progressive party from aid station to aid station until we get to Placer.
My name is Timothy Felker. I'm from Antelope, California. It's my second 100, and I've been looking forward to it for a year and a half.
Hi, my name is David Files. I was born in Canada. I live in Chicagoland, and I'm just excited to see Auburn tomorrow. I love seeing the crowds and the camaraderie on the race. It's such a good time and such a well-run race. I'm looking forward to it.
Hi, I'm Steve Rowbury. I'm from London, England, and just excited to be here. It's so cool. Heard about this race a long time ago and can't wait to get out there.
Hi, my name is Dan Fish, Newbury Park, California. Excited to be out here and just thankful for everybody who puts on the race.
Yeah, I'm Eric King. I'm from Redwood City. It's been a 7-year journey to get here, so just ready to get out there and make it happen and see everyone at the finish.
Rob McDearman, Laguna Beach, California. My wife told me not to curse, so I'm just super stoked to be here and I just want to get it done.
My name is Stephen Robbins. I'm from Elkin, North Carolina, and I'm so excited to be here. Been looking forward to this literally for years, and just so grateful to everybody who's put this together.
My name is Mike Tamouche. I've spent most of my life in San Diego, so I guess that's where I'm from. And I don't know, just excited to get on the course and see the whole thing finally and see everyone in Auburn. That's it.
My name's Philippe Tano. I'm from Marietta, Georgia. And I'm looking forward to seeing how well I perform in the heat and most importantly, enjoying the scenery and fellow runners on the course.
Yeah, my name is Pete Newton. I live in Boulder, Colorado. I'm really excited to be here. It's a great privilege to have a chance to do this, and I intend to go out there and have fun, and just grateful to everyone that makes it possible.
That is great. I think you know, in watching that that footage, it's a reminder. Like, you know, I talked earlier about, you know, people dedicate a year or two to get across this finish line. In some cases, people dedicate a decade, or this is a lifetime dream just to get to the start line. And I think that adds a level of commitment to the people running Western States. And that's why they'll fight these cutoffs. That's why you see, you know, it is hard to get into this race. And so it's that much more satisfying, not only when you get in, but when you can actually cross that finish line. We just got word that John Trent, a board member at Western States and also a past president of Western States, is fighting the cutoff. So he's a multi-time finisher here at Western States. And he, like all these other runners, is digging deep and trying to find his path to Auburn.
Many times, including living countries a lot. The French Museum are currently living in Florida, married and the mother of 3 children. Shout out to her husband, Philippe. Her crew, Joshua Williams. I've never had a crew pacer before, and it is super awesome that he offered. From Wellington, New Zealand, windy Wellington, this is Claudine Rogie.
Yep, so this is another finisher coming in. This is Claudia Rogie, 52 years old, West Melbourne, Florida.
Awesome. I mean, imagine that, West Melbourne, Florida. I don't know. I haven't been there, but I can guarantee you it's flat.
Yeah, it's flat. She's ready for the heat, though.
You're right. I mean, that no one can underestimate. I think a lot of people, you know, they discount the mountains in the east, but that heat, that humidity in the east is some of the best training for Western States in a lot of ways.
Cody Johns from Everett, Washington.
Everett.
Northwestern runner is a Western States finisher now.
227. I actually think he's a physical therapist up there. Tony Johns, Everett, Washington, 47 years old.
It's not like anything. I mean, it doesn't feel like yesterday, but it definitely will start to warm up again, which will be a factor in some of these people, especially as we approach the golden hour. Let's hope we get these people hustling if they're fighting cutoffs right now. Let's bring back the ice. People fighting cutoffs at Point of Rocks. They have about 20 minutes there as we see another runner enter the track.
Moving well, celebrating.
Shout out to 3 great friends and running partners who are with him today. Ohio legends, Alessia Roberto, Amanda Dedovic, and Lauren Perch. Love you, ladies. This is Vaughn Steen, the winner of the men's 60-year-old age group from Brecksville, Ohio.
Yeah, again, that was Vaughn Steen, 64 years old, Brecksville, Ohio. Getting it done.
Right on.
Comfortably under that 30-hour mark.
Yeah, comfortably. I think anyone that's finishing now is just comfortable. I was running with Dean Karnassus a couple years ago. I think he's now a 11 or 12 time finisher at Western States, and he was having a tough day the day we ran with him. We picked him up at Forest Hill, well past the 24-hour pace, but still close enough. I said, Dean, we can get you there in 24. He said, hey, I'm focused on getting to the finish line. I got 30 hours to get there. And he'd recalibrated. He wasn't kidding. We definitely went from what was about a 25-hour pace. I think he got in somewhere in the 28-ish hour range, and a lot like Camille, like just he rewired the mind and had a blast running from Forest Hill to the finish, and I think it was as fulfilling for him as his first Western States.
That's so incredible. So it sounds like I think Vaughn Steen, well, we still have one more runner who's out on course who might be older than Vaughn Steen to finish. We've got Yamagata, who has made it successfully through the Pointed Rock aid station. He is 68 years old, so if he finishes, he might be our oldest finisher.
And right now, our oldest finisher is
Von Steen at 64 years old.
64, okay.
Yep. Yep, so just looking at our Pointed Rocks aid station where our most recent cutoff was.
And Corinne, you're a student of this race. What is the oldest finisher? Do you know?
I don't actually know
of all time.
Of all time. I don't know of all time. I do know that our 78-year-old who started the race yesterday was the oldest starter, and would definitely have been the oldest finisher.
Yep.
But at this point, I don't think I've had enough sleep to tell you.
I'm with you there. So we'll see if we can find that stat. Maybe someone out there knows who's listening in and can share with us.
Is it Gun Hill?
Yeah, I think it is Gun Hill. I think that's right on.
Yep, Gun Hill Swanson, probably 70-plus female. She's both
the record holder, because I don't know that there's a lot over 70 that are finishing, but
also 29:59:54 was her time.
That was a nail biter. I think that was even in Billy's, the clip that we built just to introduce the live feed this week. She's in that edit. That was an incredible finish. Were you here that year?
I was here.
It was amazing.
It was. Someone pointed out that Garrett Meek in the chat pointed out that Cooney in his interview, the 68-year-old who's still out there trying to finish, that his goal was to make it to the first aid station. So I think he has far succeeded that at this point if he can get to the track in time.
Where do we know where he was at Pointed Rocks?
He was safely
inside Pointed Rocks.
He was safely inside Pointed Rocks, not only ahead of the cutoff time, but ahead of the 30-hour mark.
Awesome.
So if he can keep that up and get up and over Ropey Point, he'll be here and he'll make it under that 30-hour mark. 68 years
I just
young.
want to get to the first aid station. Well, he's literally one more aid station to go, which is Roby Point, which is largely ceremonial, and then he's got the finish in Auburn in his sights. Awesome story.
Yeah, very, very awesome. It'll be wonderful to welcome him here to the track, hopefully in the next, 90 minutes.
I think you're right. It's we're fast approaching that golden hour.
Someone did mention that Nick Bassett finished in 2018 at the age of 73. Again, there are not many finishers in that 70-plus age group, and as I mentioned yesterday, that was the best part of the award ceremony at Leadville was the one guy in the 70-plus category. Everyone lost their minds cheering for him when he received his award.
I always talk about running 100 miles is sort of like a bell curve. They're extremely difficult. Your first one, many times, you start to learn them. They get easier, but as you get older, it gets harder to finish the distance. And I think to celebrate the longevity and the tenacity for these 60 and 70-year-old runners that take on the course and they really have the courage to put themselves out there and risk everything what I mean is not risk everything physically, but risk everything mentally to go for those goals. Just awesome.
Yeah, and I think Gun Hill Swanson, who was 70-year-old Gun Hill Swanson was 70 years old in 2015 when she had that incredible finish. And I think she actually tried to come back in 2018 or 2019 to become the oldest finisher, maybe at 74, and was unfortunately did not finish that year. So Nick Bassett, once again, the 73-year-old, is the current oldest finisher ever at Western States.
It's amazing, guys. Look, I know you probably have a name in mind. This is Spencer Punter, by the way. Speaking of names, congratulations, Spencer, from the Bay Area. Western States finisher, a dream he was long chasing. He is also in for next year by way of the raffle. I don't know why that word was escaping me. He won a raffle ticket at the meeting yesterday, or 2 days ago now. So congrats, Spencer. You get to do this all over again.
Right
Olympic
on.
Valley to Auburn, California.
Prep your crew. You're coming back next year.
just one day usually is all it takes for people to rid their mind of the no way, never again, and they're back into going for it. It would be really difficult for anyone who has a spot at Western States to give it up unless you physically have something that's not working. I think, Corinne, you had a spot in this year's race that was last year's race.
Yep.
That you gave up at the time.
Yep.
And that's always, I would imagine, always sort of a hard thing to do.
It is hard when you're guaranteed an entry to give it up for the following year. For me, I just really wanted to run other events because there are other things I wanted to do. And finishing top 10 for a second time, I felt like I could. I wasn't forced out of not coming back.
Right.
That would have been hard, but being able to opt out of coming back made it feel, I think, a little bit better.
Right on. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it.
Oh boy, the temperatures are approaching 80 degrees, but I am getting goosebumps all over. This is the best, you guys. I mean, you just see it in their faces, in their clothes, in their legs. These guys have worked so hard to get here. Everyone has, but just seeing the extra grit of people who knew they were going to be out here for 27, 28, 29 plus hours to have their dreams realized here at the finish line in Placer High. It's what dreams are made of. Congratulations, each and every one of you.
Vincent Mateo, 53 years old, of Cave Creek, Arizona, finishing his Western States in 28:29. Not a bad time.
Not a bad time. I mean, that's where, again, this race course with 21,000 feet of downhill, 18,000 feet uphill, 30-hour finish. You've got to be moving all day. Like, every finisher is not a bad time. Like, that's it's tough.
We mentioned earlier that the attrition rate is honestly generally kind of low at this race, in part because
Chris Fargo shouting out,
this is my
it's always
athlete.
the best part of Western States, and we agree.
What's up, Chris Fargo?
This is my athlete.
Right here.
Drew. Yeah.
Well, Drew's a finisher.
He did it.
He looks solid.
He did it.
Shout out to Joey, by the way, in frame. You see him running on the left. He's running back and forth, bringing every single one of these hard-earned finishes across the finish line, giving them the cool gimbal shot. Congrats to each and every one of them. Oh, Daniel Davis, excuse me. Daniel is the gimbal operator. Joey was working earlier in the evening.
So what they don't know is that was my athlete filming my athlete.
Oh.
We're everywhere.
Indeed. Oh, Joey's the one at Pointed Rocks, I believe. That's right. Okay. My lack of sleep is definitely showing in moments, but you know what? Who cares? This is worth staying up for. Look at the joy and elation on their faces. How can you not love this?
Olga Huber from Macedon, New York.
New York in the house.
They're stoked.
And this is Claire Farrell from Lakewood, Colorado. Her first Western States. She's a master's degree in bioarchaeology.
Olga Huber of New York State.
All right, guys.
50.
Once again, want to shout out Hoka One One and Buff for supporting this broadcast, bringing you wire-to-wire coverage. In year one, I'm sure there's a lot we will learn and adapt in year two, but oh my God, hopefully you're glued to the coverage just like I was, just like any one of us were when we stepped away. The stories that unfolded right before our eyes are incredible. From the start, from the Jim Walmsley to the Beth Pascals, all the way as we approach the golden hour.
Yeah, Billy, I mean, it's so cool, and it's just been such a wonderful opportunity to have that support from Hoka and from Buff to be able to bring this live footage and this live content to everyone out there following along. I mean, you know, and it was amazing. Even yesterday, you know, I was left the start, was driving down to Auburn. I had the live feed with Corinne and Dylan as the sun was rising over the escarpment, and just to experience it with everyone and with you guys. Talking about the race was amazing. Look at this gal moving out. Saved a little bit for that final track sprint.
Oh, you gotta look good. You are bringing it home. Yeah, Topher, as a member of the live stream team committee, I mean, you and I and the entire committee, Magda, Kara, Dawn, who am I missing, Topher? I don't want to leave them out. Is that everyone?
Corinne and Dylan, of course.
Corinne and Dylan, of course. I mean,
this
has been months in the making, months in the works.
Ethan
Vosberg, everybody at 637. This has been literally months in the making, behind the scenes, to bring you the best 30-plus hours of coverage that we could possibly do, given the limitations, given the number of entrants to cover. Hopefully we did. I mean, this was the best that we could do in year one. We're going to take a lot to bring into 2022, but oh my God.
I believe we just had Sarah Seed's finish of British Columbia, getting
Right on.
it done.
Right
on. A hard day. It's not hot up there all that often. It's like...
No, it's not. I mean, that the Pacific Northwest is cool. They got mountains up there, but it's getting it done in this heat. I think that the heat is this is such a complicated race. You know, I mean, you look at it on paper and it looks straightforward. Hey, it's a net downhill. Marinate your quads and you'll be good to go. Work on the hill work, but you guys talked so much about this yesterday. But
yeah,
you really have these three sections of the high country, the canyons, and then the foothills, and each one is such a dimensional level of difficulty. You know, the high country, because those trails are they're not used very much. I mean, we traverse the Granite Chief Wilderness, very remote part of the Sierras. And so there's a lot of debris on the trail. Doesn't make it technical, but just makes the footing really, really tricky. And then there's a 15-mile, very light descent all the way to the bottom of the Devil's Thumb climb at about mile 45. And most people hit that Devil's Thumb climb, and the race flips on a dime. And you go through the gut in the oppressive heat of the canyons from about mile 45 really all the way down to Forest Hill, and then really from Forest Hill on is really that foothills running, very, very fast running if you've got legs, and just more easier trail terrain from Forest Hill in, and so it suits a mountain runner, it suits just a top speed or really good turnover runner, and then a hill and heat runner, and those are three very disparate type of running expertise that you've got to master to really master this course.
If you guys appreciate this coverage, please share it with a friend, especially in the last waiting moments. We have less than 90 minutes before the horn goes at 30 hours. Not a second over will be listed as an official finisher, although they'll get all the accoutrements of any finishers. We treat anybody who has taken the daring journey from Olympic Valley to Auburn as family, but you have 30 hours to be considered an official finisher.
They're working their way in. We're gonna be up against more cutoffs here. So our cutoff is rapidly approaching at Pointed Rocks. We've got about 4 minutes to get to and through Pointed Rocks in order to be, technically allowed to continue.
In the cutoff, but then an hour and 20 minutes from Pointed Rocks.
They have to move.
Finish.
They have to move. There's no stopping. You got to jog as much as you can. You got to shuffle as much as you can to get in from there. And then our next cutoff will be 11 a.m. at Roby Point, technically, which has an asterisk next to it since that's the actual official cutoff.
Finish, and it's the finish time. Yeah.
So they say you need to be through there at around 10:38 a.m. this morning in order to
at Roby
Point to make it to the track.
That's
easily.
a 30-hour pace.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you to volunteer Joey, who is working Pointed Rocks aid station. We will keep an eye out for any moving body who is trying to make their way into Pointed Rocks aid station so they can get out and on their way and to us here at Placer High.
So these guys are moving it out. This shot here is climbing out of Roby Point, and this is just, that's all day pace right there. That's locking it in and getting it done. She knows she's got it, you know, and that's a cool feeling to have. You know, she's got about a mile to go and an hour and 37 minutes to cover that. So that's a sign of someone who can just celebrate this last mile.
Yeah, we're waiting for more updates from the Pointed Rocks aid station, but right now 206 runners have come through there.
Through Pointed Rocks.
Through Pointed Rocks.
206.
Yeah.
Jane Currens, we see your comment. We are definitely rooting for your dad to come through Pointed Rocks any moment. It really has to be any minute now.
You see, this is some footage just past Pointed Rocks, and you see, I mean, it's a hot section. It's a meadow that you cross, but it's warming up here now, and on your second day, you just sort of get that baking, oppressive heat, and that can slow you down. So it's about mile 95 we're looking at here.
Yep, and once again, for those of you following at home, ultralive.net is not always updated right away, so there might be a delay if you're keeping an eye out for your runner or for your person via ultralive.net. We don't always get those instantaneously, just so if you're sitting there staring, where are they? The likelihood is that they could have moved through there already.
Hey, Corinne, so we got a comment in here like, hey, I didn't know that heat and humidity could be a good training for humidity could be a good training for Western states. And there's sort of two factors, right? I mean, maybe you can help us with this, but there's two factors. One, the humidity actually helps, that really hot, humid weather actually helps build it's sort of like altitude training. A lot of people call it poor man's altitude training.
We call it the poor man's altitude. Really just being heat acclimated in general, we call the poor man's altitude. So we kind of try to make it sound nicer that you're suffering when it's hot and humid out. I grew up in the Midwest. I definitely know 90+ days with 90+, percent humidity. So I think more than anything, there's a psychological component there. But yeah, no, the initial adaptations of altitude are very similar to the adaptations from heat, and so it increases blood plasma volume, which just makes moving that all around your body a lot easier.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. We've got a lot of runners that don't live in the dry, arid conditions of the West, and Casey Lichtai, I'm sure she has her fair share of humid days. But you go to the Midwest, you go to the East and the Southeast, and you get sort of that oppressive humidity, and that's in a certain regards perhaps a gift. Gets you here a little more acclimated and a little bit more ready for the conditions here at Western States.
100%. So someone in the chat, Desiree Clark, shouted out Susie Kramer, who just finished recently 2:44. She's a Tevis Cup finisher who is doing it again this year, and this is her first time having finished the Western States Endurance Run on foot, I believe. So that is a huge deal. Congratulations to Susie Kramer. Bib number 244. My guess is that she's getting some hydration and some food and hopefully laying down. But we want to give her a huge congratulations. I think it's so cool when athletes are doing both the Tevis Cup and Western States Endurance Run. That is, honestly, I think, what a cool feat to pull both of those things off.
I agree. And perhaps there were more of those call it double sport finishers in the early days of Western States because we were essentially born out of Tevis Cup. But in modern era now, I think there's probably less that are doing both, and it's incredible.
All right, let's take a minute to break away from the coverage and thank and acknowledge our sponsors, Hoka and Buff.
Pretty soon you can just look for him over on the infield.
We're back. You'll be able to find Jim when he comes to the infield because everyone will just glom to him. We're back. We're watching finishers come in from Roby Point. That is the camera that you're seeing down the road right now. They're trying to get this finisher in. They're probably going to miss the 20. They probably will not be under 29 hours, but they will definitely be well under 30 hours, which is that official finish. They're going to get a belt buckle later today at the awards ceremony, and that will be a prized possession.
She looks like a sub-29er to me, Corinne.
She's
We
moving.
can put some money on it, but I say she gets an under 29.
She is still jogging.
And if you're a pacer worth a salt, you will put that little kernel in her ear and say, you know what would be nice to have a 2 and an 8 in front of your finish time.
She will.
Let's do
That's
this.
my prediction. I mean,
got
it's
time.
17 minutes. And,
if she's by that white bridge where
and she's over the hill.
Yeah, then she should be okay. They've got her. Putting one foot in front of the other.
Exactly.
Our image isn't quite clear enough to see what that bib number is on her leg, but once we do, we will let you know. It looks like 99.
Thank you.
I
Wonderful.
love. Thank you. Excellent work.
You must
there.
be talking in their ear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see who that is coming in. Hopefully, she's going to sneak under that 29-hour mark. That is Sarah Greenlee, 36 years old from San Diego, California.
Southern California in the house.
Yeah.
Let's go, Sarah.
Come on, Sarah. She's got her team around her. Look at her to the
She
track.
is all business. Look at her.
And when she gets to the track, honestly, it's like, oh, I can make it another 300 meters. It's going to be okay.
Very apt that she's wearing 99 as we are watching her come in from Roby Point. We are all rooting for Sarah as we are every single one of these finishers. And one name, maybe we should check on him, John Trent. Obviously a very well-loved figure in the Western States family. We interviewed Katie earlier, and we mentioned John Trent. If we can get an update on him, as my internet has been spazzing out here in the final hours as things are warming up again. This is where we had some technical issues yesterday.
John Trent went through Pointed Rocks at 28 hours. So he is inside the 30 hour.
Good juju for all these people.
He's got 2 hours to go at the last 10K, which gives him a little bit of breathing room, and that's going to be a really exciting finish for him.
If you still have a loved one, a friend that's out there on the course, please let us know who they are. Shout them out in the chat. Let's acknowledge them.
That's a good job of that pacer getting Sarah going again.
There you go.
Took a second, and they said, hey,
they heard the
come
broadcast.
On, let's go.
And this is John Trent, just to give you some sort of history here. He has, if I've got this right, 10 finishes. He's going for his 11th finish at Western States. His first finish was 1997. So this is a nearly 2.5 decade love affair with Western States, and he's got of those 10, he's got 8 silver buckles and 2 bronze buckles. If he finishes, which it looks like he will, this will be perhaps his slowest, but perhaps his most satisfying finish. We'll have to ask him.
All right, Sarah from San Diego just passed the famous white fence on her way to Placer High Track. Also, I saw in the comments Jane Currens, the aforementioned father of Jane Currens, passed Pointed Rocks. Said his pacer twisted his ankle, but he is going at it alone. So we are pulling for Jane's dad. Let's go.
We're 14 minutes away from our golden hour.
Yep, and once again, things are just going to continue to roll in. We're going to have crews rolling into the track one after another with their runners, getting them through those final, the final half mile, final 300 meters of the race to get across that finishing line. They've got time. People are going to be we're going to keep our eyes at Roby Point as well, because once again, that 30-hour pace at the top of Roby Point. Again, that's like basically your big last climb, that final aid station. The 30-hour cutoff pace there is about 10:38 a.m. So you still have time if you've left Pointed Rocks. We are past the Pointed Rocks cutoff time though now. That elapsed 7 minutes ago. So there are possibly runners being pulled off the course out there, but we have runners between Pointed Rocks and Roby Point who are going to be making their way to us, dropping his handhelds.
There you go.
Coming to the track.
Number 76,
Right on.
Jimmy Mack, is being shouted out as somebody who's still out there.
And the runner entering the track now is number 88. That is Victor Yang, 45 years old. He's moving well on the track.
He's moving great. He's moving great. I mean, look at him. He's fired up. Again, this is where, like, you just let it all go and soak it all in. These guys are all running on this brand new track and brand new infield for us this year. Placer High put an enormous amount of funding into the facility here, and it's just a spectacular
This track has never
setting.
looked better.
Yeah.
It's never looked better. I also want to shout out Charlene. Lynette, we see you.
Yeah, Charlene's actually, once again, I have athletes everywhere. Charlene's one of my athletes. She's the only athlete in the race from South Dakota.
From South Dakota.
She is fighting to make it under that 30-hour mark. She was here for Western States Training Week and experienced the heat in the canyons, and I'm hoping that served her well yesterday.
Oh, wait, I met her. I totally met her.
Oh, she's
Yes.
phenomenal.
That's
well,
right.
I'll tell you, we're gonna have to get your stat, Corinne, at the end of the race. What your finishing rate is for your.
It'll
for
be
your athletes.
75% if Charlene gets in.
Wow.
Yeah, so good. I did have an athlete pulled at Devil's Thumb yesterday. Really had a hard day in the heat and ended up pulling at Devil's Thumb.
We have another group into the track. This is
Or past
getting
Devil's Thumb.
exciting. God, we need to have multiple people with gimbals.
Yeah, poor Dan Davies is running around trying to get 8 people at once here.
Production crew, anybody? Hey, Liz, if there's anybody here on the track who wants to volunteer to run in some of these runners with a gimbal, yes, I am throwing up the bat signal because I want to have as many gimbals on these runners as possible. We don't have a ton of channels that we can give out, but at least 1 or 2 additional people. Let's bring you on board. Let's have you be a part of the live stream team for the last hour because these runners certainly deserve it.
Yep, and here comes Sarah from San Diego. She's made it to the track. That once again, that is bib number 99. She is going to be in a finisher under the 29-hour mark.
Congratulations, Sarah.
Also coming in right ahead of her, we've got multiple finishers on the track right now. 3 finishers in the final 200 meters right now.
And Victor Yang finishes 28:50, 23 unofficial, and a group behind them. Oh, wow. One after another. There's Sarah from San Diego. Well done to you.
I think the finisher behind her might be bib number 333, if that's correct. That's Taylor Sheridan of Reno, Nevada. I think that is right. I think that is bib number 333. That is 29-year-old Taylor Sheridan from Reno, Nevada, finishing her first Western States.
Under 29 hours. Congratulations,
She's got
Taylor.
she's got some Keely Henninger energy.
Yeah, you're
there.
right. You're right. Fired up. She's fired up.
That's so amazing. Dueling 29-year-olds. Keely got her first Western States last night, finishing as her 9th female. Also 29, but of Portland.
And that was
Oregon.
her first 100-miler as well,
That was
right?
her first 100-miler. Yeah, the Portland,
She looked
Oregon
great. I mean,
crowd.
she looked great. She was just so fired up too.
I want to shout out some other names I see in the chat. Tanya Espelin, number 163. Mike Acer, number 59. Chris Card, 376. Satpal Dalal, 142. Marty Reed, Kristen Carbajal.
So this is of Ashland, Oregon. Coming in right now is Ponsmot. He is actually the husband of my really good friend Angela. He normally, I think he's supposed to be in the Grand Slam actually, but Vermont was canceled, so I don't know what he's up to this year. This is Ponsmot coming in, finishing under 29 hours.
Right on. He's fired up.
Yeah, he was supposed to do the Grand Slam last year, and then everything got canceled, and I don't know.
So I wonder
if he's slamming or not.
Yeah, I don't know. They used to have a little bit of an alternate. You could pick 4 of 5 of the original races.
There must be a fill-in for Vermont being canceled, but I'm not sure what that is. And so but I'm assuming that if that's the case, he is doing the Grand Slam, and once again, that is 400s.
Somebody just mentioned that.
Yep.
Let me see. Oops, it just disappeared. Paul Bonnet, father of James Bonnet, I believe, is out there on the course. Also want to shout out Satpal Dalal from Carolyn Mabubi.
I just got an update that Rob Gushikin, who is just past Roby Point, is going to be a Western States finisher. He's a North Face Europe finance manager, and he was inspired by the UTMB back in the days, and went through the process of lottery and got in. And I was talking to him. We've got a great group of mutual friends, including Brett Rivers, and I was talking to him, and he said, "What advice do you have?" I said, "Just be patient." And his patience is paying off today. He's going to be a Western States finisher. He's just got 1.2 miles to go. Just awesome.
Yep, so once again, although we are coming up on the 29-hour mark and we're celebrating going sub 29, remember everyone, the cutoff, the official cutoff for the race is that 30-hour mark. But what that means is that we are officially entering what is known as golden hour on the track. So everyone that we consider in this field, we consider golden hour finishes. It just feels special. We have everyone here with their finishers, everyone here supporting other finishers, trying to fight their way in under that 30-hour mark.
Yeah, Billy, you talked about this being our first year with the webcast, and I think it's been incredible. I think part of the format of this webcast is the engagement with everyone on it. The chat session has been its own self-creating experience for us as well. So, for us, it's been about, and then, Corinne, you and Dylan just telling the stories of both Western States and the runners, and it's just been remarkable and really, really cool.
Our Neandra out on our constant data gatherer. She gave us so much good information about how many women were in the top 20 and top 40 yesterday. She says that potentially 62 more finishers might come in during this golden
62
hour window. That is wild.
20% of the race course, but close to 30% of the finishers in the final hour here.
Wow. Love it.
Someone said, after watching Beth Pascal's finish, I have decided that being a doctor is no longer an excuse for not putting in the training. So inspired. Yep, and then our 5th place finisher, Katie Asmith in the women's race, is a family nurse practitioner with 2 little kids. Kyle Patari is a lawyer and a dad of 3. Like a lot of these folks, even in the pro elite field, even in this top 10, are pulling in, big jobs. They've got a lot on their plate.
Yeah, I think it speaks to ultra running in general, and in 100-mile running. I think it's important to have that balance in your life, and I think sometimes these both professional athletes and professionals in their career allows them to sort of feed the balance in their life that they need to get the most out of themselves. Clearly, those are great examples of athletes that can do that.
100%.
We have former 2nd place Western States finisher Amy Sproston in the chat, cheering on Jim, number 145. Let's go, go, go.
Right on. Right on, Amy. I think Amy's back in Jordan, sending us inspiring running in the deserts of the Middle East. And great to have you back on the chat again. I saw you yesterday as well, Amy. So awesome to have you following along with us.
Guys, I wish you can feel the energy in here. It's something I want to bottle up and have sustained me until June of 2022. It is amazing. The energy is building. The crowd is building. This is what it's all about. The virtual community is awesome, but to actually be here in person is something else. And I can't wait until you guys get to experience Western States for the first time if you haven't done so already. It is something special.
We got a question. Did any of these folks sleep on the trail at all? I can guarantee you some people took some cat naps on the trail. I mean, we talked to Camille earlier. She took a proper 3.5 hour sleep at the river. Yeah,
good for
to regroup.
her.
Yeah, and she said, basically, she was having an all right day. She hit the bottom of that Devil's Thumb climb and just had this overwhelming desire to just lay down. And she struggled basically the last 55 miles of the race. But she said it helps her because, she was able to sort of switch gears into 24-hour running pace because she's a 24-hour runner. And so she's sort of locked into that mindset. But she took a 3.5 hour sleep at the river. So, yes, we have at least one confirmed sleep, a nap at the river. But I suspect there was more napping out there than just Camille.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to have that hard reset. I've definitely sat with runners at Green Gate before. It's, sometimes you really do need that hard reset. Sometimes it's hard to get going again, but, generally someone comes by and you're like, okay, if they're going, I can go, and you get up and you keep moving. So.
Yeah, I unfortunately got a reputation for a while here as the back from the dead runner. I would frequently come into Michigan Bluff and just lay in the cot for anywhere between a half hour to an hour, and then sometimes it gives you a new set of gears, and you come out faster. Patrick Reagan, we saw him yesterday at Forest Hill. He was having a tough time through the canyons, and you could just see in his stride, like, hey, I'm back. I'm having a back from the dead experience, and you can rally, and sometimes a little cat nap does it for you.
I think this is runner 193, which is Abram Hine. He is 39 years old, of Truckee, California.
Local guy.
Running with his family, bringing him home. Hopefully they got a little bit of sleep so they can continue their crewing duty today, because he will,
That is a partner, by the way.
Yeah.
That is a partner. Let's have that finish line photo look good. Hand me your sweatshirt or whatever that is that he's carrying in his hand. I'm sure he will dump it off to a friend before they cross the line. But, on top of taking care of them physically throughout the day, you just want to make sure that the headlamp is off. You want to make sure, there's no boogers in the nose.
Okay,
Swipe off the salt crusties.
We had a question coming in from the chat. Tanya Espalan, her family from Mexico is checking in on how she's doing. She's runner number 163, and I can happily tell you she's passed Pointed Rocks at 27:50, and so all things are looking good for Tanya, and we hope to see her here at the finish line in this golden hour. Let's go, Tanya.
That's cool that we have families watching all over the place, trying to find their runners, trying to track them as they approach the track. So we have crossed the 29-hour threshold. We are officially in golden hour.
Let's go. Let's go. I wish I could take this headset with me and run people in from Roby Point. For now, Daniel Davis will have to do. Thank you for all your hard work. To all the volunteers who helped out with the coverage, I am so indebted to you.
Look at this runner's hip number when he rounds the corner, I think, on the track here, because it's sitting on his right leg. He's moving into the track, though.
Yeah, it's amazing how you sort of you get these new set of gears sometimes. I mean, he's got them on the track. Maybe he's had them for the last 6, 8 miles, 10 miles. There's a point in your mind where you feel, you can literally smell the barn, and that's what we're seeing with these runners. They clearly, some of these guys, are have struggled throughout the day, but they've got a new set of gears here. It's awesome to see.
Speaking of finding a new set of gears, this is number 76 rounding the track. This is Jimmy McCaffrey, 44 years old of
Jimmy
Camden.
Mack! Yes, I saw his name come up several times in the chat. Jimmy Mack, congratulations. Look at that face. Look at that smile. I'm trying to contain myself because we still have 58 minutes to go, but how can you not get excited? Just look at the pure joy on these people's faces. Way to go, Jimmy Mack. To all the people who are cheering for him in the chat, he is home. Way to go, Jimmy Mack. You are a Western States finisher.
Amazing.
Right on.
A word I have used a lot in the last 30 hours. Amazing.
It's the right superlative, no question.
Wow, guys.
Yeah, so again, we're probably waiting on another 50-plus finishers to come in the next 60 minutes. Which
Okay,
is
so in
insane.
our next final, obviously, what do we know what the final runner out of Pointed Rocks was? Just so sort of interesting.
I don't know because I don't think that ultralive.net is completely updated oftentimes. So,
and then, well, maybe another question: the what the cutoff time is at Roby Point? I guess you told us it's 11 o'clock, but really I think
10:38.
10:38. Okay, 22 minutes.
Yep,
basically
is that 30-hour pace, but
and that distance is 98.9.
So they've got about 1.3 in because our technical distance is listed as 100.2.
Right.
They've just over a mile from the top of Roby Point. They've got a slight uphill at Roby Point, and then they've got some gradual downhill more or less, which that doesn't often feel great on the quads at this point.
Yeah.
But they're going to be, trying to coax their runners through that final mile so that they can make it to the track.
Yeah, it's a tricky piece of distance. You mentally sort of like, okay, I got a mile, as you mentioned, 1.3 to go. But man, that climb, because there is about, I would say, a third or maybe even, probably a third of that is that uphill, and it's steep. It's like fast hiking pace, but it's on the road, but on tired legs, it may be slow hiking pace. So it's a nail biter even at 10:38 with 22 minutes to go.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, so it looks like we have 207 runners through Pointed Rocks. I'm not sure if that is our official tally or not. The last runner through there officially on ultralive.net looks to be Joe Currens. He came through there at 9:31 a.m.
Got this shot. Look at that.
Moving out. So this is, these are all runners. These are shots in the last mile, 1.3 mile of the race. They've got blue footsteps to guide them down to the track. And you can see they're running down here. So as Corinne mentioned earlier, they crest this final climb, and then they come on in. And he's very close. He's coming into the track here now.
Yep, this is Joseph Galatano of Philadelphia, PA, representing the East Coast, 39 years old, getting his first Western States. And guess what, guys? He only had one ticket in the lottery. He's one of those.
Wow, that's an ultimate lucky winner right there.
One of those few who get in, get a whoopsie and get in with one ticket.
Shout out to Jam Jam working the gimbal to help us out. We really appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
for being such a great
Jamil.
ambassador in this sport.
His calves are going to get tired from all that backwards running.
Something tells me if anyone can handle it, Jamil can. Oh, God. Yes, Kristen in the chat, I have not slept yet, but how can you?
Can you tell?
The ultra community is back, and it's back strong.
Well, I think, Jamil out there on the gimbal is just an example of the community building of this sport. We were talking at Michigan Bluff yesterday, he and I said, hey, the live streams that you've been building at Cocodona, Billy went and experienced that, and it inspired us and him to help push us in a way that is delivering the content in this format. And and then 10 minutes later, we're in the aid station. He just hands me a gimbal and says, "Hey, can you just hold this straight for this runner?" So it goes full circle. It's just awesome.
Look, on our lower right-hand screen, our smaller screen, I think we have 3 different groups of runners that are all working their way in with their pacers. We're going to have so many people on the track at once finishing. It is going to be so cool. We'll try to get all their numbers and names as we can as they come in.
Come on. Come on. How can you not love this? Well done, gentlemen.
Yep, Joseph Galatano of Philadelphia, PA, finishing with his pacer.
Right on. You are a Western States finisher, 29:07:50.
While I have a minute, I want to acknowledge and thank ultralive.net, I Run Far, for helping out, especially in the first half of the race when we were limited by limited bandwidth and cell signal. You guys definitely helped push the narrative and the stories along, so I want to shout you guys out as well. But back to the track. Oh my God, they're coming in one after another. We are
in the golden hour.
8 minutes and change into the golden hour.
This is Philippe Pinot from Marietta, Georgia, who's done the Colonel Jewel and the Chattanooga 100 and Kettle Moraine for 3 previous hundreds of states. His first Western States opportunity, making the most of it.
So many runners. We've got runners on the track. We've got runners entering the track. We've got runners stopping to hug people before they enter the track. We've got more runners entering the track. This is insane. We have, I think, 2 separate teams of crews and pacers and runners, or maybe 3 coming onto the track right now to finish. Yep, at least I think we have 3 potentially coming into the track to finish.
Right on. You know, so many of these runners have sort of created a bond out there with each other, encouraging each other, helping each other sort of mentally get through these struggles throughout the course of the day. And so I'm sure for a lot of these guys, not only they embrace their crews, but they're embracing their fellow runners when they cross that finish line.
Having that person with them, I believe. So we have 126 and 399 both on the track right now. 399 is Scott Bowman of Signal Mountain, Tennessee. And then 126 being accompanied onto the track is going to be Michael Bunda of St. Paul, Minnesota, a Midwesterner coming in.
I was going to say, he has the Mike Wardian look down, so he's halfway there.
Represent the Midwest.
Building Michaels.
They make them tough in the Midwest.
I also see Noel Martin helping out with the gimbal work. Thank you, Noel. Appreciate you.
Just chains of runners coming through right now.
Rob Gucciton of Carl Vienna, Switzerland, which is in the Italian Switzerland near Lugano.
Yeah, I think what do we have? 3, maybe 4 runners on the track right now.
Right behind our 6th runner is Michael Bunda from
Yes,
sir. Minnesota. Michael Bunda has done Superior a couple of times in Javelina and Eastern States. He's a financial analyst. And his fiance is Francis Wood. Best friends are Jason Pincus and Maria Rizzoli. Michael Bunda, St. Paul, Minnesota.
How can you not be romantic about ultra running? 100 miles, point to point. To have it finish here in this style. Celebrate each and every runner who
Right on.
Something else.
Look him up at Bill Yang for next year's streaming video, helping to deliver movies and shows.
They're going to volunteer for you next year.
Thank you, TJ.
Years for him to get into Western States, and he made the most of it.
Minnesota runner Katie Lace, 261, should be in soon. 213 Brenda, about to enter the last mile as of 4 minutes ago. Keep cheering your people on. Keep sending them good juju.
And that was number 59, who also just came across. That was Mike Acer again of Yardley, PA, I believe, number 59.
St. Paul, Minnesota. I love me some Minnesota.
Oh, holding both kids up.
I love it.
Casual 29-hour finish, holding both kids at the finish line.
He is a Western States finisher, and he'll be collecting his belt buckle, his bronze belt buckle here in just over 2 hours to savor that finish for the rest of his life.
Yep, so they get medals at the finish line, and then later this afternoon at the awards ceremony, they'll be giving out the winning belt buckles, the sub 24-hour belt buckles, and then those sub 30-hour belt buckles, which is definitely a prized possession for an ultra runner. You get to wear it during the lottery season for extra good luck. I think that's mandatory.
You know it.
This is runner 243 making his way in. Sean Kohler of Wake Forest, North Carolina, 42 years old. Once again, one ticket in the lottery, making the best of getting into this race, making the best of having that luck.
I love it.
There we go.
Finishing strong.
Sean Kohler coming onto the track from Wake Forest, North Carolina. One ticket in the lottery, making the most of it.
One ticket.
You know, those one-ticket winners are, like you said,
sir.
that's...
Don't mess it up.
No, don't mess it up.
Buy a lottery ticket. Don't mess it up.
And he has
He's moving.
Jam running him in, or at least part way. He has a lot of runners to cover.
There we go. Sean Kohler, you are a Western States finisher. Congratulations, working your way around this track.
Shout out to Shazam 303, who is out there.
Running well on the back stretch is Sean Kohler from Wake Forest, North Carolina. He has one previous 100 to each side of the Yeti. He's his first Western States. He's a mechanical engineer, a snowboarder, loves to garden, work with his hands and be outdoors. So shout out to his pacer and good friend Anthony.
Oh, the kids have joined in. We've had kids sprinting around the track, I think.
I love this.
Since Jim finished yesterday. In less than 15 hours, but we've got families finishing together. Just absolutely incredible.
Sean Kohler from Wake Forest, North Carolina, finishing Western States.
Someone in the chat said, hold my buff, hold my vest, hold my beer. I'm about to finish Western States. Yeah, that's exactly what Sean Kohler looked like.
Exactly. I love it.
Get rid of all of that. I've got to finish this thing. We'll try to get a clear shot of the next runner's leg coming in with their pacer. He's making his way around the track. Pacer's going to get a snap a photo. Behind them, we have number 309. 309 being followed by Crew and Pacers. That's Tech Ritter, 64 of Grass Valley, California, just down the road. 309, Tex Ritter coming in.
All right, it's starting.
64 years old. Here we go. Another
64.
Another 60 plus.
Okay, he looks great.
Yep, Tex Ritter coming in, 64 years old, Grass Valley, California.
Oh, look at him. He's gonna
make the pass.
He's
moving out.
He Zach Millered him.
64. His Pacers are struggling to keep up.
Oh, those are his Pacers.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's not a race.
Get a repass.
It's not a race. Or it's not. Yeah, they're not going to race him in. They're going to try to take a photo of him if he'd slow down a little bit.
Wow.
Way to go.
Tex Ritter, 64.
He knows this heat. What a strong finish.
Again, shout out to all these volunteers giving us tremendous coverage all over the track.
This is the runner that Texter just went by coming into the finish.
Shout out to his amazing wife, Elisa, who's currently racing. And his brother-in-law, Diamond Dave, for coming out and Matthew
Wonderful job. 145. Jim Daniels. Lots of people cheering for this man in the chat. Jim Daniels, 145 of Virginia, of the East Coast, 48 years old. Just finishing. Once again, Jim Daniels. Lots of people cheering for him in the chat. 145 just finished.
Shout out to everyone in the booth, by the way, the control booth, Cole and gang, Kevin, for making sure we have each individual runner represented. Thank you guys so much. They need the love from you. They need the love from the fans. They're certainly going to get the love from us. Let's go, people.
These guys are moving out. It's now officially 86 degrees here at 10:18 local time in Auburn, and that's 86 in the shade. So it's heating up for these runners in the sun, and they're still moving well, and they've got just over 40 minutes to go.
And that last finisher in the red shirt was 133, Matthew Clark, 53 years old, of Highland, Utah, celebrating his way across the finish line.
We have a runner here, Daniel, juicing up before he goes out again. Thank you so much, Daniel. So we are one gimbal short, but we will still try to get these volunteers. Show the love to each individual runner that comes in here. I'm looking across the field. Jamil's literally sprinting back and forth with the gimbal in hand.
He's getting a workout.
Daniel here is recharging his phone. There's another volunteer out there running people in.
So the finisher that you just saw come across your screen was bib number 259, Scott Lee, 50 years old, of Haymarket, Virginia. Another Virginian coming in. Way to represent Virginia.
Chris Grimm, thank you for the shout out. We are doing our best.
Coming on to the track, we've got a lady, 286, being led in by her pacer. This is Shalise Morgan, 46 years old, of Pleasant Grove, Utah, making her way to the track. Congratulations, Shalise Morgan. You are going to be a Western States finisher. Again, that's bib number 286.
Right on, Shalise. She's moving well. She's moving well down the track, and it's just such a great feeling. I mean, you're physically totally annihilated, but you're mentally just totally joyful and elated.
We just got word that our Western States board member in the race, Kara, just hit row B point.
Kara Toplinski, let's go.
Come on, Kara.
And this is Kara's first Western States. She's been a huge volunteer for us at Western States for over 12 years, really working very closely with Ted Knutson on our live feed or our live ultralive.net for years, delivering our results and runner updates. And she's got the opportunity to take on Western States this year, and she's going to be a Western States finisher on her first go.
Yeah, Dominic Grossman in the chat says that roughly 45 runners still to finish in the last 40 minutes. So let's do this.
Okay, let's do it.
Come on.
Stephanie S., you and I both. You and I both. Wayne Chan, what's up? Thank you so much. John Trent getting some love in the chat.
Yeah, said they are moving well.
All right.
He's with his, John Trent's with his daughter, and I think she's going to be running in with him. He ran in with his daughter, Katie,
in a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, in a sub 24, right?
At Old Dominion, yep.
Old Dominion.
We got cameras everywhere waiting for our next finisher to come onto the track.
All right, and we want to thank Buff Headwear for their support of our live feed. Their Buff neck gaiters and Buff headgear are just critical to race performance, cooling you down. So many people just wrapping ice into their Buff neck gaiters or wetting their headgear to keep the neck and head cool in this grueling course. So thank you, Buff, for all of your support and making this live feed what it is.
Thank you to Buff for the amazing support to help us bring the last 30 hours to life.
Charlie Jones from Folsom, California, finishing for the 13th time.
Next finisher flying across the line in a bucket hat, a la Jim Walmsley.
I don't know if we lost the finish line camera, but if we could quickly get that back. I believe it is down right now, but we will work to get that back up for you guys. It's deja vu as things heat up, the more technical problems mount, but we will try to circumvent any and all problems to get you the best coverage we can in the remaining minutes we have. This is going to be fantastic.
Awesome. Someone is shouting out number 348, John Truelove, should be in very soon. We did see John when we had footage from the Pointed Rocks aid station.
A lot of love for Truelove.
We want Truelove to make his way to the track. We would be so thrilled to see him come in here very shortly. Yeah, we've got a couple runners that were back towards the very, right ahead of the cutoff at Pointed Rocks that we're really excited to see come in.
Dom Grossman, thank you for your chat updates. Pretty exciting. Paul Bonet, the father of James Bonet, who ran in with Jim Walmsley. He was Jim Walmsley's sort of coach, mentor, and James Bonet was a young runner here at Western States. He is so Paul, his father, was second to last runner out of Pointed Rocks at mile 94.
Wow.
So that's going to be a nail biter. He was out at 9:22, so he had an hour and 38 minutes to make the finish line. And I want to say there's another Bonet that squeaked in the 29th hour and 50 last 10 minutes a few years ago. Maybe someone can shout that out for me, who that was. I want to say it was James's aunt, but if you can confirm that. And James had the pleasure of pacing with Walmsley. His first year he was dropped by Walmsley, and then he came back and paced Walmsley on his epic record-breaking year as well.
That's so cool. Well, we'll wish him well in his final 10K to get to the track. Coming onto the track right now, though, is number 219, Sherry Poscanzer, of 32 years old, of Boise, Idaho, making her way around the final 300 meters. She will also be a Western States finisher, and you can tell that I think that's finally dawned on her. She is safe. She is on the track. She is going to get that finish. And honestly, I think that's a very normal response, is that you finally see the track and it's like, oh yes, okay.
Exactly.
We're going to be okay.
If I could wish one thing for them, as soon as they enter the track, I want to hold up a big sign that says, take it all in. You 100%. Only get to do this again.
That's why my message at the start yesterday was enjoy every moment, bring your best self to every moment of this race and savor it. Because they're memories that are going to last you a lifetime, and perhaps bonds that will last you a lifetime. So I was on the Bonet thread, and we got some feedback, so thank you, Chris Warden, for the very specifics. Karen Bonet, which was James Bonet's aunt, finished in 2017 in 29:59:51. So the Bonet family is no stranger to nail biters, and we expect this one will be a nail biter as well with Paul, and we'll look forward to him greeting him on the track here.
Yep. So once again, we have Sherry Poscanzer, 32 of Boise, Idaho, finishing her first Western States. And she was a raffle entrant.
Well, I mean, I don't know what's sort of luckier, the raffle entrant or the lottery,
the
one-time lottery entrant. Yeah.
All right, getting word that Assam Shazam, I'm assuming that's his nickname, is almost at the track. Thank you for that update, Kate. Melissa, I 100% agree with you. Corinne Malcolm crushed it. She worked round the clock, got a couple hours of sleep, and was right back here because she wanted to be here for Golden Hour.
I think it's truly the most special time on the track.
I agree. I mean, I think in many ways it's more inspiring for me than even witnessing. Obviously, the front runners are exciting, and then this Golden Hour is of equal sort of inspiration to me. And in many ways, these runners have had to dig even deeper into the reserve. Certainly, they've had to endure a much longer time out on their feet to earn this finish.
John Trent has hit Roby Point. That's what we're getting words of. John Trent coming through Roby Point. Let's see if I can figure out this bib number on our runner coming in with 2 boys on the track. He looks thrilled. Waving to folks as he comes around. Congratulations, 3:05. Marty Reed, 50 of West Vancouver, British Columbia. We've got a good BC, the Vancouver area contingent finishing today, including led by maybe Kat Drew out of the elite women's race. Didn't have the race that she wanted.
How did Kat end up?
She did not end up in the top 10, so she'll be trying to race her way probably back into this race next year.
She and Sensman, they have unfinished business.
Always. Kat Drew had a phenomenal debut, Western States in 2019, and just got worked by the heat, I think, yesterday.
I feel like we got a Debo doppelganger here.
Yeah, very tall.
Debo.
Very tall Debo doppelganger. I can't quite catch that third number. It's 23 something on that leg. But congratulations, under 29:30 coming in.
Wow.
There's board member Sonny Thomas there to greet him. We are at 29, 29, 29. Well, how many times did I say that? 29, 29, 29. Little over half an hour left. All right, while we have a minute here, we're gonna give a little love to Hoka One One.
Here is our oldest finisher, I believe. This is Cooney.
Look at Cooney move, and we're in our final 30 minutes of the Golden Hour.
His goal was to make it to the first age stage, and now our 68-year-old Cooney Yamagata of Citrus Heights, California is going to be our oldest finisher at 68 years old.
Right on.
He's
moving well.
He's got 2 Western States finishes.
Right on, Uni.
Cooney has done all kinds of things, including hard rock.
Everybody show Cooney some love.
We got a note from Dustin Moore. It would be so nerve-wracking being close to the cutoff and trying to tell your body to move. We agree, and that's what makes this Golden Hour so special, because these guys are digging deep, and they've got to find it within themselves. And it's a nail biter, but let's celebrate Uni here. Here he comes.
Cooney Yamagata,
yes.
68
Look
years
at him.
old.
68. I think this will be our oldest finisher
Our
this
oldest
year.
finisher, and his third finish at the race.
Wow.
That is
fantastic.
Exceptional. Congratulations, Cooney. soak it all up, getting a hug from the RD himself.
Thurston Cooney is also signed up for Hard Rock in 3 weeks. Wow.
Hard Rock, and then I Am Tough. He's got a full calendar, and he ran Canyons 100K back at the end of April as well. Cooney cannot be stopped. I hope that I am running this
Well,
much.
I agree. I think this is a reminder to all of us. Take care of the small little things, sort of like 100-mile running. Running durability over your lifetime is the same thing. Work through those little issues so you can always have the opportunity to run the distance later in life.
Charlene! Charlene, congratulations. You are a Western States finisher. I am so, so proud of you, and I can say that because I've watched all your hard work over the last several months as you've worked multiple jobs to get here while still fitting in all your running. Congratulations from the Dakotas, Charlene Stevens.
He has run a whole bunch of stuff in the Midwest and also in Ledro, the Moab 240. And the Midwest Super Slam. This is his first chance at Western States. He made the most of it. He's an IT guy. He likes staff beer too. John Kilo.
Congratulations, everyone. Let's get this shot right outside of Placer High.
This is Jay-Hoon Lee from La Pacifica, California. His second 100-mile finish. Finished the Kodiak 100 in 2018. He's a business owner, and his birthday is on Christmas. Shout out to Peter Lee, his son, and Sean Lee, his pacer, Jay-Hoon Lee.
More runners coming in. Yes. We're down to the last 25 minutes, the golden hour.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as if this time could not get any more special, we are happy to bring on as a guest host, Hoka One One's own Jim Walmsley. Joins us in the middle chair as Corinne goes to congratulate her coaching clients. Jim Walmsley, fresh off a Western States win.
Jim, you look cleaned up and relaxed. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling 1,000 times better. I was in pretty rough shape in doping control afterwards and falling apart and getting worse as they just kind of had some snacks and more sugary drinks, and it wasn't really pulling me back together. So got some food in this morning and feeling really good now.
You're looking spry and relaxed.
Yeah.
What I mean, it's we really enjoyed your talk before the race with, I think, the Hoka runner that was the 74-year-old Eric Spector.
Yeah.
We're watching now the golden hour. How did Eric's day go, and what does it mean to you to watch these finishers coming in the last 25 minutes of our golden hour?
Unfortunately, Eric's day, from what I saw when I looked him up this morning, he, I think, got cut off at Robinson Flat, so a little early. I think there was another over 70-year-old runner. I mean, Dennis I saw out there pretty early as well.
Yep.
So I'm not sure where he got pulled, but I did see him somewhere today. I'm like, oh, man. And then I think there was at least 3 total in the age group over 70, and I'm not sure the third one and how they did.
Our oldest finisher just finished literally about 5 minutes ago, 68 years old. So we don't have 78-year-old or a 70-year-old finisher, it looks like, this year. And I always look at this and you go, wow, it's 29:36. You finished in this year 14:46. Yeah. And so what does it mean when you're watching these guys here now?
I mean, my day is just pancakes compared to what some of these athletes are going through, and not to mention last night never really cooled off. Today is going to be another 5-10 degrees warmer here in Auburn. They're feeling it. it's not making it any easier. But they just battle so hard and keep it going, and really just the ethos of ultra running of forward movement and all, like just sustained movement is your best weapon. And I think yesterday, even the top, like myself and other athletes, we had to utilize that and harness just forward movement towards the end of the race just to get here to Auburn at the track.
You certainly had a clinic in forward movement yesterday. It was an absolutely impressive run, given just the conditions, the heat, the competition, and just everything in your training that led up to yesterday. And it's we just got so much energy and excitement off your finish. So congratulations,
Jim. Now that you've had a minute to lay in bed, to refuel, to process everything, 3 finishes under between or under 15 hours, 3 wins in a row. What does this mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, Western States has already had a pretty important and big place in my heart. I don't think anything really replaces 2018, feeling like I finally had that breakthrough. It just means a lot to be able to feel like I can come here, give everything, give 100% to this race, this community, this family. And that's the most rewarding part. The 3, I don't think it's really sunk in yet. We'll see. I don't know. I still feel like I'm young and spry and might have a couple more at some point. So I don't know. I need to take a moment to still enjoy this one, but at the same time, I'm unfortunately pretty quick to move on and start planning already for the next one. And it's a little bit my personality for good and bad, but I definitely need to have a beer and stuff.
Can you talk about what you wore?
Yeah, so this was basically a repeat of 2019. I ran from the start to Green Gate in Speedgoat Evos, and then I switched shoes there just to a fresh pair of socks, fresh pair of shoes of the exact same Speedgoat Evos. But I find getting some dry shoes, dry socks after crossing the river and everything, and a little late in the day, for me, that's a really nice pickup. But same shoes 2 years in a row. I think 2018 I wore the Mafata Evos. And yeah, they've been working really good for me. Both have the Matrix upper on them, so water retention's low, and they've gotten me to Auburn now, so it's worked out.
Right on. How is your fueling for the day? I mean, your plan versus execution of fueling.
Yeah. So I was crushing bottles through the canyons. It was all basically liquid based, but honestly, I was probably crushing bottles, maybe 250 calories per bottle, maybe every 40 minutes through Michigan Bluff, just really crushing it. And then the sweetness really started getting to me. I wish I had a bit more redundancy in an alternative to just sweet. And probably from 55 on, my stomach was really not helping me. It was very low calorically going from there and turned into what felt like a big suffer fest. And I really had to work for this one.
Sorry, I believe that is Western States Board's own Kara Teklinski, who finishes 29, 40, and change. Congratulations, Kara.
Right on, and this is Kara's first Western States finish, and her first running at Western States as well. And you can see it's a proud moment. She's been a 12-year volunteer and a huge part of the ultralive.net race results. We got Magdalena Bollet in there as well, and she's moving well as well, all things considered. Those are 2 finishers, 2 board members, and we're looking for 1 more board member as well, John Trent, coming in. So these guys are getting it done.
Congratulations, 239.
It's awesome. They're looking good.
I agree.
Yeah. taking care of themselves, not skipping the aid station.
Yeah, you know, your fueling comments right on. Obviously, these guys have had to figure out the fueling for double the amount of time. You know, when you're able to just slow it down a little bit, the stomach does end up processing a bit better, and it's always interesting to hear your fueling, because that's one of the biggest riddles when you're putting yourself out at sort of your maximum capacity in terms of output, how to solve for the fueling and not have catastrophic failure. And it's like a knife edge all day long. But you obviously, you know, it sounds like it was a bit painful in that back half, but you were able to manage it and obviously stay super strong.
Yeah, late I was able to get in some salt tablets. I was able, like aid stations and crew, I was eating fruit, so watermelon, cantaloupe. And then what kind of ended up happening with my drink mix was more or less just squirting it in my mouth and sometimes spitting it out, but keeping my mouth a little moist and getting some of that sugar taste without necessarily swallowing all of it for upsetting my stomach. But it was a rough stretch at times.
Right on. I think it's a good reminder too. Like, you went to Plan B, like, hey, I'm gonna eat fruit off the aid stations, and it's just a good reminder for people. You gotta always.
John Trent.
John Trent.
There he is.
John Trent makes it in the golden hour. Oh my God.
Running in with his daughter Katie, and he is an 11-time Western States finisher. He'll now have 8 silver buckles and 3 bronze buckles, and just a huge accomplishment for him.
They are just continuing to roll through. Big crowds, big support crews.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Oh, God, we are getting up against it. There's about a little less than 17 minutes left. Jim, just final thoughts on everything, the day, the performance, what you're feeling now, being able to be around your community again after a year and a half off.
Yeah, with the time off, this couldn't be more special. Having you guys here, having the broadcast, it's just amazing. I think everyone's pulling so much out of this. Hopefully everyone at home's enjoying this, and abroad and everywhere. Yeah, this is special. There's going to be nothing like this one. Bringing it back. The energy's awesome. The track couldn't be more alive right now. The shade's really nice in here. But it is hot in Auburn, and yeah, that's what it's about. It's about getting it done, getting through it, and yeah, now we're seeing other people in the family coming home to Auburn track and Placer High School. So this is just really awesome, and I couldn't be more stoked about.
Well, right on for writing yet another verse in Western States history, and just so fired up to have you part of the race and a 3-time champion now, and. Go out there and celebrate and bring these final runners in, and we'll be delivering you your Cougar, another one here in just an hour and a half.
Awesome, that sounds great.
Right on, thanks Jim.
Guys. You guys are crushing it.
All right, so we will have the award ceremony streamed live at 12:30. Jim Walmsley, once again, the man, the myth, the legend whose resume continues to grow. It is truly astonishing. But speaking of legends, we have a stream of legends coming through, one after another after another.
This is incredible.
Like a clown car got released by the gates, and people are streaming in one after another. This is amazing. If you aren't tuned in, share this link, get people to watch. Have people understand why you love this race and 100 miles so much. This is awesome, you guys. We have less than 15 minutes to go before the horn goes off. I see Jamil running back and forth. I see volunteers running back and forth. John Trent, God, I wish I could give him a big old hug right now, but so many runners I want to just, I mean, this is incredible. I'm getting overwhelmed here. All right, we got less than 14 minutes to go.
Only 14 minutes left on the clock to finish Western States. What I just found out for the first time ever was that if you finish in the golden hour at Western States, you get a special 29er shirt. a golden hour T-shirt at the finish line. Not to say that that's a tempting reason to hang out at Roby
well,
Point.
that's cool. You know, I mean, at the Tour de France, they give you the Lantern Rouge for being the final finisher. It's sort of a celebration for enduring. So I love this spirit of the 29-hour, the golden hour T-shirt. That is
100%.
And I like that we're giving it to the entire hour, not just the final finisher.
Yeah, not the final finisher. Anyone in the after the 29-hour mark in that golden hour.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Gets a special 29er T-shirt, which is just really, really cool.
We have another 60-plus-year-old finisher, Ed Marchini, age 62. Shouted out by Barry Casey. Congratulations.
Getting a hand out of the track there.
Who's this finisher coming down here?
He is
that
working.
Looks like 381. 381
man,
is Doug
that is
Command 53.
You are a Western States finisher. Congratulations.
Clarksboro, New Jersey.
There is a lot of pain in that step.
Oh.
He earned it.
He did it. He's officially a Western States finisher. He had a lot of tickets in that lottery. 64 tickets in the lottery. Yep. But he did it, and he made use of getting into this race.
It's incredible. Well, I mean, I think part of when you know how hard it is to get in, when you get in and you get to that start line, I think it gives you an extra set of commitment to get it done.
Yeah, it's hard to drop when you know this might be your only chance to run the race.
Only chance, yeah.
100%.
You know, and these guys have been troubleshooting. I'm sure of it all day long.
We got two sets of finishers coming in right now with their cruising pacers. Another Minnesotan coming in. It looks
Here we go.
Looks like 163.
Minnesota tough. There we go. Oh boy. Yep.
Equal parts of relief, satisfaction, exhaustion.
It's nearly 90 degrees now, probably 95, maybe even 100 on the track itself.
Amazing.
And these guys are still rolling in.
Another finisher coming in, hustling across that line.
We've got just 11 minutes to go here, guys.
That's Kate Lice, 44, of Delano, Minnesota, finishing her first Western States. Congratulations, Kate. You're a Western States finisher. Staggering a little bit. Another finisher coming through.
There we go. All right.
Rolling in.
Rolling in. Flying. Right past the finish. He's ready to keep going.
We cannot see his bib number, but he was flying in there. I think he ran right out the other side of the finisher chute.
I think you're right. The crews, the spectators are amassing here. The stands are filling up for this final 10 minutes of the golden hour. And this is one of the hardest, nail-biting, nerve-wracking, and inspiring 10 minutes of Western States history every year.
Yeah, it's truly, I think, the most special moments of the race as these people are really fighting tooth and nail to get in. I just went and talked to Charlene Stevens. And she said that she made it through one of the aid stations only by 4 minutes ahead of the cutoff. Puked 3 times.
Wow.
Hustled in.
Did she mention which cutoff that was?
It was an early cutoff.
Okay, so she's been sort of fighting the cutoffs, but sort of made some time up on it. I mean, think of that experience for a runner. It's a nail-biter start to finish.
100%. Working the whole time.
Was it Uni that just said he wanted to get to the first aid station and keep going?
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a great mindset, but it's also it makes it a hell of a nail biter from start to finish.
We have 138 on the track. That's Brent Crumley, 45 of Boise, Idaho.
We got 9 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
That looks like 272 on the track as well. 272, Carolyn Luckett, 54 of Montana.
Yes.
Representing Montana.
Carolyn from Montana, you are going to be a Western States finisher. Now, here's a question for you. Corinne, how long do you think from the time they get to the track to the finish do they need?
Oh, depends on the runner. This person's flying entering the track right now. They don't need 2 minutes.
There we go.
Soaring onto the track, trying to get the bib number.
How special is this? We have just about 8.5 minutes
of this
left.
gal. I mean, I feel like it's, 2 minutes is probably safe, but you have to be moving.
You got to be moving.
You've got to find a new gear. If we can get a clear, we'll try to get a clear shot of this bib number. They are flying.
153.
We might just be speculating at this point.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think that's 153.
No, you're right.
Maybe 135?
Okay, Dom Grossman let us know there's 10 runners left on the course.
Thank you, Dom.
Now, I don't know how many of these are on the track of the 10. If we've got at least 3 here.
And number 135 is Jill Cole from Los Gatos at the top of the
Oh, it's a nail biter.
Amazing. 272 coming across representing Montana. Carolyn, congratulations. Finishing Western States. She has 2 previous finishes here. This is her 3rd finish at Western States. Again, that's 54-year-old Carolyn Luckett of Montana. Here we go. It's 135, right?
We got a question from Chris Penn. Why aren't they sprinting? Well, I think because they'll make it in. We may see some sprinting. There's 7 left in the field now.
Why aren't they sprinting? They've run 99 points. They run a
yeah.
So that was Jill Cole finishing from Los Gatos, California, bib 135, moving on the track as we just saw momentarily in the blue top.
7 minutes left. 7 minutes left. If your runner is out there,
Get him home. That was 191.
Just five more left on the course.
191 just finished Mark Gregoire, 41. Minneapolis, Minnesota. Minnesotans
Boy,
in the
these
house.
Minnesotans are coming in strong. They are strong. Jurek is a Minnesotan, I think, and
100%.
seven-time Western
Duluth.
States champion.
as is Courtney Dauwalter.
Courtney Dauwalter.
As is Steph Howe. As is I'm from the neighboring state. I'm from Wisconsin, but we got a lot of Midwesterners.
We'll consider you
Brittany
part of
Peterson.
that.
Brittany Peterson.
Yeah, it's tough. They make it tough. I think part of it's just weather, and you're more durable.
Yeah, 100%. You grow up in that environment. I don't know. I mean, I think the Alaskans are maybe the toughest athletes I've ever met. Growing up in Alaska, I think would make
the only
you
thing. It's
a
so
real
harsh
tough.
up there. It's hard to be athletic because just living life is hard up there.
6 minutes left in the race.
But they are tough. Jeff Rose, he's Alaskan, and he's one of our past champions as well.
100%.
Boy, we're looking out for runners to hit the track. We've got
just under 6 minutes. We're following a runner.
6 minutes.
We're following a runner who's got a distinct lean. We see this every
man.
year. People are cramping. People are just falling apart.
Yep.
So they're going to
So do we
guide
know
him
who
in.
this is?
We're trying to get a number on his
need to
leg
get him on
there.
the track.
Get him on the track, guys. Come on, let's go.
291.
Is that 291?
Okay.
291, I
And
believe.
we've seen this from Scotty Mills. This is not uncommon.
Come on, you can
It's
do
not
it.
life-threatening, but he's got to make it all with his own power.
This is
And he's just approaching the track
he's
now.
going to be on the track.
5 minutes.
So he's
5
got
minutes.
5 minutes.
Come on, Sean.
And it may not be as straightforward. He's
5 minutes left.
Come on, Sean. You can do it. This is Sean Mullet, 53, Cleveland, Tennessee.
Let's go, Cleveland.
64 tickets in the lottery. He is going to get this Western States finish. He has finished Western States one time before. This will be his second finish. Come on.
Nice and easy.
Nice work, Sean. You got time. Come on.
He's going to use all of that time.
It is very possible that he's going to use every...
No. Come on, Sean. Come on, Sean. Let's go.
All right, he's on
Let's
the
go,
track.
Sean.
For those who aren't in the booth, Billy is standing up right now.
300 yards. All he's got to do is walk around. It's tough actually to do this turn with the lean he's got. Take
Come
it
on,
easy.
Sean.
Take it easy, Sean.
Easy, step by step, Sean.
Don't fall. Just don't fall. We are approaching 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Wearing here in 2013 is Chris Hundred.
No, you can play.
Okay, Sean's still moving in. I know the feed is there. He's got the lean. He's got one more
He has one more curve.
and then he'll have the final straightaway.
About 150 yards away, maybe 200.
3.5 minutes, and he's got 300 yards, 250 yards.
Come on.
It's going to be close, folks.
Sean Mullet, age 53. He's actually from Cleveland, Tennessee. Cleveland, Tennessee, bib number 291.
That's it, Sean.
Oh, so close.
Forward motion.
Who is that? Is that? Let's go, Sean. We have another runner on the track. We're trying to get a visual. Let's go. Let's go.
We got 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
200 yards away. 2.5 minutes left. We're trying to get a visual of that runner.
Sean is now, here he is. He's got about
No, Sean, come on.
125
Come on,
yards
Sean.
to go. He's going to have to move a bit quicker to make that finish line in 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Come on, Sean. Come on, Sean.
Who's this runner coming in, Billy, here?
I'm trying to get a visual. It's a little grainy. Oh, my God. Come on, come on, come on. Less than 2 minutes left.
1 minute and 50 seconds. It's the final straightaway.
Let's go, Sean. Runner number 2, whoever you are, come on. Everybody at home, cheer them in. Send all your good vibes. There he is.
Sean's
He's right
gonna
there.
make it.
Sean's gonna make it.
29, 58, 41. The crowd
no,
erupts.
cross. They're both in, people. With a minute, 10 seconds left to spare, they made it in.
Unbelievable.
They made it in. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Oh. Billy and I are both standing up. We just can't contain ourselves. Sean is a Western States finisher. We're tending to him now.
We have 39 seconds left.
39 seconds. I think
we don't see anybody else on the
those are
track.
Our final finishers. Western States simply does not disappoint on these final finishers.
And was that Casey Lichtai? I think that was Casey Lichtai guiding Sean in. If that's who I think it is.
Wow. Yeah, I think it is.
Holy crap. We have 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. That is it. That is the official conclusion of the Western States 100-mile endurance run.
Congratulations to all the finishers.
There's 104.
What an incredibly inspiring and emotional
Let's shout out.
Finish.
Oh, that was Paul Bonnet. Paul Bonnet.
Paul Bonnet. Paul Bonnet.
Oh, wow.
He was our second to last finisher. We got caught up with Sean there, but Paul Bonnet, that's an absolute nail biter. The Bonnet family now becoming legends of the nail biter finishes. Paul's, I guess, sister finished, Karen. I'm assuming James Bonet's aunt is Paul's sister, and finished in 29, 59, 51. And he looks quite relaxed.
You don't see him on the screen here, but he looks relaxed over on the in the shade, and
I'm sure he's trying to process what just happened.
A big smile on his face.
What just happened?
He's with Craig Thornley, and Craig's just celebrating the moment with him. Really, really special. What an incredible, incredible climax to the 2021 Western States 100. Absolutely spectacular. We can't even sit down, Billy.
I might have to, otherwise I'm going to faint.
We're going to see if we can get an interview with these final finishers. I think Corinne is out there and working on getting us an interview with these final finishers.
Oh.
Sean and Paul Bonnet, boy, what a nail biter. I like this. Chris Maiden. Is there a support group? I think I need to talk to someone after that. I think we all do, Chris.
That's what the community is for.
Yeah, that's what the community is for.
There's our MVP. Jamil, get on stage over here.
Right on.
I think other than Paul Bonnet and Sean, our MVP. Our MVP. All we saw was him sprinting back and forth, guiding all these golden hour finishers in. Production booth, if we can get, thank you.
There we are.
Mr. Jamil Curry.
I think someone said they thought you ran maybe 100 miles in over the course of the race. We have a Herculean effort here. It's just incredible.
Not this year. I was tuning in sitting on the finish line there. I heard Billy's call out for volunteers and figured I would give it a shot. It was a lot of fun.
Jamil operated like there were 2.5 runners out there. I mean, people like Jamil, people like all the volunteers that we had out there running back and forth, bringing these runners home, giving them the proper credit, spotlight that they so deserve. I couldn't think of a better way to bookend this amazing race experience. We are back, people. 2021 Western States 100.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, Jamil, you embody the community. I mean, we were talking yesterday, and what you've done to push content and sharing the love and energy of the community with a much broader community has just been awesome. And we were sitting there, I think, at an aid station, Forest Hill, and you had a gimbal. You're like, okay, Toph, grab this gimbal and just steady cam it for me. And then you coming out and helping volunteer with us. I mean, it's just a sign of the community, the camaraderie, and we just thank you for everything you're doing for the sport, too. It's huge.
Absolutely. Thank you. I mean, the sport's given so much to me, and it's just all about elevating everyone. I mean, seeing those last couple runners come in, I mean, it's just like goosebumps, and it's incredible. The amount of support that's out there is insane, and it's what it's all about.
Well, thanks for being a huge contributor to the storytelling. And, people from around the world have been tuning in, and it's because of you and Billy, this production crew, and all the volunteers we had along the course that are capturing these moments to share it, because it creates a more fulfilling experience for those who can't be here with us over the weekend. So awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right on, man.
Thanks so much.
Okay, we are going to cut to a live interview, I believe. Are we going to cut to a live interview? Okay. Okay.
So I'm going to let Corinne back in the middle here in the driver's seat. She's been leading point for us.
All right. What a year. What an epic 30.5-hour live broadcast. Just incredible. Maybe a few words from each of you, what this has meant to you, and what your biggest takeaways are.
I'm so spent. I'm so drained. I mean, obviously, outside of the incredible performances, and I'm going to say across the board, because this heat was oppressive. It was energy draining. It beat you up, chewed you up, and spat you out. But these people endured. All finishers, even the DNFers, gave it their best in an imperfect year, I'm sure, of training. All I can think about is this. The people, the community, being able to hug people again, being able to run together, being able to cheer in groups. This is what the ultra running community is all about. I know this sounds cheesy, I know this sounds trite, but it is 100% how I feel in my heart right now that, yeah.
Billy hasn't slept in a long time. Many of us here actually haven't slept in a long
Yeah.
time. But the truth of the matter is that we all needed this. We all needed to be back here after a year away, after a year in isolation, and not feeling like we were really a part of this ultra community, maybe to the same extent as we've been in the past. And so getting to share that with everyone here and at home, I think, was just, I don't know, it was a dream come true. Dylan and I kept looking at each other yesterday, and I feel like I can speak for him a little bit here, is that we kept looking at each other yesterday and being like, we've been here for how long? 12 hours? 18 hours? 20 hours? You know, it was very cool to sign off yesterday after we had our 10th place female come in. And obviously there were great stories throughout the elite race. There were great stories throughout the mid-pack and backpack, including, you know, Paul Bonnet bringing it in basically at the end with to like, I don't know, clinch that family name of bringing it just under that 30-hour mark. Like, it's always so emotional to see those runners finish here on the Auburn track. And I just think to be here in person and to be able to share this with you in your homes all across the world means so much to me, means so much to Dylan, means so much to the Western States Board, this race, and the community. And we just want to thank you for following along with us for the last 30 and a half hours. That's absolutely insane.
It's been incredible. For me, it's a reminder of the warmth in amazing part of humanity. I think, you know, the last year and a half has been really tough, at times divisive, and I've never felt more community love and energy than I have, both from the people here following along at Western States, but also all those following along around the world on this webcast. And it's been so cool to see the broader community engage. I'm hopeful we can continue this style of sharing this sport, this race, our community with the world. And, you know, I will just say, you know, each runner from the first runner to the final runner all went out, had the courage on that first moment yesterday at 5 a.m. to take on this course and really find the edges of their potential. And each one of them, from our first finisher with Jim and Beth to our final finishers here today, they found the edges of their potential, but they also wrote their verse in Western States history. And I think we get to carry that on with us. They get to carry that on with them for the rest of their lives, and it's very cool.
Yeah, everyone who came in today, you are officially a Western States finisher. There will be people still trickling onto the track who unfortunately will have not quite made that cutoff time, but more than anything, I think, from us here at Western States, we want to thank our sponsors. The title sponsor of this event is Hoka. We could not do this without you, along with Buff. Both Hoka and Buff have allowed us to put on live content all week, including this marathon of ultra commentating, ultra spectating from home. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you once again to our sponsors in Hoka and in Buff. We could not have done it without you, and we could not have done it without our amazing volunteers. Everyone here, we cannot forget them. We have so many volunteers here keeping this up and running. We need to thank them immensely for their time. They have donated their time to us to bring this to you in your homes. Thank you so much for having us this year, and we are so excited to bring this back to you next year and for many, many more years to come.
Right on.
Well said.
All right, I think that is a wrap, right?